ourselves very nicely. See everyone. Fantastic. Okay, well, we are now live on YouTube as well. Welcome, YouTube friends. I'm already seeing familiar names on the YouTube side. Fantastic to see Kif was in first. Amazing dedication, Kif. Thank you. And who else is in? Pastor Ferry is in. Great to see you, Pastor Ferry. Looking forward to getting going. All right. So I think we are going to get things going as promised. We have a guest already waiting on the TikTok side, Happy Horse. We can bring Happy Horse in right now and get things going. Hey, Happy Horse, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thanks for being our first guest. Our question really open-ended. Why should we believe in? I'm saying your God. It's presumptuous. You may not have a God, but if you have one, why do you think we should believe in it if you do have one?
Well, I believe in my God because my family has believed in it for hundreds of years, starting with the Church of England in the 1500s. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to be who am I to say that all of my family in the past is wrong, and I'm going to carry on that family tradition.
Understood, but is that actually a good reason? Like, that might be a reason why you believe it because you don't want to disappoint your family, but should I believe in a God because of your family tradition?
No. Okay. You should believe in whatever you want.
Sure, and of course, well, you may not know this, but I don't think you can believe in whatever you want. I think you can only believe in whatever you find yourself persuaded of. If you're not persuaded by something, you can't believe in it. But is there a reason why you think people should believe in a God? Like, if someone doesn't have a family tradition to continue, if they're just coming to this idea and thinking about it, and they're genuinely open-minded. Like I am genuine. And by the way, Sean is in here as well. If you haven't spoken to Sean before, this is Sean, our co-host. We are genuinely open-minded. Sean used to be a Christian. I've never been a believer. So we come at this issue from different perspectives, but we arrive in the same place, which is that we're just not convinced by any of it. To us, it all sounds a bit silly and implausible, and we haven't heard any good arguments or seen any good evidence. So that's why I don't believe right now. But I'm genuinely open-minded. So if there are any good evidence, and if there is any good arguments, and if there is any good evidence, I'd love to hear it. Is there any, as far as you know?
Nigger.
Okay, well, that was worth waiting for, wasn't it? He waited in the queue for 10 minutes to come in and say that, and then do that. Excellent work. I think we could give him a rating. I think anyone want to rate that guy? The rating is up now. I think I see a couple of people are using it. I'll put the links to the caller rating in the chats. So if anybody wants to use them, they can.
And also, if we can ban that account.
Yeah, that cat's banned now, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I do have a slight update on our friend from the other day as well, although not quite the update I was hoping for. Okay, let's put the link for Rate My Guest is going into YouTube now, like that, and we're going to put it into the TikTok right like that. That is the link to follow if you want to participate in being able to rate the guest. So that link takes you to a simple web page where you can move a little ball around a screen. And up and down is how good you think their arguments are. And left and right is how good you thought their kind of the good faith of their engagement was. Happy Horse was not a very happy horse. So it's looking like a couple of people have already voted. It's not looking wonderful for Happy Horse, unfortunately. Happy Horse is looking like a horse about to be put down by the vet, sadly. So let's lock that one off. And he got a 2. That's fairly shocking. Okay, well, we did get our first ever 0 on the last stream. That was fun.
Yeah.
that was a good one. Okay, so let's get rid of Happy Horse. And we will get in Brian. Also on the TikTok side, our good friend Brian, coming in right now. There we go. Brian, how are you?
Hanging in like a hare in a biscuit.
Good stuff. Good to see you again, as always.
Oh, I just got up this morning. I'm sitting on the edge of my bed, and I'm checking TikTok real quick, and you're on. It's like you're either late at night or early in the morning. I don't know which one.
It's the day stream, right? So we do Thursdays and Saturdays are night time, and I go for my time zone through the night. And then that's unfair to some people in Europe and perhaps other places that can't get with that kind of crazy time. So we do the day stream on a Tuesday, so that people in Europe can get involved, or in other time zones where it's perhaps not totally the middle of the night or stuff like that. So here we are, and nice to see you as always.
Yes. My little escapade of going to the ER advanced to going to the hospital this last few days. So
yeah,
that was very interesting.
Right.
I didn't share it with my wife directly, but I said, you know what? This will be a time that, if I have a loving Father, a real God that loves me, where I'm being admitted in the hospital, and this will be the time to show up.
Right.
And guess what?
The usual.
Yes. Not only that, old Christian friends didn't either. Now, my wife shared with me all the, we love you, hope everything's going okay, prayers and kisses, and it was just like, show up.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Now, kind of a good thing came out of it. We were sitting sitting in the waiting room, waiting for a room. This is at a VA hospital. I don't know what you know about veterans, but VA hospitals are not the greatest thing to be in, but the rooms are generally full and you have to wait. But sitting there waiting, and I turned to my wife and she just started crying. And that was actually a good thing. I know that sounds weird, but my wife's not that touchy-feely affection kind of person. Mm-hmm. But it kind of told me, maybe she does love me. So
I'm sure she does.
I know. 45 years. But the cool thing is, I needed people. I needed connection, and she was there the whole time.
Good.
And even at 2 a.m, I couldn't sleep, so I'd walk the halls, get some steps in. But there were some very incredible nurses that I would just lean up against the wall and we would talk and laugh for a couple hours because they're bored. They're the middle of the night. And so
sure,
it taught me a real quick lesson. And I don't need this sky daddy. I need people. I just need people come side that say, you know what? I don't even have to say anything. They just connect. They just sit there and say, you know what? Whatever happens, you're not going to be alone.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, human company is better than imaginary friends any day of the week. And yes. and when they make promises, generally speaking, they actually fulfill them and turn up. Whereas the Bible is full of promises made by imaginary people who then are not kept. So you're on the right side there. I'm glad that she was there, and that she kind of gave you some real human connections, what you needed in that.
Yes, but the nurses are, obviously I told you, go to work. I'm just here. I got to get tests. By the way, all the tests came back clear. So Now they're trying to figure out, they think it might be gastric. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But the nice thing is, she didn't have to be there all the time. But I learned a lesson is you have to find connection. You have to look for it. Generally, if you're around the right crowd, it'll come to you. But the other thing is go look for it. And because you know what? Here's the other flip side of it, is they're looking for connection too. A nurse is bored 2 a.m. She enjoyed having someone talk to her.
Yeah.
So it's like, it just really brought it home to me is I just want to connect with people. I want to share myself. They want to share their self. And it gets us through the day. And I know that's not earth-shattering, but that's what I got out of it. And you know what? And the sad thing is, people say, well, God showed up through them. No. No, they showed up. When I remember, people saying something like, well, you know what? Thank God you got through the surgery. No, I don't thank God. I thank the nurses that spent 7-8 years to get their degree, to learn to know what they do. The surgeon that did the same. The admissions person that admitted me. That's who I thank.
Absolutely.
And to say to thank God for it is like, no, that's taking the credit from the people that really did the work.
Don't forget, God guided the hand of the surgeon too. I think like 12 years of med school or, in residency and all that might have had a little to do with it too. But, God guided the surgeon's hand.
Well, he only guided their hand when they were successful. What happened when they weren't?
Oh, yeah, true. That's a good point.
Yeah, but that's how you fit it in. So, well, if it's successful, you can thank God. If it's not, it just means, wait, he'll show up. Like, okay.
Heads
I
I
love
win.
the catch-all. There are so many.
Yeah.
Someone needs to write a book on all the catch-all sayings, phrases that are used. I mean, you could get at least 6 chapters for that. So anyway, I thought I'd share that. And again, here's another thing. I know it's TikTok and people would laugh. I'm a 65-year-old talking to you on TikTok. This is another way to connect because I don't have that here.
It is. and it's completely valid. Like, I was speaking to someone yesterday about the fact that religion often provides community and it's quite hard to find that outside of a religious context. But even though this isn't the same kind of community where you can ring me up and say, I need a hand patching my roof and I can come over in 5 minutes and give you a hand with that or lend you a cup of sugar or something like that, it's still a community. It may not be exactly the same as people all being able to be together in the same place and help each other with childcare and school runs and practical things and having barbecues together and all of that. It's not exactly that. But it's not worth zero. These online spaces are absolutely transformative for some people. Don't get out much. Some people are, have either health reasons or issues that keep them in their homes. And these kind of online spaces and online communities can really be transformative for those people. So, Brian, we are your community right now. And if you find other community as well close to where you live, then that's fantastic. We want that for you. But in the meantime, come hang out with us. We love having you around.
Guess who just woke up? Joanne, my wife, just woke up. I just said some nice things about you. Oh, she said I heard. She heard.
Good stuff.
Say hi to John.
Hi back. Yeah. Good stuff. Well,
so like I said, she's my connection. I love her to death, and the corgi that we got for my birthday, that I was all happy about. I raised him as a puppy. Guess who he connected to? Not me.
Always the way. Yeah.
Always happens.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you go. Thank you.
All right, buddy. All the best, Brian. Good to see you, and continue. Good luck with your health, and let us know how you do.
Thank you.
Keep well, friend. Take care. Thanks. Okay. He's a hell of a nice guy. I really like Brian. Fantastic. Okay, so we will move on from there. We don't have any callers right now, but that's okay. We're just getting started and just getting warmed up. Let's see, what else do we have? Anything else to deal with right here? Anything happening there? Kif says Sean is steaming today. Yep, this is Sean's new skin, people. For now, he's done with the pink horns and lipstick. Although the blue horns, blue horns and lipstick. Although I think they may be. I see a part for them in your future still, Sean. It's such a fetching look for you. But this Sean's rocking the devil horns today, and I see my good friend Chris Dove is in the chat on the YouTube side. Big shout out to Chris. Very, very good friend. Love you too, brother. And who else have we got in right now? Gates of Delirium are in. Good morning. And Izza is in. Good to see you, Izza. I know that the day streams work well for you, don't you? Izza is over in France, I believe. So that's good. So queues are still empty right now, but that's okay. We're just getting started, just getting warmed up. I can share some comments that have come in if you want. While we're waiting for guests to pop up in the queues, got some funny comments to share. As you know, I sometimes Well, I read all the comments under the videos, and sometimes when I'm doing that and I spot one which I think is particularly amusing or worth sharing, I'll quite often pull it aside and say, oh, share that with the peeps. So we've got, it looks like Enki has just come into the queue. So I'll put the comments on to the side for now, and let's get Enki in, and we'll do comments later if we need to. Bringing in,
is that's on the
TikTok
there
side.
we go. TikTok, yeah.
Bringing Enki right now. If the TikTok gods will let us, of course. The transporter is running. Enki, are you there?
How are you, bro?
We are excellent, thank you. Welcome in.
The network is not right. You can hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Yes, how are you? How are you? You can hear me now?
We can still hear you. Yeah, we can still hear you. Yeah, hello.
You can hear me?
Yes, third time when we still can.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Good. What would you like to say?
How are you, bro?
Yeah, we're great. We're great. What would you like to say?
Oh, that's good. I just have a question to ask you.
Sure.
I don't know if you are listening to me.
Yeah, we are listening intently.
My question is that yes, my question is that I just wanna know. Okay, before first I ask my question, I want to ask everyone who is listening to me just to calm down, not to panic, not to describe it as a devilish question. No, I'm asking for everyone first to calm down and relax. My question is that how God is become okay, how God become to be who he is.
Become what?
God. How did he become to be?
You speak clearly, please, because how
Enki,
did God become what?
Yeah, your microphone is distorting a little bit. So maybe just move away a little bit from your microphone and speak a tiny bit quieter, and then ask your question again, and hopefully we can all hear it.
My question, now you can hear me?
Yeah, keep on going.
My question is that how did God become to be?
How did God come to be who he is?
Well, that's my question. How did he become to be?
Okay. How did God come to be who he is? Well, we don't think that God is. We hear you. We understand. So we don't think that God is anyone because we don't believe that God exists. So it's a bit like saying, how did Casper the Friendly Ghost come to be who he is? We think it's a made up idea. So my answer would be God didn't come to be who he is because he isn't anyone.
Okay.
What do you think the answer to that? What do you think the answer to that question is?
The question of
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question again?
Well, the question you asked. How would you answer the question you asked?
Okay, the answer I can answer is that even me, I'm with you. There is no God.
Fair enough.
There no such things like a God.
Yeah.
So there's a question we may be asking to those who believe that he exists.
I see where he's going with it
right.
now.
Yeah.
Now they can tell us those who believe that he exists, let them tell us he is original. Because when you are teaching someone about something, you have to start from original of that things that you are teaching people, not just you jump and in the middle and you start telling us how he created. You have to start teaching us how did he become to be before he created.
Yeah, you actually there's something quite deep there, which is that if God is proposed as a solution to why things exist, you haven't actually answered the question. You've just relocated it from things to God. The question hasn't been answered at all. You've just stuck something else in the middle and pretended you've answered the question. So actually, you do make a very, very profound point there, which is that it's all very well to pretend that you've explained everything with this God, but you've actually explained nothing, because all the same questions you had unanswered before remain unanswered with respect to the thing you used to explain it. So, yep, thank you for offering that, Inky. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
All right, friend. Take care. Thanks. Okay. That was we got there in the end, and it was not a great connection, but he was on it. He asked the right question, and it is a valid question, right? If someone's talking about a God, we are entitled to say, how did this thing come to be? And if the answer given is, well, it's just a brute fact that God's nature is that way. Well, then if
then
we're
why
allowed,
can't the universe be a brute fact?
Exactly.
Or why can't the laws of logic be a brute fact? Why do
all
they
of
have to be
those things.
grounded?
Yeah,
This question comes up quite a bit when theists special plead. Everything had to come from somewhere. Okay, does God fall into the subset of everything? Okay, great. Where did God come from?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm quite a fan of brute facts. Like, I think acknowledging the potential for just things just being as they are because they just are is quite helpful.
You either have an infinite regress of causality, or you have something has to be a brute fact.
Yeah.
Or maybe not causality, but like, what explains that? What explains that? What explains that? There has to be a terminus. Either that goes on for infinity, or there's a terminus brute fact somewhere. Not that we necessarily know where it is, but one of those two things has to be the case.
Yeah, exactly. And we just need to apply those rules consistently. So, like, if God is allowed to be just because, okay, well then we're introducing the potential for just because as an argument, and I'm going to use it too. If you get to use it, I'm having some of that also. And there we go.
Yep, and the fancy word game. Just because doesn't sound very satisfying, but necessary being instead of just because, and you're basically saying the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A non-contingent entity or reason, cause, or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah. Richie the One says, "Good morning, John." Well, good morning, Richie the One. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate that. Okay, so where we were before was I was going to share some comments with you. So let's have a look. Where's a good one? This one's quite fun. Where have we got it? Right, yeah. So this came in a couple of days ago. I thought it was quite amusing. So this one is from, it looks like, user ZZ something or other. I'm going to read it in the style with which it was delivered. "You ain't gonna believe hell is ridiculous. Actually, you will when you're there," spelt incorrectly, burning.
Yeah, you will.
You will when you're there burning like a human blowtorch. You'll be screaming, "This is ridiculous pain." Sure will be sad. Too late, spelt incorrectly then. Unimaginable torment, pain, suffering. Turn your stove's burner on, let it get cherry red, then press your hands down on it and hold them there. Yeah, hell's gonna be a gazillion times worse, dumbass. I mean, top tier.
Is this a parody?
No, I mean, Poe's Law in full effect here. I don't believe this is a parody. I believe this is somebody's honest contribution to the dialectic. That was it, all in caps, of course. Not a full stop to be found anywhere.
Strikes me to be a very high tier parody. Like I can't tell.
Yeah, I think that it might be for real. Sadly, astonishingly. Yeah. So here's another one. Hi, John Boy. Would you consider conversations with Christian evangelists out in public online without you blocking those that speak truth? Be interesting to watch your smugness pride be challenged. We're for souls and you're not. Up to you, fella. God doesn't need us but wants our love forever. It's called relationships, John Boy. Hope, love, faith. Well, the thing is, we don't block anyone. This platform exists to allow people to come in and give their views, and then we just respond to them. There's no blocking here. In the entire time this channel has been running, 2 people have been banned from joining. One was an actual neo-Nazi, and the other one was race baiting. And that's it. Nobody gets blocked here. Nobody is stopped from speaking truth. But whether something is truth or not is a judgment that the people listening to it have to make. You don't get to just declare your own words to be truth and then everyone else has to accept that they are just because you've defined them that way. We'll decide for ourselves whether we think the things that people say are truthful. But no one's getting blocked here. And as for conversations with Christian evangelists out in public online, well, I don't tend to go out looking for conversations. This is where we set up camp and we express the ideas that we think are worth talking about, for people to either listen to them and engage with them if they want to, or swipe or click on or whatever it is if they don't want to. And that's it. I don't go into Christian spaces saying, "Hi everyone, I'm here to tell you you're all wrong," because I don't see the point of doing that. And it would be a bit wasteful. I mean, silly, disrespectful even, because they haven't asked me to turn up there. So the door is open for anyone who wants to come and engage with us. And we get all sorts here. We get people like the last comment I read who can barely spell their own names. And we get people coming in who are well versed in apologetics and hermeneutics and logic. And some of them are very skilled, in terms of rhetorically. Their arguments are still poor. I was listening to a debate the other day by one of the top tier, Christian debaters, and the arguments are poor. He delivers them really well, but they're still poor. So yeah, that's the situation there.
We also don't have call screeners.
We don't have.
And
call
not
screeners.
that there's anything wrong with call screeners. The Line, a lot of the big shows, they use call screeners. So
yeah,
and I think they have their place, but it just so happens we don't have that available to us. So we get who we get. We could get a genius, an amazing speaker, someone incredibly articulate, makes good arguments. We could get an absolute clown. And that's kind of what makes the show fun, is because it's like a box of chocolates. Each caller, unless you know who the caller is, you never know what's going to come up next. But yeah, we don't scream to like, oh no, this guy sounds way too reasonable. Let's not let him through. We're going to let,
Yeah, that's
we
funny.
get who we get. And if you think that they're all low tier and you could do better, come on up. Request up if you're on TikTok. Call in if you're on YouTube.
Exactly. And I'm reminded of the chap who came in. I'm now forgetting his name. He came in about, I guess it was about 6 or 8 weeks ago, and he had put a comment on YouTube along those lines saying, you always have these low information believers in who don't really know the Bible and don't know their stuff. And so I said, well, come in yourself then if you think you could do better. And he did. And it didn't go well for him at all. Do you remember the guy I mean? The British guy.
I don't remember that.
Name.
There's so many calls.
Yeah, I put a video out after that, and the title of the video or the thumbnail said this was a mistake. It didn't go well.
Okay, I'll look for that.
It didn't go well for him at all. So here's one for the people who appeal to cosmology and other such things. So I quite liked this. This was a comment on the good side of the force. It says, I've been a physicist for over 50 years, and I'm fully aware that there are many things I don't understand, and I don't think it's likely that any of them require any magical processes. Really like that. That looks like HM5142. I like that comment because, again, so many of the times when people come in, the primary justification they give for their beliefs is there's this thing in science that we don't understand. Okay, there are things that we don't understand yet. That's what science is for. Science operates at the boundary between what we do understand and what we don't understand. If science studied the things we understand already, it would be pointless, right? So it operates at the boundary of our knowledge, and it pushes that boundary outwards, thereby increasing our understanding. But there's definitionally always going to be things at that boundary that we don't understand. That's not evidence for your imaginary friend, I'm afraid. Never, ever will be. Okay, so here's one. This was about the referencing the Bible verse where David has been incited to conduct a census in 2 Samuel, and in response to David angering God by conducting a census, God kills 70,000 Israelites. In fact, he offers David a choice of punishments for having done this, and David can't bring himself to choose, so he says he'll throw himself on the mercy of God, and God responds by sending pestilence that kills 70,000 people. So this was a response to our discussion about that. How do you know that the 70,000 people that died were innocent? This is someone saying this seriously. How do you know the 70,000 that died were innocent? You don't know anything about their personal lives or what sins they may have committed against God. When God killed every firstborn in Egypt, this really isn't going to be the flex you're hoping it's going to be, by the way. When God killed every firstborn in Egypt, he had his own people paint lamb's blood on their doorsteps, and they were saved from God's wrath because, of course, the magical Holy Spirit, or the angel of death, or the agents of God that perpetuated this infanticide, don't know who lives in which house unless people have put paint on the doors. The magical spirits need paint to identify that. Of all the uncountable people who have died in history, you don't know how many of those were struck down by God because of their sins also. You are just singling out one group that was recorded in history. And then it goes on and says, when Lot asked God if he would change his mind about the destruction of Sodom, spelt incorrectly, if there were 10 righteous people, God said that there were not even 10 who were righteous in the whole land. God's wrath falls on the wicked. Ephesians chapter 5, scripture says, but among you there must not be even a hint of sexual immorality or of any kind of impurity or greed, blah, 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 blah. For of this you can be sure, no immoral, impure, or greedy person, such a person is an idolater and has any inheritance in the kingdom of Christ, blah, 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 more blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this person's whole argument is that the collective punishment of 70,000 people who didn't do a particular crime is absolutely fine because they might be sinful. And by that logic, it would be absolutely fine for God to just kill everyone, right? Because we're all sinners, and so everyone is deserving of being killed. And that means if God is maximally just, if God is perfectly just, then on that logic, he ought to just kill everyone immediately. Because we're all sinners, right? Why should those 70,000 people have been singled out for their sinful nature that he gave them? It doesn't make sense at all. And framing that as a punishment for David's crime, well, if you're going to justify that punishment by the fact that they had a sinful nature, you decouple it from the crime that's being punished. They're now not being punished for David's crime. They're being punished for their own sinful nature. So why bring it up in the context of David's crime at all? This is a terrible apologetic. It really doesn't work. So
of course it is. Yeah. And the Bible, the verse doesn't say, and then God singled out 70,000 of the worst criminals or worst, nothing like that. David did this thing. David said, God, please choose my punishment for me. Okay, these 70,000 will die. And it doesn't say anything about them, why those 70,000 were chosen, nothing. It's just, the Bible doesn't not say that. And that thing kind of gives me a post hoc rationalization. So I'm just going to say that thing that the Bible doesn't not say is actually the case. And so there's my justification right there.
Yeah,
show me where it says that these people were deserving. Like, it just says David did a thing, God unalived 70,000 people because of what David did. That's all it says. Show me where it says God singled out the 70,000 worst of the worst. It doesn't say that at all.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can't play the game of, well, it doesn't not say it, and asserting it kind of gives me rationalization, so therefore I'm going to assert it, and you can't prove it false. So appeal to ignorance fallacy. Bada boom, bada bing. God was justified to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty arse backwards, isn't it? Not great. Not great. If you're watching on YouTube, it would be super, super helpful if you could like the stream. That would help to teach the algorithm that's a thing worth liking, that it's worthy of your love and attention. That would be super helpful. In fact, I'm just going to put I'll put the little like poll in there right now. Thanks, Pastor Ferry, for giving me a nudge about that. We'll stick that in there. That will help, hopefully, to move things along. Okay, here's another funny one. This came in from David. Looks like David Rexford. Who said, atheists ask for proof of God when they don't even acknowledge that sin is what keeps one from finding God. So it's a lopsided argument. This apparently is being presented with a straight face. Think about what you're saying here. Like, if our sinful nature is the thing that stops us from finding God and thereby believing that we even have a sinful nature, then it's a stitch up. Then God has infected everyone with a condition, because remember, it's God who determined that the punishment for the fall would be that the world would exist in a fallen state. He didn't have to do that. He chose to do that as his punishment. If he's truly sovereign, he could have picked a different punishment in response to Adam and Eve's fruit-related crime. But he chose to make the world in a fallen state. So we're all born with this sinful nature that we've inherited because of his curse that he chose to put on us. And if that nature stops us being able to find him, then what is it we're being punished for? And why set up such an unfair system in the first place? That's absolutely ludicrous. How can someone argue this with a straight face? It's like gouging out someone's eyes and then blaming them for being blind, that they can't find their way to the clinic where they could have their eyes put back in. It just doesn't make any sense.
Not only that, but if it's based on the fact that we have a sinful nature, then there shouldn't be any believers, because according to Christian doctrine, everybody has a sinful nature, including Christians.
Right.
But somehow that doesn't block their vision of God.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good
think
argument.
these things through when you make think these through, guys. When you come up with these apologetics, try to come up with a defeater. Like, play the opposition in your mind and think it through.
Yeah, some of these sort of responses and comments and apologetics are so bad, it's as if someone tripped over and just fell on their keyboard and then hit send by mistake. Okay, here's another one. This is from user ZZ something or other. You be sure to, I think this is the same guy. So I read the other comment, isn't it? Yeah, I recognize, of course. This is the same, all caps, no full stop. More of the same. You be sure to remember that as you're spelled incorrectly, kneeling in front of him, still smoking and singed. You can really pick up the zeal and the enthusiasm that some people have for the whole hell thing.
They're just, I can't wait for you to get burned and tortured.
They're delighted.
So you'll see, I was right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're delighted.
Yeah.
Smoking and singed after he brought you out of hell to judge you, only to then throw your stinking carcass into the lake of fire. I mean, this is unbridled enthusiasm for torture, essentially, of people, isn't it? 1 Corinthians, blah, 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 the
Christian
blood
love.
gospel. It's your choice. Remember, you choose hell. All in caps again. Let me tell you something, user ZZ, whatever the hell you are. This is not advertising for your faith. This is making people who might be considering Christianity hear these things and go, bloody hell, this is some weird-ass, horrible cult. I'm going to run for the hills. This is not effective evangelism. This is not how you win souls for Jesus, by demonstrating the fruits. This is not how you do it. But hey, we're pleased. I'm delighted that you're all over the internet.
Incidentally,
posting stuff like this.
The vernacular, writing style, everything, grammar reminds me of like a 2 a.m. Truth Social post.
It really does. Well said, Sean. It absolutely
just needed at
does.
the very end, sad exclamation mark, and then that would be the capstone.
That's exactly right. Absolutely it. Totally it. We've got Jane in the house. Jane, how are you?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're great, thanks.
I love when you guys do these morning lives, or at least this morning for me. So much better.
Good stuff.
I thought I'd come up and see if get you guys rolling this morning with a little speed round of some of these arguments for God, if you wanted to do that. Are you up for it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I've got 7 arguments boiled down to like essentially one sentence, and I thought I'd see if you see how fast you guys could get a rebuttal to them.
Sure. So these are arguments that you've come across, or that you used to say when you were a believer, or
So
stuff like
as
that?
you sum them up, yeah.
Yeah, like the ontological argument, and that sort of thing. Like there's
Great. Well, we can tag team it. So,
yeah, absolutely. And this is all just for fun. I just thought I'd get everybody rolling this morning.
Lovely.
All right. So everything that begins has a cause. If the universe began, it must have a cause.
Sean, you want
Yeah,
you want the command?
God.
Sure. We actually don't know if the universe had a beginning. That is an unknown in cosmology. Like full stop. Now you could claim to know and try to make philosophical arguments for it, but the people who actually study the cosmos and have done the hard work, there's like cosmological models for an infinite universe or a finite universe. But more important than that, even if the universe had a cause, that in no way implies that the cause is a thinking agent. So we don't know if the universe had a beginning. If it did have a beginning, we don't know the cause, and there's no reason to believe if it had a beginning and a cause that the cause is a thinking agent.
Awesome. All right. The second one, complexity and order imply an intelligent designer.
Complexity and order can arise by natural processes, and one would have to do the work of actually demonstrating that complexity and order require intelligence rather than just asserting it.
Okay.
In fact, we observe it happening in nature.
Snowflakes.
Solar systems. We watch solar systems form through accretion, via accretion disks, and biological evolution. Now, it doesn't explain how the first single-celled organisms appeared, but they became vastly more complex through an entirely natural process, natural selection, and all the mechanisms of evolution. So we have proof of it happening naturally.
Go for it, Jane.
And my TikTok timer went off. All right, next one. Objective moral values need a transcendent source. We got to have God to have moral values.
Lovely.
You guys do this one all the time.
Yeah. So we don't know that objective moral values exist. They are asserted, but again, not demonstrated to exist. We know that subjective moral values exist because we experience them ourselves and we see other people experiencing them. So we know that moral values can be reflective of what people think about actions. If moral values exist in some higher ontological way, which is objective, that would need to be demonstrated rather than just asserted. And the people who hold that to the idea that morality has to come from God and that's objective in some way fail to understand that they are subjectively choosing to align themselves with a particular God amongst many, with a particular interpretation of that God amongst many, and that even if that choice were not so subjective, the idea that the moral values come from the God of mind, the mind of God, would make them subjective too. So mountains of subjectivity on top of sound subjectivity, just labeled as objective, doesn't get you there.
Awesome.
Nothing to add. That was perfect.
That's great. Okay, a maximally great being must exist by definition. So the ontological argument.
Go ahead, John.
Well, we actually had someone making that argument with a straight face in the last stream. I think you should have this one, Sean.
Oh, sure. Okay, so whenever this comes up, so they say maximally great as if we'd already established like some what do you call it? There's no agreed upon criteria for what you mean by great. So the word itself can have objective meanings. For example, the value of X is greater than the value of Y. That's just saying greater meaning larger in terms of a numeric value, or greater in size. Or great could be a subjective adjective. And so they don't have a unit of measure of greatness. And I'm not aware of any definition you could apply to maximal greatness of a being that in concept, this you can assert that this maximally great being exists, and somehow just the concept itself existing means it actually exists. It makes no sense whatsoever. There's no justification for it. The whole thing is like, if this maximally great being could exist in some possible worlds, it must exist in all possible worlds. And when they say can exist, and I don't want to get too like Philbro-ish, but there's different types of possibilities. Something could be, there's logical possibility, which means it could be impossible, but it doesn't violate the laws of logic, like meaning like a circle square. There's nomological possibility, which means if something's actually possible. So, for example, it is logically possible for me to jump to the moon. There's no inherent contradictions there, but it's not nomologically possible for me to jump to the moon. And so I don't know if it's nomologically possible that there's a maximally great being. It doesn't violate any laws, so it's logically possible. But then all things that are logically possible aren't necessarily actually possible. So anyway, I could go on all day with that one. But.
Yeah, defining something doesn't really make it real, for sure.
Yeah,
exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So millions of people report experiences with God, though, so he has to be real, right?
Excellent. Yeah. Well, this is an easy one, and we get this one too. And just to say, Sufi Yahoo in the queue, we will get you in shortly. Yeah. So millions of people report experiences with gods that can't all be reconciled and that are mutually exclusive. So we know that millions of people are reporting things that don't correspond to something in reality, or at least their interpretation of those things don't correspond to something in reality. Because if we're going to set the rule that somebody's personal experience of the divine is good enough evidence that it is true, then we have a problem, because we would be obligated under that rule to accept the claims of Muslims and Sikhs and Hindus and Christians and Jains and Mormons and Scientologists and anyone else that came up with any religion, and those claims can't all be reconciled. So that tells us that at least some of the people are misinterpreting their experiences, and if some of them are misinterpreting their experiences, then all of them could be doing that too.
So yeah, that's doesn't neuroscience kind of explain don't we have explanations for most of the religious experiences too?
For a lot of them we do, particularly the sort of near-death type experiences when people are in very compromised states and they're anoxic and they're pumped full of drugs and their brains are starting to shut down and go into crisis mode. Those are the perfect conditions for very, very profound hallucinations and very, very strong sensory experiences, which are very easily misinterpreted as being reflective of something real.
When that
last one's... Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
Sure. When personal experiences come up, two questions to ask them. First, just ask them, do some people have what they perceive to be a religious experience, but it's not actually from God, it's just an experience? Does that happen to some people sometimes? And it's almost a rhetorical question, because the answer is obviously yes. Because people in contradictory religions to their own have religious experiences, what have you. Okay, so people sometimes have religious experiences that they attribute to the supernatural, but it's really just an internal thing, like a meditative state or whatever it happens to be. All right, so you have person A and person B. Person A has actually both people have a religious experience. Person A is from a god, or I'm sorry, let's just assign it generically. One of them is from a god, one of them has a natural explanation. How do we tell the difference? And there's no answer to that question. And so if you can't tell the difference, then as John said, it could be they all have a natural explanation. But yeah, I was just...
That's an interesting way to think about it.
Yeah, so just ask that question. Can people have what they interpret as a religious experience, but there's natural explanations? Yes. Okay, so sometimes there's a natural explanation, sometimes there isn't. How do you tell the difference? And you know, that's just, I think that's a good way to kind of steer the conversation.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna skip the sixth one since you guys want to paddle some ops. And the last one is everything contingent needs a reason. There must be a necessary being, and that necessary being is probably God.
Right. So we don't necessarily know that there is not an infinite chain of contingent things without anything necessary terminating it. But even if we were to allow for such a terminus, We can't conclude that it's a being, and we certainly can't conclude that it's a mind, and we certainly can't conclude that it was a trainee carpenter from the Middle East from 2,000 years ago.
All right. Thank you guys so much. It was fun, and I hope it got the queue rolling. So
Thank
we'll
you,
talk
Jane.
to you guys
That was
later.
a great idea, by the way.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the kind of the apologetic speed round.
Love it.
That was great.
Absolutely
I thought
love
that
it.
was fun. I thought it was fun. Take care, you guys.
Always a pleasure to see you, Jane. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks. I'll get back to my book now.
Good stuff. Take care. Speak soon. Bye. Okay. W. Jane. I think Jane is an awesome member of the community. Absolutely love it. I actually remember Jane's first call in. It was a few months ago, and she's been a fixture around here since then.
Nice.
Absolutely awesome. So, yeah, huge thanks to Jane for that. Okay, we're going to get the Kenobi in next, still on the TikTok side. No one is in the YouTube queue right now. So if you do want to join, I'll put the link in the chat again. You should all know it by now anyway, and it's on the screen also. But I like to make life easy for you. Just do that. Link Thomas says, John, can you let Sean know that I'm an ex-SDA like he was? Thanks. So there you go. Link Thomas in the YouTube queue is ex-SDA like you, Sean. Okay, bringing in the Kenobi right now. And let's see what they are saying.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can indeed. Welcome.
Yeah, we got you.
Welcome.
Awesome. It's good to meet you guys. You can call me Alex instead of Kenobi.
Good stuff.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I don't really have much to say. I've wanted to call in a couple times, but I've been super nervous because I hate public speaking.
Understood.
But I've been deconstructing my Christianity for about a year or so.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been hard. There's been a lot of tears. It hurts. But I wanted to say thank you to you, John, and to you, Sean, because both of you were, you guys both carried a part of that. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. We're glad to help, and we understand that it hurts. And just keep going. You will reach somewhere better where it starts to hurt less. And it's painful to get rid of stuff that's been a part of your life for a long time. That always hurts, and there's lots of stuff invested in there, and there's the sunk cost pain of, like, you put lots of stuff into something and you feel, is it wasted? But ultimately you end up in a place where you don't have to fight with your own mind about what you believe and feel, every day that dissonance of having to play the role of holding beliefs and thoughts that your mind is telling you don't hold. That's exhausting to live that way. So I really hope that it's going okay for you, and the community are here for you if you need anything or need support or need just a shoulder or be around people who understand the process you're going through. That's kind of what we're for.
I appreciate that very much, and I actually have another big step coming up. One that is coming out to my parents.
Right. Yeah, it's a big one.
I was raised very, very strict Southern Baptist. It was not a good time, and they don't understand what it did to me as a kid, and we're gonna have that conversation this weekend.
That's interesting. Have you resolved how you're going to sort of say it? Have you planned it in your head how you're going to express that?
I've kind of written it down and gone over. I'm not going to sit there and read a script. It's just the points I want to get across, the things that they did to me, the things that society has done to people like us. Yeah. Not even just 200 years ago. I grew up in the age of the Satanic Panic, where every single thing that I wanted to do was either demon worship or satanic. Right. When at the end of the day, I was just a 14-year-old kid that just wanted to roll math rocks and pretend I was a wizard.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Well, good luck with that, and let us know how it goes for you. And I don't know if you're in the Discord, but jump in there if you need any kind of fellowship around this stuff in between live streams. And we hope that goes okay.
I appreciate it very much, John. I definitely will be back. I love you guys.
Take it easy, man. Cheers, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Thanks. Okay. There we go. Yeah, very brave to be doing that. That's one of the hardest things, to have to speak to family, and the fear of disappointing them by just being honest about what you believe. It's so crazy that honesty could ever be framed as a moral failing in some way. To just be honest about what you find convincing. It's so crazy, but that's where we are. And we hope that goes okay, Alex. Good for you, friend. Okay, we have Indy is back to see us again on the YouTube side. Let's get Indy in right now. Hopefully, video will behave itself. I still haven't figured out why it does this weird thing of only working on the second try, but let's see if it works now. Indy, are you there?
I am here. Are you
Excellent. There? Yeah, we gotcha. Okay, worked on the first try. That's always good. Welcome back.
Look at that. Thanks for having me, as always. It's nice to be talking to you at a reasonable hour. Normally when we chat, it's like 6 in the morning my time over here. So,
indeed. I'm just going to turn the echo cancellation off because we're getting weird frog noises, but I think it'll be fine without it. Let's try that. Yes, a better time for you over in Australia, right?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I actually just flicked on the TV and saw that you were live and was like, "Beauty, let's jump in." It was early in the stream too, so there's not normally a heap of people waiting. So I thought I'll jump in and put my 2 cents in as is my wont.
Good stuff. Let's have it.
All right. I was thinking the other day, and a couple of this whole idea of eternal life or life. I've mentioned a couple of times, that exploring non-duality was a really big thing for me, meditation and exploring the nature of the mind and what we call the self and consciousness and, all those sort of questions. That was a really big tool for me in getting free from the hooks of religion.
Mm-hmm.
And a big part of that was, and I don't think this has to be that complicated, but because we don't come from a culture that encourages meditation in the way that a country that's Buddhist or Hindu or has Jainism, things like that, this is sort of built into their culture in a way that it isn't for us. But I don't think you have to look for very long to start to see through a lot of things that would have to be real for that life after death mumbo jumbo to make any sense at all. I mean, for starters, the idea, what most people call themselves when they say me, what they're really talking about is a collection of habits and behaviors and responses to stimuli. When we think of what's that person like, who are they? It's like, well, we think about how they respond to stress or how they respond, and those are the things that we define them by. It's really their behaviors and their thoughts and the things they say, and all of that stuff's learned. You didn't come in with that. You couldn't even speak when you were born. So for starters, I mean, that to me, once I realized that, a lot of the stitching started to come apart, because it's like well, who is it that actually lives on afterwards? Is it that weird collection of, like you look at someone like Donald Trump, he was born, I presume, as a reasonably normal human being like the rest of us are.
Possibly.
And then, hard to say, but, and then he's, he has this psycho father that doesn't love him enough, and he's got all these neuroses and he's narcissistic. And I mean, when he dies and he comes back to life or lives on, is that the thing that lives on? What a weird system to create people perfect, that are unbroken and haven't been damaged, send them out into a life quest for 75 years and fuck them up completely, and then let that fucked up version live on forever.
Right.
What a ridiculous system.
That's so true. That's so true. I remember when my son was born and I looked at him. It's such a cliche thing to say, but I held my son in my hands and he was perfect. His skin was completely unblemished and his nails were perfect and his fingers were perfect. And I remember thinking, he's probably never going to be this perfect again, right? Because you go out into the world and entropy does its thing, right? And you just start getting progressively more kind of damaged by reality as you go on. And then, as you say, that's the version that then gets preserved for eternity. It's such a funny thought. I hadn't thought about it that before. That's a really, really good way of putting it, Indy. I like that. That's crazy.
Well, I hope that. Yeah, I mean, anytime I always just hope that there'll be one person that's listening that that's the key that opens the lock for them. That might just be the little thought that just picks that phantom thread out, and starts to like pull the seams apart. And that's why I always encourage people, and I'm really wary because I don't want to be seen to be encouraging people to take up religion when what they're trying to do is get away from it. I'm not into religion at all. I'm not a Buddhist, but I meditate all the time because I just find that just getting that distance from your own process and starting to recognize that these, when most people think of who they are, they're probably thinking of the stream of rubbish that runs through their head, the stream of consciousness, that dialogue. That's what we kind of think of as ourselves. And when you start to get a bit of distance from that and recognize that that's actually happening by itself, well, then you start to ask the question, well, who am I then? Like, if I'm the guy that's actually aware of that stuff, then I can't actually be those thoughts, So if that's just happening by itself, and as you start to work that out, like for me, it just became so obvious that this stream of consciousness that we have that allows us to make sense of the world is so powerful that we can even believe that it's a God talking to us. Like, we can actually convince ourselves that we're having chats with interdimensional beings that worry about what we do and how we like to get our rocks off. And it's just, I think the more you start to see through that, the more childish and inane and naive this story shows itself to so obviously be. It's so obviously the ramblings of childlike people who are less educated than the average 8-year-old would be in today's world, in what they actually understood about life and the universe.
Yeah, we often say
so
exactly
clearly
that. We say exactly that.
Yeah. If you met one of those people now, you would struggle to have a conversation with them. They wouldn't have any grasp on most of the themes that you're even talking about.
Yeah.
You really would be amazed by how infantile these people were, and then you want to build your whole life around their worst sort of scramblings to work out the universe based on zero information. It's a very strange thing to want to invest.
Well, Indy, thanks for
your life into.
Thanks for giving us that insight. I think it's a really nice way you framed it. That like the version of you that gets apparently eternally preserved is the one that's been completely damaged by the slings and arrows of life. I think that's a really, really brilliant insight. I hadn't thought about it in that way before. It's so obvious now that you say it. But I hope that people can take some value from that, because I think it's excellent. So thanks for coming in your evening, our morning, to or early afternoon rather, to share that with us. I really appreciate it. So
it's always my pleasure, mate. Nice to connect with you guys.
Thanks, buddy. Keep well.
I've had my therapy for today.
Good stuff. Keep well. Take care.
See you guys.
Bye, friend.
Bye.
Okay. Brilliant. Good stuff from Indy. Okay, we're going to get the eponymous fantasy cheese basin back again. The name will never be rivaled. It will never be rivaled. I've got some crazy rain falling on the skylights above my head right now. I do have a sort of noise filter thing in my audio chain, but hopefully it's not too bad. Forgive me if it is bad. Hopefully it will stop soon. Let's bring Fantasy in right now. This is everybody's favourite Geordie. Fantasy, are you there?
Don't give me that pressure.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. Welcome back.
It's good to be back. It's good to come in channels like this.
Good stuff. Oh, I'm pleased. I'm hearing some messages saying people are not hearing the rain. That's good, because it's absolutely thunderous here. I've got two massive.
Had some here too,
I've got two massive skylights above my head, and there's blinds over them, so they're closed. They don't let the light in right now, but they're glass, and in this room they're very loud. So it sounds like my AI sound filter thing is working. So that's good. That's good. So anyway, welcome back. Good to see you again. What would you like to say?
Now you've built me up. The only way is down.
Inevitably, I'm afraid that's true.
Yes. I'll just, you know what? I came in and I tapped on. I thought I'm going to go up and talk, and it was a spur of the moment tap, because it doesn't make any sense. But my God, you should believe in my God, and I'll tell you why you should believe in it.
Go on.
Because my God is actually pure orange juice. That's my God.
With bits or without?
Either.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Equivocating on pure. Right. Okay.
Because it's very good for you.
It is. It's quite acidic though. I find apple juice is slightly gentler.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I find it the opposite.
Do you?
I find it the opposite. Yeah.
Oh. Ah. And who says we don't have good debates here?
You drink. I tell you what. There is. It's not. I'm not serious about that, obviously, but there is a little bit of seriousness about it, because my body does change and does react to pure orange juice. It does do you some good. I'm sure of it. Real good stuff in that stuff. I don't know what it is. Yes, it's vitamin C and a lot of other vitamins, but it's just some good sunshine-made goodness, and that's all I've got to say. That's my.
Zap Rousder says orange juice on frosted flakes instead of milk sounds gross, is awesome, thank me later. I have been having orange juice on breakfast cereal since I was a child, and I'm with you, friend. It's awesome.
Get out.
Yeah, it works.
Really?
It works. Yeah, because I don't like milk. I don't drink milk, so I put fruit juice on cereal since a kid. I agree. It's awesome.
Really? I've never heard of that, and it sounds awful.
People are horrified when they see it. They're like horrified, like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But actually, it works. It's good. Yeah, apple juice too. It's good. I like it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'll try it.
Thanks, Fantasy. I'm glad we're talking about the important things. So thank you for keeping us on track.
It's a serious subject, kind of, and I just thought I'd say it. Yeah. Okay.
Appreciate it. Cheers, pal. Bye-bye.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be pouring the orange juice on my cereal. Like, John better not be fucking with me. Like, you know.
Yeah. No, it's true. Maybe it's a personal taste thing. Maybe you'll be horrified, and
I'm going to do it. Though. I'm going to try it.
It works if you like it. If you like the fruit juice and you like the cereal, there's no reason to think that you wouldn't like the combination in that particular instance. So
okay. Well, it'd be like taking a bite of your cereal and then washing it down with orange juice, right?
Yeah, exactly. A little bit like that. Okay. A little bit like that. Adam Blade sounds horrified. I'll stick to milk. I love milk and drink tons of it. My skeleton will last 1,000,000 years. Yeah. You're caning the calcium. Obviously, that's very, very good. Yeah. Okay. So, hello, Cat. Come, Cat. Cat wants to come say hello. This is Cat. Everyone. This is Rocket. Those of you who know Rocket will recognise her. She likes to get involved. Most of the time when I'm streaming, she's sitting here on my lap or on the chair. Okay. What have we got? We have no callers yet at the moment. I'm aware it's still pretty kind of early US. Things on the day stream normally start to heat up later in the day. Milk is godly. So yeah, it's normally a little bit quiet here, but that's okay. We've got the comments to look at. I'm going to share this from Nectu says, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, thank you, Nectu. Appreciate that very much indeed. Just after 7 a.m. Yeah, Audrey, that's early for you. So thanks for joining us so early. Appreciate it. The hound says, I will fossilize. That's excellent. And Adam says, I'd call, but my wife's sleeping. Our bed is next to our computers. Well, please don't disturb your wife. And I'm amazed that you would join us that early. Thank you so much. That is dedication indeed. I really appreciate it. Okay, so what else have we got? We've got some more crazy comments from crazy people on YouTube. We have... What's this one? Let's have a look at this. We have... again, you're going in circles with the same emotional dilemma. This was a comment in response to just notifying about a stream, just like a post on YouTube to say streaming again tomorrow at the same time. This isn't an emotional dilemma. It's a discussion. We're not having a dilemma, and there's nothing emotional about it. I mean, we may have emotional moments with particular people, but the topic and the topics we explore are not emotional dilemmas. They're legitimate questions in response to widely held beliefs, which we think are nonsense. So, yeah, no emotional dilemma, just common sense. And Uzi1 says, God is not hiding. The Bible speaks for God on earth. It is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God, which is the Bible. Seek and you shall find out. Knock and the door shall be open. It's such a beautiful promise, isn't it? Such a tragedy that it's just consistently broken. All of these promises of like, Jesus is knocking at the door, open it and you'll find him, and seek and you shall find, and
Seek
listen and you shall
find.
hear.
Yeah.
All of that. Yeah. It's so easy to make a promise like that and then come up with all the copes and all the reasons afterwards when someone does seek and they don't find, and then ultimately blame them for not seeking hard enough. You basically make a completely unfalsifiable claim when your claim is anyone who looks for God hard enough will find him, and then your second claim is anyone who doesn't find him isn't looking hard enough. Then how could your claim ever be falsified? It never could, because by your second claim, you validate the first claim. It's not acceptable.
Slight pushback there. Seek and ye shall find is falsifiable. Literally all it takes is people who sought and did not find. And we have those of us in spades. So that has been falsified. It is factually not true. Now, seek and you might find, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Because some people seek and find. Some. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's more the claim, if you look hard enough, you'll find. Or like the guy who was in the other day who said, he said, anyone who reads the Bible with an open mind and reads the Gospels with an open heart or an open mind will come to know God. Well, that little anyone who is the get out clause. Yeah. Because then when the people inevitably fail to do that, you invoke the get out clause and you say, your
mind wasn't open enough.
Yeah.
Anyone who seeks hard enough will find, but like someone will spend decades searching and doing everything. Well, that still wasn't hard enough. It can always be this perpetually, you didn't look hard enough type of thing. And so I see your point on that.
Yeah. And it's such a cynical framing because it kind of sets you up from the beginning to victim blame when it inevitably doesn't work. It reminds me of like, the Matthew 21:22, anything you ask for in faith believing will be granted. And then when it inevitably isn't, you say, well, you just didn't have enough faith. So we blame the mothers who got on their knees and begged and prayed for their dying children. Or Buzz, who was in here last time to speak about his daughter. It's obviously their fault for just not believing and praying hard enough. I just think it's disgusting. Let's bring in Jeremiah Richard Justice. Oh, just disappeared. Jeremiah Richard Justice, you were in the queue and then you disappeared. You naughty person. We're not going to bring in Jeremiah Richard Justice unless they wish to be brought in. Coming up to speak to us is always consensual. But that's a shame. They vanished as I was about to bring them in. But fair enough. That's not going to happen right now. We'll keep on going with this silly nonsense. What else have we got? I've got quite a few of these because they come in such quantity. So there are rich pickings. Let's see. What have we got? We have this one. And this one came in. I can't remember what this was in response to.
Well, you're getting a lot of hate mail, aren't you?
Yeah, I do get quite. I mean, these are just comments under the videos on YouTube. So there's a lot of stuff. They're not DMs or anything.
Okay.
But yeah, this one is interesting. So this is from Wolf of the West, who regularly comments on my stuff. He says, John engages in a disingenuous form of street epistemology, which is very effective at tripping people up, since most people, including John, are not rigorous philosophers. See the little dig there? But it doesn't win arguments. Well, we'll see if it does or it doesn't. Demonstrating that someone else hasn't thought their argument out entirely doesn't demonstrate that your own position has a leg to stand on. I'm sensing the whiff of irony here. People who are not multidisciplinary experts in evolutionary biology and geology routinely get tripped up by young Earth creationists, but that only demonstrates that the average layman can't defend science against a sophist. Young Earth creationism remains bunk, pseudoscience, just as John's position remains junk philosophy. So let's just have a look at your central claim here, Wolf of the West, because your claim here is demonstrating that someone else hasn't thought their argument out entirely doesn't demonstrate that your own position has a leg to stand on. Do you notice that that's what you're doing in this entire post? You could have responded with arguments or evidence for the beliefs that you hold. I know that this user is a Christian, but you didn't. You're doing the exact thing that you're accusing others of doing here, i.e. not providing any evidence for your beliefs by critiquing others. Now, you might be right. Maybe I'm just a terrible, ill-educated, wannabe philosopher, person full of bad ideas and bad arguments and poor dialectics. Well, that could be true, and it still would be true that your beliefs are bullshit. So,
he or she, I didn't quite get the name, but anyway, the person who wrote that did not point out any specific blunders or mistakes in thinking or philosophical errors, anything like that. Just basically, your philosophy sucks. That's it. There are no specifics to address. There's no like, hey, this caller made this argument and you argued this. The caller didn't quite know how to respond to it, but here's, a counterpoint. There are no specifics at all. Just your philosophy sucks. Okay, so what do we do with that? How did you demonstrate that? You just merely asserted it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of the same, similar to what he or she is railing against. It's all very, very silly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's ironic.
So yeah, when you have some actual arguments or evidence for the crazy, wacky stories you believe, present them. But until then, stop crying. Okay, we've got Jason Gleason, who's actually a friend of ours, coming in on the YouTube side.
Get out, Jason.
Jason is here.
Morning,
just some guy, yeah. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
We are great. Lovely to hear you again. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me. I just wanted to respond real quick I want to make a comment real quick to the idea that those who seek with an open mind will find argument. I think that it's kind of the opposite. I think in order to be assured that you are going to find what you're seeking for, you have to have a closed mind. You have to engage in a set of rhetoric or rhetorical activities that condition your mind or precondition your mind or brainwash yourself or are brainwashed by others who you have some kind of motivated reasoning to accept their arguments in order to arrive at a deep-seated faith.
Yeah.
You have to close your mind off to all other possibilities and close your mind off to reason. Because when you openly and honestly interrogate any system of thought and any system of beliefs, all beliefs are models that have exceptions and have failings, and other models address those failings.
That's a really good point. And having an open mind doesn't mean being gullible. Like having an open mind just means being open to possibilities and not foreclosing on them without justification either. So you could say there's a sweet spot. Like you want to be open enough that you're like maybe aware of your own biases. For example, there might be a person who I don't like their values, or I don't like something about them, but maybe they're making really good arguments about something. So a demonstration of an open mind would be willing to listen to what that person says, despite the fact that I personally don't like them, or that they said other things in the past that are sucky, or whatever it might be. But I think you make a really good point, Jason, is there's a sweet spot, I think, between being closed-minded and not open to the possibility of things, and deciding in advance what you're looking for, and thereby kind of hobbling your ability to scrutinize with enough care.
Yeah, that's my 2 cents. Because you see it all the time in groups of faith where they're willing to accept anything that people within the group of faith says, but anytime you challenge that from an outsider, anybody who's exhibiting not in-group behavior or not in-group arguments, they're closed-minded to those out-group arguments and those out-group people.
Yes. Yeah. Do you know what that reminds me of? Really interestingly, it reminds me of Dan Barker, the ex-evangelical minister and evangelist for years, fundamentalist preacher, who became an atheist. And he had previously been, when he was in the church, he was like the go-to guy, right? He was the one that the other ministers and pastors would go to when they had scriptural questions or when they wanted to clarify stuff. And he was so respected. His views and his knowledge and his understanding, he'd done a couple of degrees in theology stuff, and he was held up to be an authority figure because of his knowledge. The moment his opinions changed, his knowledge was no longer valued, and all of that, the value that had been placed into the experience he'd gained, his understanding, his scriptural understanding, his ability to understand the context and intentions of the writings, all of that stuff was suddenly evaporated in the minds because he wasn't in the in-group anymore. And I find that really quite interesting.
Happens all the time. That's how you can get Christians and Muslims making the exact same arguments that distrust or dislike or disagree with the other's arguments, even though they're the exact same arguments.
Right. Yeah. Like if you somehow blinded did a test, some kind of blind test where you presented some logical arguments, some hermeneutics or some apologetics or some arguments for whatever it is, and you didn't tell somebody whether they were Islamic reasoning or Christian reasoning, you would be depriving someone of the opportunity to assess them from the perspective, are they in group or not? It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, well, they've done that. They've done that a bunch of times.
Yeah.
They take people's quotes from one group of faith and they say, a well-respected Christian minister said this, and like, oh yeah, that's really good. And then they'll come back around. They'll say, an imam, well-respected imam said this, and like, oh, that's not right. Yeah, and it's the same thing. It's the same exact concept reworded. They change the way that it's framed, but the argument is sound. It's the exact same argument, and people respond not based on whether or not the argument is valid, but based on whether or not they trust the authority of the person who says it.
Yeah, so this works brilliantly in politics. Like, hey, did you know? Yeah. So, in fairness, here's something that I think is really bad that Biden did, and it's XYZ, and then it's like a MAGA person, and so we both agreed that that's awful, right? Well, no, it wasn't actually Biden that said it; it was this other guy. So you kind of do the switcheroo at the end to show them the dissonance, and then so when the excuses and the mind starts churning to like, well, here's an apologetic for that, but that apologetic, those gears were not grinding just like 2 minutes prior.
Yeah, Jordan Klepper does that brilliantly. If you have ever watched any of his stuff,
awesome. He's awesome. Yeah. He'll go to the rally and be like walking along with them and start expressing these views.
Hillary Clinton said that. Oh wait, that was Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's so good at trolling those people. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, good stuff. Well,
that's all I had to add.
Great to see you, friend. Always a joy. Hope you're doing well.
Thanks for having me. I am. Thank you.
Take care, friend. Keep well.
Talk to you later.
Cheers, buddy. Okay, that was Jason. Awesome stuff. Okay, let us see. No one else in the queue right now. It's a little bit slow still, but it's still early.
Yeah.
It's still early. Let's dig into some more comments, I guess. I do have a bunch of these. I have an everlasting supply.
Nice.
So a quick update on the guy who came in the other day. I've now forgotten his name. James. Yeah, it was James someone or other. Yeah, exactly. With his with all his nonsense. I did report him within TikTok. I haven't heard anything back from them yet. I have a horrible feeling that their own internal systems may not get to the point where they allow me to present the evidence of his call as a recording.
Right.
Because I've got it. I've got it on my computer right now. And I'm going to see if they don't. I'm going to try to escalate it because I don't think that it's acceptable that people like that should be allowed to do that without paying some kind of penalty.
100%.
Yeah, and he was skating on very, very thin ice legally as well in terms of his call. This was for anyone who doesn't know who we're talking about, this was a troll who came in about 3/4 of the way through the live stream on Sunday night, and was essentially, first he came in and just started swearing and saying, calling names, and I said, anything else? I didn't hang up on him. I said, okay, what else? And he was a bit flustered. So in his flustered state, he started making accusations of all sorts of dodgy behavior on my part, and then started essentially issuing threats. And he was skating on very, very thin very, very thin ice about how one might interpret the threats he was making. And in a particular light, they could be seen as being, you could potentially have interpreted them as being physical threats. That I don't think that he meant them that way, but they could potentially have been taken that way. And as such, that would be criminal behavior, not just violating TikTok's terms and conditions. And in a situation like that, the police are able to force TikTok to give over IP information and phone numbers associated with accounts and all sorts of stuff like that. So if I'm going to continue to press this, so if TikTok just come back with a standard system reply, which I think they will, I say we looked into this and we can't find I'll see if I can escalate it. But unfortunately, those sort of systems on that platform are not very good. So I may not be able to take this to where I'd like to take it to, but I'm certainly going to try. Okay, we've got Kilua, it looks like, on the TikTok side. If the transporter works. Hey, Kilua, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
John Kahan.
Hello.
Can I ask why I'm being muted in this live?
Sorry, say that again. We missed you a little bit.
Can I ask why I am being muted? I can't comment. It said posted. It said posted because you're muted for the entire live.
Yeah.
You mean muted in the chat? So, yeah. So this isn't the place to discuss that. So that needs to be worked out with the moderators. Yeah. We just can't have that. Do you have anything you'd like to discuss about the prompt?
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Work that out with the mods. All right. Sure.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure you're 18.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, we're not going to talk about moderated decisions from the chat in the live stream.
Yeah.
We do have our very good friend Godwin back again. Let's bring Godwin in.
Good morning, fellas. Good afternoon, John.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
We're fabulous, thank you.
I was listening to the show and the last caller, and it reminded me of when you were talking about how you could take one political view and transpose it, and get someone who's on the other side to disagree with it first. So there are people on TikTok probably, but definitely YouTube. You could look this up, where they take a Bible verse and then they go out to Christians on the street and tell them they're reading them a verse from the Quran.
I've done it. I've done it here.
They're disgusted.
Yeah, I've done it here, and then I resolved to stop doing it because I just thought it actually makes me look dishonest, and it's not a great move for me to do stuff that continually makes me look dishonest. So I decided to stop doing it, but I have done it, and it works. It absolutely, people will condemn it, and then you go, actually, it's from the Bible, and you literally watch them freeze
in real time.
Yeah, in real time.
Yeah, you're right. I see what you're saying, especially with what you do. you want to keep as much of an honest face as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if you were some pranker on the internet and that was your shtick, but
exactly. Yeah.
And this is why I trust atheists more than I trust Christians, is because they hold themselves to a higher standard of epistemology and honesty, generally.
Yeah.
And I'm overgeneralizing, but I just trust them more.
I mean, that's an interesting perspective. I'm not sure if I necessarily would say that I do, but because you could say that some religious people feel an additional onus on them to be honest, even if it's just because they read it on a list of required behaviors somewhere. But I don't know. But I think, for me, I'm trying to build I guess a platform based on integrity and honesty, and integrity and honesty are central themes, like in intellectual honesty, right? The whole thing about realizing that your beliefs are involuntary and that you can be honest about it. I just thought it's not really on brand for me to start lying to guests to get a rhetorical win. I decided to not do that.
That's actually a fair point.
But it is amusing to watch it being done, and I have watched my fair share of videos on YouTube of people doing it, and it's good. It's good. It's effective.
Yeah, you're right. It is overgeneralizing. It's poor epistemology to just assume anything without judging it on its merit. A person's honesty or whatnot. Each person has to be judged.
Exactly.
Mezzo mentioned something in the chat that was very funny. He said he does the same thing with Schmittler quotes.
Right. Oh gosh.
And he is a bit of a prankster. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Right.
So that goes. Hey, great talking to you guys.
And you, Godwin, always good to see, friend. Take it easy. All right. You too, friend.
Right.
Okay. So we are going to go over to the YouTube side and get in. It looks like Gregor's on the YouTube side. Let's see if this works. Gregor's, are you there? Gregor's, ground control to Gregor's. Are you there? That doesn't seem to be working, as is often the way. Let's see if we can see what's going on. This is got some gaming.
Hello.
Yeah, we got you now. We've got you now. Hey, Gregor's, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Good. And you?
Yeah, very good indeed. I'm just getting your name up on the board, as it were. Right, you are in. What would you like to say?
So on the topic of why should anyone believe in a God? Like, I'm an atheist, like first generation, so to speak.
Okay.
My parents are believers, so I have some children, and we have always like some discussions or conflicts regarding the upbringing of those children.
Yeah.
So the grandparents would very likely see them going to church, etc. So,
right.
But the problem with that is, I not the problem for me, but like maybe inconsistency. What I noticed is their arguments usually are not related to the faith or the spirituality at all. Like recently we had a bit of fight over the first communion. By the way, they are Catholic. I didn't mention that. So we didn't send our children for the first communion and the penance, etc. And the arguments from their side, like, why should I do that? It's not about their salvation, their soul. I'm denying them the body of Christ, etc. It's always, what will people say?
What will people think?
They will be jealous. Sorry?
What they're worried about? What, the reputation, or what people judging?
Yes. They will be judged in the community.
Right.
Like, they feel, the grandparents of my children, both sides, that their neighbors will look them in a negative way because their grandchildren do not attend church, for example.
Yeah.
I don't care what any neighbor says about that, but it's very important to them.
Yeah. I mean, what can you say, right? You have to decide whether you're going to make decisions about how you raise your kids based on what your parents and in-laws feel their next door neighbors will think about them, and how it reflects on them, or what you think is best for you and your family and your children. I think it's a no-brainer.
Yes, for me it is, and I keep telling that, but it's like not reaching them.
Yeah, I mean, they're stuck in a certain way of seeing things, but good for you for staying the course and not letting those kind of arguments sway you, into doing things that you don't feel are right for you and your family. Respect you for that.
Yeah, I might give it a little more thought if maybe the arguments were really about the content of the religion, like the salvation, as I mentioned, etc. But what will people say? I don't care, honestly.
No, I mean my view is that worrying about their salvation and their souls is equally bullshit. But I see what you're saying. It would be at least a different type of discussion if it came from a place of genuine concern for their welfare, rather than just the reputational potential damage to people from being seen to not have sufficiently pious family.
Exactly. So the where we have like a conflict, like it's not about the religion itself; it's about belonging to the community. Really.
That's it. Yeah. All right, friend. Well, thanks for coming up to tell us about that and share that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Take care.
I'll keep listening.
All right.
Thanks.
Keep well. Bye. Thanks, Gregors. Thanks. Bye. Okay. Yeah. Oh, he's making the right call. He's making decisions in the best interests of his children and not having them brainwashed. And if his in-laws' neighbors don't like it, I don't think that's of much consequence. Okay, let's get X-Cop in on the TikTok side.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Assalamu alaikum.
And to you. Sorry, I misspelled your name. Let's get that correct. There we go. X-Cop. There we go. Right. What's your position on our question here?
So you're an atheist? Huh? Sorry if my English is not my English.
No, that's okay. Yeah, we are atheists, yeah.
So I have 3 points that I want to deliver.
Sure.
First, I want to establish what is God.
Mm-hmm. I mean...
So do you believe all come from absolute nothing?
So we'll go slowly. So when you say what is God, the way we've phrased the question here is deliberate. I've said, why should we believe in your God? So you tell me what you think God is, and then we'll discuss whether we think we should. Because there's no point you asking me what is God, because I'm not the one claiming that a God exists. So if you think one does, you tell me what is God.
So I'm going to establish first what's God for me, then I'm going to deliver 2 other points. Then.
Okay.
I also believe that everything cannot came from absolute nothing.
Yeah, we agree.
Okay, that's one thing at a time. So please describe the God that you believe in. Is it the Muslim God?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not about religion, so I'm a seeker for answer.
Okay, fine. So is your God all powerful, all knowing, and the creator of the universe?
Yeah, I'll establish that first.
Okay,
so,
all right. Yeah, good to go. So go ahead.
This word God is a word that trying to capture the opposite of that absolute nothing for me.
Yeah, I don't know if it's meaningful to say the opposite of absolute nothing, because the opposite of absolute nothing could be a peanut, because it's not nothing, or it could be an entire universe, or it could be a pizza. I mean, it doesn't. I don't think that really means anything. But okay, so we've got to you think that God is some kind of agent that has a mind that's responsible for creating everything we see, and is maximally powerful and maximally knowledgeable, and presumably maximally good and just, correct?
I said it's a word because whenever we said God, everybody has a preconcept, made up concept about what is this word God.
I agree. It's handy to define it. So I offered you a definition that I'm going to assume you might be using. Did I get that about right?
Yeah, the originator of all, the creator of all.
Yeah, originator and creator.
What's your argument?
The second one I'll deliver is why you should believe in my God. Muslim is
Go for it.
Proof, a knowledge that cannot come from human but can come from God.
Which knowledge is that?
It contains the Al-Quran, like the lowest point in the earth, how's embryology,
Wait, what?
Embryology process.
So he's appealing to apparently revealed scientific truths in the Quran. The Quran says
not only scientific, but literature, many others miracles.
Yeah, right. So the claim that the Quran reveals information that couldn't possibly have been known. So the Quran says that babies are formed by a spurting liquid that comes from between the rib and the backbone. Is that true?
No.
No. So the Quran, so the Quran made a mistake about that, right?
It explained the process. It came from a fluid and is stemming between the rib cage, which is where's the baby.
No, it doesn't say that. It says that babies are formed from a spurting fluid that comes from between the rib and the backbone.
Because that's also not where babies form anyway.
Apology, it doesn't say that it comes from stemming from what you said. It just explained the process. It came from a spurting fluid and then stemming from rib cage and backbones.
Yeah, it also explains the process incorrectly because it says that babies are formed from a like clotting, a little clotted blood thing, which is not true at all. It also says that their bones form first and then their flesh. Also not true. So
it doesn't explain that the bones form first. It just explains the bone clotted by the flesh.
Yeah,
we just lost in Arabic translation.
It's just not true.
If we see, I think it's accurately.
So the way that these things work is that people will find something in the text and then they'll say, if you just squint like this, you can make it refer to something that we now know. That's not very impressive because people at the time that these texts were written didn't have a sufficient understanding of embryology. It's only now that we have it. It's only now that we have it that we can. That some people go, look, the book was talking about this, but it clearly wasn't, because if it had been and explaining these things effectively, then we would surmise that people hundreds of years ago would have had a better understanding of these matters than they actually had. We know that people didn't correctly understand the movement of celestial bodies and the development of embryos and where semen comes from. They didn't understand that stuff hundreds of years ago. So the book obviously failed to correctly reveal it, didn't it?
Of course, we understand it now because we have the scientific
So God wrote a book which failed to convey the information that he was intended to convey. That's silly, isn't it?
It conveys it perfectly, but we understand it now because we have the scientific capability to see it.
But if he'd conveyed it perfectly, then people back then would have understood it.
People understood it, but we understood it more because we have the scientific capabilities.
Right. So God hinted at it. He just sort of teased towards it in a way that could be easily misunderstood and was factually incorrect when you look at the details. That sounds pretty incompetent to me. That's not a proof of God.
What you're saying is you want the words be according perfectly to your understanding. But as I see it, it's perfectly captures what the science sees now.
It doesn't.
Up to you.
So the semen doesn't form between the rib and the backbone. Neither does the baby form there.
No,
it's
no,
nonsense either way.
It's not the semen. I've seen the baby is stemming.
Yeah, it doesn't reside there either. Actually, Ems showed a diagram of this when somebody, because that's the common apologetics. It's not saying semen. And what I would need to do is like pull up the Arabic and put it in a Google Translate, which is imperfect, etc.
Actually, stemming. As I understand, it does stem between the backbones of a woman.
So here's the backbone, here's the ribs. The baby forms here. The baby forms
any wrong?
Huh?
What
is here in between? Like he had a diagram up, but it's not. The baby does not form in between the rib and the backbone. In that space in between, the baby does not form there.
I guess it's a matter of Arabic translation if you want to dive deeper.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
And explaining about the Big Bang.
Okay, so I mean, if you want to pivot to the Big Bang, we can. You're not gonna like it though, but we can.
Okay, I wanna see your view on that.
Okay, so make an argument that the Big Bang. What's your argument that the Big Bang suggests God exists?
The Surah, Al-Quran said the earth and the heaven was a man's must join and split it apart.
Okay, so the Surah says that the whole universe was in a hot, dense state and that there was a rapid expansion 13.8 billion years ago. Which Surah is that? Or is it like this like poetic language that we could sort of squint our eyes and say like, oh, they must have been talking about.
This is what's going on here.
You don't have to squint your eyes.
You do have to squint your eyes. You do.
Yeah, you also don't have to have that words for you to understand, isn't it? We are both adults, aren't we?
Yeah. So
he said that the earth and the heaven was a mass joint and you split them asunder. Isn't that not clear? Do you want other words?
The Quran said that the Quran claimed that the sun sets in a muddy puddle, right? I mean, if we're allowed to have such latitude with the words that the book says, why is it that the latitude always goes in the direction of revealing truths that mankind could never know, and never goes in the direction of actually it was written by people who didn't know what was going on and they were just speaking in poetic language, and it's only afterwards that people have gone, aha, if you look at this and you interpret it to mean that, then this might be symbolic of this, and just ignore all the places where it absolutely doesn't add up at all.
That's interesting.
But the Quran also says that mountains are there to hold the earth down.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
So Christianity, by the way, Christianity does the same exact thing with completely separate verses. Hey, the Bible knew about this thing before scientists knew about it. But the weird thing is we didn't learn about these things until we learned about them. But if the Bible taught them, if they were teaching those things, then why didn't people know about it when the Bible actually taught them? What does the word taught means? It means to inform people about a thing. So people weren't informed about a thing, and we discovered something that you could sort of reinterpret this older verse over here to mean, aha, that's what this actually meant. Well, if it was actually teaching it, it wouldn't be like new information that we learn later on. It's only new information because it's like post hoc reinterpretation of stuff in the Bible.
Yeah,
this is gonna lead me to my third points. This gonna lead me to my third point. Although the Bible for us contains false and truth, but
so does the Quran.
What you're saying is, as the host also said before, it's like we don't have the scientific capability. So my third point is, Islam is the only religion out of 10,000 religions that told you to use your reason, find proof.
So Islam says
the only religion to tell you that.
Hold on. Even if I accept that to be true, and I don't necessarily accept that to be true, please draw the logical dots from Islam says use your reason, therefore Islam is true.
Yeah, because it doesn't show that theology to it. Told you to use your reason.
All right, so let's do this. Let's do this. I'm an atheist, and I'm putting out a declaration to the world right now. Use your reason. So atheism says use your reason, therefore atheism is true.
Right.
But you don't have all the proof knowledge.
Well, that's a separate matter.
Came from God.
That's a separate matter.
Al-Quran also came with a challenge.
Yeah, it's thing X says use your reason, therefore thing X is true. Come on now.
No, with all the knowledge is given and miracles, if you seek answer, use your reason. So that's why I give you your first point.
We're addressing them one at a time.
Cannot come from absolute nothing. So this word God is trying to capture what is always there. The creator of all.
We don't claim everything came from nothing. Theists do that. What existed before the universe, before God created the universe?
God. It's always there. God, when I said God, you probably
That's technically not
have this
nothing. I'll
concept.
give you that. Yeah, but the universe didn't exist. There was, aside from God, there was nothingness, right?
Nothingness. So you believe all came from absolute nothingness?
Nope.
No, you believe that.
I don't know. Yeah.
You believe that. You believe that there was God, that God existed and nothing else existed. And if something else existed, what was it?
God.
No, something other than
something
God.
Else.
What other than God existed?
No, my point is...
No. You're going to answer this. God existed. This is before the universe. God existed. What else?
Do you want me to give you a chronology or...
We want you to answer the question. God existed, and what else? It's not a complicated question.
It depends on how you ask it.
No, it doesn't. God existed. What else? I don't understand what you're struggling to answer here.
We exist.
We're talking about before the universe. You're saying that you don't like the idea. You're saying that you don't like the idea that the universe was created from nothing. Okay, so before the universe, God existed, and what else?
Oh man, I'm not God, bro. I cannot give you that answer.
Right. So either there was something or there was nothing.
Yeah. So that something is God.
Right. So God existed, and other than God, what else existed?
Oh man, bro.
The word you're looking for is nothing.
No.
Unless you have a different hypothesis, in which case, give it to us.
God existed, and other than God.
So God created the universe out of himself.
I have an answer for you.
Out of himself.
I have an answer for you. So God existed, and beside God is the creation of God. Yeah.
And that was what?
Anything.
Okay. I'm sure that probably makes sense to you in some twisted kind of weird way. All right, so I'd like to just clarify some of the stuff we were speaking about earlier, because I feel that we didn't really quite deal with it properly. So let's just have a look at this. This is going to be where are we? Is it over here? Here we go. So this is the quote from Quran 23:14 about how babies are made. This is the Quran on embryology. Then we developed the drop into a clinging clot of blood. Babies are not made out of clots of blood. Then developed the clot into a lump of flesh. Then developed the lump into bones, and then clothed the bones with flesh. Do you remember I said to you earlier, it said that the bones formed first and then the flesh, and you denied it? This is what the Quran said. The bones were made first, and then they were clothed with flesh, and then we brought it into being as a new creation. This is what the Quran says. This is how badly the Quran gets embryology wrong. An absolute catastrophe.
I think it's impossible for bone to develop first. It's lump of flesh developed first.
Right, so we agree with you. The Quran is wrong about embryology. Excellent. Now, this is the Quran on the origins of semen. He was created from a fluid.
It's not the origin of semen.
It is. He was created from a fluid, ejected, emerging from between the backbone and the ribs. What fluid? What fluid is what fluid here? This is from Quran 86, 6 and 7. So what fluid in the human body that's involved in the manufacture of babies is ejected from between the backbone and the ribs?
Can you show me the previous verse if we are really having a discussion?
Sure.
But in the meantime, please answer his question.
Here you go. So let man observe from what he was created. So one more.
Or the one that you said, from what he was created.
So there is no soul, but that it has over a protector. So let man observe from what he was created. It's talking about what men are created from. He was created from a fluid ejected, emerging from between the backbone and the ribs. What fluid is that?
From between the backbone and the ribs. Isn't that in a woman womb?
What fluid is ejected? No. What fluid is ejected that stems from between the backbone and the ribs? What
when
fluid?
You ejected the fluids Didn't you form in the woman's womb between the backbone and the ribs?
I think you're getting very confused. Let's look at this again, because you're either pretending not to understand this, or you genuinely don't. Neither one is a fantastic look. Sean, I got to drop you down. Join afterwards. TikTok's giving me weird warnings, so I'm going to. I'll drop you down. Come back up in a minute, Sean. So not entirely.
Talk about the semen here, bro.
It says there is no soul, but that it has overprotector. Let's observe from what man was created. Yeah. He was created from a fluid ejected. So what fluid is ejected that's involved in creating human beings? What fluid is ejected that creates human beings? What fluid would that be?
Semen, isn't it?
Semen. Right. Does semen come from between the backbone and the ribs?
Where you're formed in the womb. Isn't in the womb between the backbone and the ribs.
I don't know if you're pretending to be stupid or genuinely are, but it says he was created from a fluid, a fluid.
Yeah. A fluid. It doesn't talk about the fluid.
A fluid ejected, emerging from between the backbone and the ribs. So what is it that's emerging between the backbone and the ribs?
The
fluid. It is the fluid.
Take a look on another translation. Stemming from between the backbone and the ribs is another translation.
Right. A fluid stemming from between the backbone and the ribs gives you the same problem.
Yeah. Can you not understand me?
I understand you perfectly. You're just talking gibberish. The fluid doesn't stem from between the backbone and the ribs.
No, you form from the fluids ejected, and then you form between the backbone and the ribs.
That's not what this says.
It's not what it says, and it's also not true.
And you don't form between the backbone and the ribs.
Right.
Babies. Do you know where a woman's womb is located?
Just below the backbone and the ribs.
Below, not between. Like the knees are also below the backbone and the ribs, but we wouldn't say babies are formed in the knees, would we?
I think it's a matter of Arabic translation.
No, it's not a matter of Arabic translation. It's a matter of the Quran having got this wrong.
I don't see it's wrong. I still see the womb is between the backbone and the ribs.
Yeah, we know
that. You see that it's wrong. You're just claiming it's a mistranslation.
Yeah, it's just nonsense.
Is it wrong that the womb's between the ribs and the backbone?
Correct. Well, one, it doesn't say that, and two, yes, it's wrong. So you're basically changing what it says to something else that is wrong.
I guess I have to look up the Arabic translation then. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, that's not what it says. Not what it says.
I invited Ems a while back, but it's probably early where he is.
Yeah, when nobody knows where he is, but yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's see if there's anything to deal with here. Yeah, I mean, it's just a standard mistake, dude. Like, it happens, right? This is what happens when you try to retrofit modern understanding into old writing. You get some things that look approximately nearly correct if you ignore this particular bit of them. Other things that look like they might be approximately kind of, sort of, maybe something like a little bit correct if you ignore all the mistakes in them. Yeah, but by that,
I don't know if it's a mistake though.
It's a mistake.
Just
Babies are not formed between the backbone and the ribs. Have a look at a diagram of where babies are formed in a womb. It's not between the backbone and the ribs. It's below.
Stemming, right? So the words may be correct.
The stemming relates to the fluid.
Emerging.
The stemming relates to the fluid, not the baby.
Nah.
Babies don't stem.
You are the one forcing your narrative now. It's not about the fluid.
This is just essentially what this is. These type of apologetics are word games. Like you can use Moby Dick or the writings of pretty much anyone, and you can find the same kind of things. You can probably if you squint hard enough, you can probably say Oliver Twist predicted quantum computers. Like it's silly. These kind of arguments are not to be taken seriously. They're playground games. Have you got anything better?
Other than that, what fact that you can debunk?
TikTok's now complaining about our saying the live is going to be restricted because of some nonsense about authenticity rules or something like that. It's a whack platform, TikTok. Absolutely whack.
They really, I don't know why they haven't fixed that. They're a large corporation. They have all the money, and their algorithm, as far as like picking up on violations, is atrocious.
It just sucks. Yeah, it absolutely sucks.
Yeah.
Not
algorithm, but whatever the systems are. Go ahead.
So we're not going to accept any of these silly word game apologetics. What else have you got?
Up to you. Nothing else.
That's it. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming up, I guess. If that's it. If that's the basis. Yeah. Thanks for coming in. All right. There we go. My book says it if you squint just right. Apparently, that's the argument. Okay, let's bring in Loony Leftist over on TikTok. And bring them in right now. If the machinery cooperates. There we go. Welcome in, Loony Leftist.
Hello. Good morning.
Good something or other. I think morning for you guys, afternoon for me. Yeah. Welcome in.
Fair enough. Yeah. So with your prompt, just some notes with why should. I don't think you should. I'm not your boss. I personally believe that there's a God and that it exists whether or not you believe in it.
Do you understand the implied there? When in these theological debates and discussions, when people say, why should I believe this? What the question that's really being asked is, what is a rational justification to believe this? Yeah. So what is a rational justification for us to believe in your God?
Just a quick interruption, Sean. Misinterpretations have just made a really, really good suggestion. It might be that TikTok doesn't like this filter because it thinks you're smoking.
Oh, it's its own filter.
But it is a TikTok filter.
Yeah, it is a TikTok filter. I can switch it just to be on the safe side, but I used this in someone else's live yesterday for quite some time.
And Indy said, let's be honest, we all think Sean is smoking.
Oh, Jesus.
Love that. Okay, sorry.
I'm going to turn red on my own, but
sorry for the interruption, Looney. So yeah, what Sean was saying there was we don't mean should in a moral sense. We're not saying should as in like we would be committing some kind of crime if we didn't. It's more what would be a reason that would justify the belief? Because if you take as a starting point that we want to believe true things, right? We want our beliefs to be true. So given that that's an end point that we want to get to, like as a goal that we have, right? That would mean that if we were failing to believe in a God, we would be failing to meet our goals. And therefore, in order to stay consistent with our goals, it would be true that we should change our beliefs if the evidence warrants it. And that's why the question is phrased in that way. So what God do you believe in?
I'm kind of in between gods right now. I mean, I guess I'm still a Baha'i, technically, but I don't know. I'm just vaguely panentheist. I talked to someone and he pointed out some very problematic stuff about the faith. Not so much that I don't believe in the God thing, but
right.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe Deathless Light is Baha'i, so you're in good company. So
I've been told. Yeah. Apparently.
Yeah. I mean, slightly ironic there, but okay. So, what would you think would be a good argument or evidence that this God exists?
I mean, all I have are like the only best evidence I've got is a bunch of anecdotal stories. Unfortunately, like one. Do you know Paramahansa Yogananda?
I do not.
All right, he was a Hindu guru. Basically, he was having trouble meditating. His guru was like, I see you're having a hard time meditating. Let me put my hand on your forehead. And he sent him into a deep state of samadhi, which is like a deep state of meditation or psychic union with the universe. And yeah, obviously it's anecdotal. I'm not sure how much.
Yeah. I mean, can you see why anecdotal evidence would be worthless to us? Because people have anecdotal evidence for lots of beliefs that all contradict each other. So we know that at least some of them are false. We had this question earlier. Actually, Jane offered this as a question to respond to, right? So one person might say their anecdotal evidence proves that the Hindu gods exist, and another person might say their anecdotal evidence proves that Jesus exists, and another person will say their anecdotal evidence proves that some ancestor gods exist, and those three positions can't all be reconciled. They can't all be true. So we would know then in a situation like that, at least two of them are false. And if two of them are false, there's a reasonable chance the third one also will be, or at least unreliable. So anecdotal evidence doesn't do it.
I mean, it is part of what you said. I'd say that the anecdotal evidence of Hinduism, Christianity, like, obviously take it with a grain of salt, but there is some truth in it. Yeah.
How do we know there's some truth? How do we know there's some truth in it? Like that would be something that would need to be demonstrated also, right? That the idea that we should believe these things because there's some truth in it is to make another claim that itself would need to be demonstrated and justified, right? We'd say we know there's truth in this because, and then make an argument for why there's truth. And then the problem we would have is, even if we granted that all religions have some truth in them, what would be the method of discerning which bits are truth and which bits aren't?
I'm not completely sure. I think that that's ultimately epistemologically unverifiable, which ones are true. Like,
agreed.
Like, for example, Moses turning his rod into a snake probably didn't happen, but if it did, it's so far away that we can't verify it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Can I ask you a question? Is it important to you that the things you believe are true, or is it equally important, or even more important, that the beliefs you hold are sort of psychologically pleasing?
I believe that it's important that I know the truth.
Okay. So would you want to know if it turns out that there's actually no good reason to believe a God exists at all? Is that something you'd want to know?
Sure. I mean, I already believe that to an extent. Like, Alan Watts basically said the same thing, but he said that every argument for God's gonna fall short. It's just a thing that ultimately exists. It's just so beyond your grasp. It's like trying to bite your own teeth.
Yeah, but isn't that a kind of cop-out? Isn't that sort of saying, like, if it's that outside of our understanding, then what's the justification for believing it's true? What would it even mean? If we can't even understand it, what is it that we're believing? We're just using a word, right? We're using the word God, and we're just saying, I believe God. I believe God is true. And then when we say, well, what does that mean? Oh, I don't know. I can't understand it. Beyond our understanding. What does it mean to believe it then? What's the point of it? What's the purpose of it? What's the justification for it? I just don't see it. It feels to me like pointless.
Huh. I suppose. Sorry, it's early in the morning and I didn't really sleep. My brain's a bit slow right now.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, it's just like the only thing that I can really point to is, like, for example, in my faith, like, this seems to be something that was true with it. Basically, are you aware of the Millerite schism?
No.
All right, there was a man named William Miller in America. He was like, Jesus is coming back in 1844, and he didn't come back in America, but in Iran, in my faith, there was a man called the Bab making his announcement that basically God was coming back, and that he was a manifestation, and that there's a manifestation coming after him in a little while.
Right.
And he did not know about this happening in America. And this also aligns with Quranic prophecy. It's a bit creative, like the day-year principle, if you know it.
No, I mean, I know the principle where some people say one period of time for mankind is like a different period of time for God, but I suspect that's not what you're alluding to.
It's kind of like that. Basically, there's like a prophecy that 1,260 days later, the Messiah is going to come, and like William Miller did the math, and instead of saying one day, the Bible actually meant 1 year, and that's what the weird Bible math that they were using in order to get it. And both the Bible and the Quran, like, it aligned to the year 1844.
Right.
Weirdly.
Okay.
And
yeah.
The guy was like, it's time to announce the guy. And
right.
It's a happy coincidence.
It's these sort of numerological things don't do it for me, because like letter skip codes and letter codes and all of this stuff that you find every fifth character, and you apply those to other books, and you find you get a perfect recipe for tapioca pudding out of War and Peace or something. It doesn't. These things don't impress. But yeah.
All right.
Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. God is real. Learn sometime or never, and live a happy life. And it doesn't really matter to you. So just be the best person you can.
I would agree with some of what you said. Yeah. Okay.
Be the best person you can. Down for that.
Take care. All right. Just want to respond to something that my friend Chris Dove said. John's wrong. Anecdotal evidence is the primary way belief is established. And as we know, you don't choose belief. One day, some piece of anecdotal evidence will change your belief, or can change your belief. I wasn't saying that people don't believe because of anecdotal evidence. I was saying that it's not a sufficient justification for someone else to take on a belief. So listening to the anecdotal evidence of others is never a sufficient reason. Obviously, for the person who's had that experience, it absolutely can be. And people have experiences that change their beliefs, and they have no choice about it, because the experience, the anecdote, the thing that's happened to them changes their perspective. And through having that experience, their beliefs change. Like, I'm thinking of the guy, my cat's just freaking out, the guy who walked away from that plane crash in India, I think it was last year, sole survivor, right? 300 and something people lost their lives, and he walked away. I can imagine an experience like that could be really, really transformative and profound, and perhaps, precipitate belief and bring about a change of perspective that you wouldn't have any choice in. But somebody else's experience can't ever be a reason for me to believe in a God, because I haven't had that experience, and because I'm hearing competing anecdotal evidence from other people making other claims, and they're incompatible claims. So it just means that the only thing you can know for sure is that anecdotes can lead to false claims. That's the only thing you can know for sure. It's a bit like faith. People who say, I believe it by faith. I believe Jesus by faith. That guy believes in Islam by faith, and that person believes in some other religion by faith. Well, that tells you that given that the three belief claims are incompatible, in at least two instances, faith is leading to false belief. It's a reliable path to false belief. And it's the same with accepting anecdotal evidence. It can never be a justification for another person. That's kind of what I meant by that. Okay. And Adam said, also, someone having an experience isn't evidence of God, it's evidence of something they can't explain. Yeah, it's evidence of their own experience. And if we can't explain it, then we just have a gap in our knowledge. So let's have a couple of super chats while we wait for our next guest to come in. Zafji's, nice to see you, said, every Muslim says, science proves the Quran, except when science is wrong, because it contradicts the Quran. Also, everything means something else in Arabic. Such a good message. Yeah, it's true. And it does seem to be a real sort of recurring apologetic theme amongst our Islamic guests, or Muslim guests, I should say, to point to these things in the Quran. It's obviously something which is taught to kids or taught to people early in their religious life as an effective means of defending the faith. To say, look at all of this stuff, because we don't really hear Christian callers making those types of arguments. I guess they would say the Bible doesn't make those kind of claims about reality. But it seems to be, I would say, one of the most common reasons we get when Muslim guests call in for why their religion is true is, look what the Quran predicted about reality, and then they start the squinting and word games. It's pretty wild.
And Christians do the same thing, and when it doesn't happen, they use the same apology. The whole it doesn't mean this thing in Arabic, or just playing gymnastics, because I don't speak Arabic, you don't, but they can't do that when Ems is there. But the same thing happens in Christianity. I remember several lives ago, we were discussing the Midianites and taking the virgin girls for yourselves. And the guest made a claim that, the Arabic word that they used didn't actually mean virgin. It meant young woman or something to that effect. But when you look at the sentence, it wasn't even a single word. It was young girls who have not slept with a man. So he was just making shit up on the fly, like shooting from the hip. Doesn't speak Hebrew. I don't know if I said Arabic, but he said in the original Hebrew, the word they used, it wasn't a single word they used. They will just make shit up on the fly. Well, in the Hebrew, it's this and that. And the problem is, I don't speak Hebrew, but they can't do that with people like Justin or Dalton, what have you. But they just make shit up, and it's frustrating.
It is. I really like this message. I chuckled when I saw it come in. Mike Ellison said, I'm kind of in between gods right now is perhaps the best expression that God is made up I've ever heard. It was right. It's like I'm kind of between gyms right now, or I'm kind of between
jobs.
I'm
in between jobs right now. Yeah.
Or romantic partners or whatever it might be. Yeah, I absolutely love that. Yeah. Good on you, Mike. Yeah. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it very, very much. Tim Davidson said, my rod is rather snake-like. Hey hoo. Yes, rods and snakes. That never gets old. And Eric said, prophetic dates for the Messiah have been adding up to any minute now for 2,000 straight years, longer if we count Daniel or Judaism in general. Right. And every time the date comes around and passes, if they predict a particular date or just soon, right? Soon. Jesus was saying soon. Paul was saying soon. Paul was telling people, don't have kids, don't bother to start a family if you're newly married, don't get married if you're about to. Everything's going to be soon. And then 2 millennia go past and it's still soon. Trust me, bro. Anytime. It's going to happen any day soon. It's laughable. It's silly stuff. All of this stuff is very silly. Right. Call queue's currently empty. So if you're listening and watching on TikTok and you have been wondering about setting these heathen atheists right, then request up and come and tell us why we've got it wrong. Why should we believe in the God? If you really do believe in a God, you should be ready to defend it. And God will probably be watching you not defend him right now and thinking, slacker, not stepping up. I told you should step up and you ain't doing it. So this is your moment to come and defend your God, whichever one it is you believe in. And on YouTube, similarly, you know the link. It's up there. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest. I'm going to paste it in to the chat as well. So it's right there. So just copy and paste that into a browser and you will be with us before you know it. Right. Let's see. What else do we have? I could do some more comments. I've still got a truck of these while we wait for our next guest to come in. Let's see, what have we got? Got a few. Yeah, this is a good one. I like this. It is. So this one came in from Paul Lloyd. Said, if God makes himself known to you as an atheist, but you, the atheist, chooses not to listen, is that God's fault or yours? This is to completely misunderstand what it is to form a belief. It's so naive to even say something like this, because you're talking here about the most powerful entity in the universe, God. If you believe in God, then you are saying essentially that God is incapable of providing evidence that would be convincing to someone who's currently a non-believer. And the crazy thing about that is that if God is all-knowing, then God understands exactly why Sean is an unbeliever, exactly why I'm a non-believer, exactly why everyone is a non-believer. Remember, this is the guy who knows how many hairs are on all of our heads and how many breaths we're going to take in our life and all of these things, how many blades of grass and grains of sand there are in the world. God knows all of this stuff. It's child's play for him to have a quick think and come up with what kind of evidence would be sufficient to make me persuaded. So the idea that he would do that and then I would just choose not to listen, thereby making myself more powerful than God and proving him previously wrong. You're making your God sound absolutely useless. What a disrespectful thing for you to say about your God, to imply that he's that incompetent, that inept, and that incapable, that he just couldn't come up with it, that he could demonstrate, he could funnel all the power of the divine into providing evidence for one person at one place at one point in time. And all it would take is that person choosing not to listen. And suddenly God's efforts at making himself known are defeated. Your God sounds crap. It just sounds rubbish. If I invented a God, if I believed in a God, my God would have none of this nonsense. My God would be able to make himself known unambiguously to every living creature in the universe instantly like that. And immediately everyone would know about him. And then if he was really into the whole free will thing, he could leave them with the free will to decide whether to be devoted to him or not, or love him freely or not. All of that stuff. But this idea that a mere act of not listening would render God unsuccessful is very, very disrespectful to your God. And he's not going to be happy with you, Paul, for saying that. You could be in trouble. You need to pray extra hard tonight to make up for such a silly comment.
Also, there's a basic contradiction in there. Can you bring that other one back up?
Yeah.
Real quick.
Paul again.
Sure.
Yeah.
If God makes himself known to you as an atheist, that is a contradiction right there.
Mm-hmm.
If God makes himself known to me, that means I know God exists. That means I am convinced God exists, because everything you know, you're convinced of. I know 1 + 1 = 2. I am convinced 1 + 1 = 2. So if God makes himself known to me, I am no longer an atheist at that point, period, full stop. So there's just there's a contradiction like right from the outset of
well
what he
spotted.
said.
Well spotted for sure. Absolutely well spotted, yeah. And then the next one I was going to bring up is this one over here. Where has it gone? I think it's this one. It says, so this is from Abraham. Thank you for the publication. I'm not sure what the publication means. I think that might mean a video on YouTube. A publication is a delightfully quaint way of putting it. If one breaks a law in society, there are consequences, and everyone is expected to know the law. The system as we know it functions, though certainly not perfectly. Both society and the justice apparatus try to uphold the law. God's justice functions perfectly. He establishes the law and records violations. I'm imagining God like a sort of traffic policeman writing down the violations in a little notebook. He establishes the law and records violations. Anyone who breaks the law must be punished. Must. God has no choice. Laws is laws. However, the sentence is paid by another, i.e., if one repents and accepts his lordship, delightfully capitalized there is a pardon. This is the celestial magic pardon we speak about sometimes. This is very lenient. We know it as grace. Everyone faces a choice. the same choice Adam and Eve were faced with. Well, it's not the same choice, is it? Because Adam and Eve hadn't eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So Adam and Eve had no concept of following God or being obedient to God even being a moral requirement. Thanks again, and take care.
By the way, had zero ambiguity, knew for a fact God exists, because God interacted with them in not just this nebulous way that Christians, through a feeling. God literally interacted with them the same, just as John is interacting. Like, they had proof positive God actually exists.
Exactly. And so then let's look at the morality of what's actually being claimed here. So there's so much wrong with this post. And Abraham, if you ever hear this, I hope you can just be prepared to think about what you've written here, because this is such nonsense. So first of all, societies make laws to protect people from harm. God doesn't need to be protected from harm. So God doesn't need to make laws about how hurt his feelings will be if human beings have the wrong ideas or beliefs. He's all-powerful. He can configure reality any way he wants. So the whole thing of making laws here to protect who from what, it doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. So trying to draw that parallel immediately starts to fail. And then it just gets worse and worse, because he establishes the law and reports violations. Violations being things like not being convinced. Well, if you are driving in your car and you speed and break a traffic law, you chose the speed you were going to drive your car. I mean, this discussions of free will aside, you decided to drive your car at that speed, and you knowingly chose to take a course of action which resulted in the law being broken and violated, and therefore you having to face a penalty or whatever the consequences are. In the case of this situation, the law that God has specified here is that you're required to be convinced by something. That's ludicrous. That's not an action. That's not something that you can choose to do or not do. You can't decide to comply with that law if you're not capable of it. It would be the equivalent, if you want to make an analogy to a law in like society, of saying that we have a law that if you're going to walk along the street, you must run, and you must run at 100 miles an hour. And if you don't do that, you're breaking the law. We would all intuitively know that that's an unacceptable law, because people can't run at 100 miles an hour, or some people can't. Let's even make it a bit fairer. Let's say you're required to run at the speed of an average marathon runner. Well, okay, some people will be able to comply with that, but many people won't. They just can't do it. It's not a law that they could fulfill. And so punishing them for not being able to would be bad, would be immoral, would be not just. It would be unjust. Well, in this case, the law that God has made cannot be fulfilled by many people. I can't do it. I can't fulfill this law. And then this idea that someone else is going to be punished in lieu of my violation, even for other requirements in the law. Let's say we extend the law to be the laws of God as delivered to Israel by Moses, as horrific and immoral as they were. Well, okay, so God makes commandments. He says, thou shalt do this and thou shalt not do that. And some people fall short of that law, and so they deserve punishment because they've broken those laws. Well, the just thing to do there would be for those people to face the punishment for having broken those laws. But no, we're going to take an innocent person and punish that person instead. And that's framed as a moral good. It's not a moral good. That's another miscarriage of justice, to punish an innocent person for the crimes of others and then sell it to us like something that we should be happy about, like it's wonderful news. I wouldn't accept that. If I've legitimately broken God's law, then I should be punished for it. I don't give permission for you to punish an innocent person on my behalf. I couldn't live with myself. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't want it. I don't give permission for that. Don't make me an offer and then make it illegal for me to refuse your offer. That's not an offer made freely. That's coercion. Not okay. So this whole thing is so nonsense, because the pardon it relies on you having to twist yourself into all sorts of shapes, and it's not good. So bad laws, bad pardons, bad reasons, bad systems.
I appreciated what you said there. So, in every other context, when a threat is made or some serious imposed consequences of not doing the action are imposed. Like imagine if I held a pew pew at you and said, give me your wallet. Well, it is true that you have the free will to decide to give me your wallet or not give me your wallet, but no one would call that being giving the make. Well, he made a free choice.
It was a free choice.
He chose to get pew pewed. Like nobody would look at it, and in no other context can it be like that's called an ultimatum. That's not like freely choose. Now the free choice is like the whole what is that called? If you like set a bird free, and if it comes back to you, it's yours, and if it doesn't come back,
it was never yours
to begin with. Yeah, that's the free choice. I'm going to open the window, and then you can go out. And hey, if you want to stay, you could stay. If you want to go out and hang out with all the free birds, then that's a free choice. Yeah. But if you don't, this bad thing's going to happen. That is, as you said, that is coercion. I'm tired of it being reframed in such ways that are highly disingenuous.
Indeed. Sean, if you want to jump on the video, we have Zombie Josh with us.
Oh, sure.
Zombie, are you there? I'm hoping you're there. I can kind of hear you. Zombie, are you there? I can sort of hear the noise in the background, but maybe they can't hear us. Why is that? Hang on, there we go.
See you there.
Yeah, we got Sean in as well, but Zombie, we can't hear you at the moment. You might need to refresh your browser or go out and back in because we cannot hear you. It's so annoying that platform is so easily perturbed. Nope, that's not happening. I'll drop Zombie down and hopefully they'll come back up again because that isn't working at the moment. How irritating. Okay, let's see. We have another one. Let's see if this one is any better. Grandma Chimney, looks like. Grandma Chimney, let's try that. Grandma, are you there? Also one that isn't. What is going on with this? Come on. Let's be having you. Grandma Chimney, can you hear us? Great name as well. But not working. Also just dropped down. Okay, well, that's weird. So we had two guests who came in on the video and weren't able to join. But Sean is, right now, right there. So
yeah,
that makes me think
I'm muted up on that side right now, but
yeah, so that makes me think it's something their side. Okay, well, while we wait for guests, we will talk about more comments. Let's just have a quick check of the chats, unless anything important going on that we might be missing. How are all you people in chat? Oh, I see that X-Cop is still in the TikTok chat talking about where babies and semen come from. Fantastic.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. There you go. It would have been fun to have Ems in for that one. But I think we did a good job. I think we did a good job of holding the nonsense at bay. Don't look, John. That guy's still here. Yeah, apparently so, Robbie. How weird. How weird and hilarious. Okay, we can bring in Elizabeth on the TikTok side. Always nice to speak to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, how are you?
I am okay. How are you?
Yeah, we're good, thank you.
Thank you. I was finally able to, and this is going to sound really weird, but I was finally able to take a shower, which is good progress when you have a chronic illness that stops you sometimes from being able to do that. So we are making progress around here.
Good. Pleased to hear it, and life's simple pleasures, right?
Life's simple pleasures, absolutely. I was thinking about the comment you were just reading, and you were talking about the whole I didn't ask for someone else to take my place and someone else to pay that penalty. And there was a book I read, and I actually read it when I was a Christian, but it was about the language of apologies and the fact that everyone hears apologies in different ways. And yes, it was taken from a Christian perspective, but I have learned to pick up the tools that I need and leave the things that I don't. And there are certain things that I learned, such as, that I can be nice to all people, and that's a good thing. So even though I learned it when I was a Christian, doesn't mean that I don't need to still be nice to people. So I pick up this concept that I learned, and the concept is that if I just hear someone say I'm sorry, that doesn't do anything for me. What does something for me is when someone actually apologizes and fixes their problem. And so someone else taking my place does not actually fix the problem. So it will never be an apology for me. It will never be a good substitute. And it could never be a substitute because it will never actually allow them to fix the problem that they do. And it, in my mind, will never be a true apology or a true making up and making amends for the actions that have been done. And it doesn't matter how much they give, how much they've done. It doesn't matter that it was a full life. It's not enough because that person never made amends for their actions. And that in my mind is never going to be a whole true, making up for what they've done. And it's a concept that I've learned in AA. It's a concept that I've learned just throughout my life. And I can't, and when I was lost in the doctrine, I was all about, yes, the sacrifice. But once I stepped back and was able to look at what it actually meant, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I fell for that. But at the same time, now it makes sense that I did believe it because of the indoctrination, but I'm so glad that now that I can see the truth that it can never be an apology. It can never be a payment.
Elizabeth, can I, so I'm in full agreement with you that when you've harmed somebody, not just an apology, but doing everything you can to make up for it or rectify the wrong that was done or what have you. Like if I accidentally break something expensive of John's and if I have the money to like reimburse him, hey, I'm really sorry that happened, let me pay for it or what have you. Do you and I'm not saying you're right or wrong, these are all personal like assessments and how we see things, but do you have allowance for let's say I got really angry and I punched John. We were drinking and I punched John, and then later on, like, I'm really sorry I did that. And then if the person genuinely feels bad and what's done is done and it can't really be undone, but the person genuinely feels bad and wants your forgiveness, do you have allowances for that in there as well?
So, I mean, I know a lot of times in my life it's been done through writing letters, through expressions of the sorrow, expressions of
the
what
remorse.
was meant, and the remorse, and an admittance of what can I do to show you that I have changed, and allowing the other person to tell you what they need to see differently from you. And if you know how to fix it, then yeah, you're right, you pay it back, you change it. But if you don't know how to fix it, then it's simply allowing the person you have harmed to tell you what they need from you, because they'll know what they need.
Sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I find the whole sort of substitutionary atonement thing has always struck me as incredibly ugly. It's like a wrong has been committed, so some forgiveness is required. And now let's talk about who the wronged party is. If I steal from someone, I've wronged that person. But in the theological framework, I've wronged God, right? God is the one who's required to forgive me for this. And then God can bestow. It's not enough for the person I wronged to forgive me. Let's say I steal from someone and then I try to make up for it by giving them back the thing and being a nice person and helping them. I've still committed that sin of stealing from them, and I now require forgiveness from God, even though he wasn't the wronged party. Now, God is capable of giving me that forgiveness and bestowing it onto me, but he has a condition. And his condition is someone's got to be killed first. He apparently loves us all, but he's incapable of bestowing forgiveness until violence has been enacted. Like when my son does something wrong, I don't insist that someone has to be punched or kicked or hurt before I'm able to forgive him for his transgression. I just forgive him because I love him, and that's in my ken to do that, right? God apparently incapable of this. God can only deliver forgiveness if somebody's been hurt or killed first. And so anyone will do. It doesn't have to be the person who did the crime. It doesn't have to be if I've stolen from someone down the road and now I've got to get right with God. It could be the person I stole from could be the one who's killed. Then God can forgive me. It doesn't make sense. It's idiotic. It's stupid. I don't understand how anyone can look at this and think, yeah, that's beautiful. That's a morally beautiful arrangement, that God can give his forgiveness as long as an innocent person is hurt first. How lovely. It's not good.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. And it is, Life's a Glitch just said, and there is the obsession with blood magic. And I absolutely agree. That's exactly what it is. It's an obsession with blood magic. And it is, they don't want to call it that, but it's 100% what it is. And it is a payment saying that I need to see violence. I need to see pain done in some way. And I just don't care as long as I see pain. And that's just not healthy.
It's crazy. And also, the funny thing is, if you look at the God of the Old Testament, he was able to provide forgiveness without any of these silly conditions. You know, there were points where, like, you know, a burnt offering would be needed, but if you weren't able to make the burnt offering, you could bring grain or other things, or there were people who were just forgiven without anyone needing to be killed. Apparently, God changed his rules for himself as things went along. Which we should one day have the discussion. I know Justin's done this a couple of times, and he's fantastic at it. Like, what was the point of Jesus? What was the point of any of this? When God is capable, actually, of bestowing forgiveness, it's only now the new rules where apparently he can't do forgiveness without punishment. He used to be able to, so he's just decided to change. He's just apparently decided to change, or the people who worship him have decided this is his requirement, because in the Old Testament, he forgives people for their sins without needing to have anyone killed. So it's all very confused and silly.
Yeah, his apparently, because we heard them live the other day, that his laws got easier as Jesus came along, but apparently his forgiveness got harder to get as he came along.
Oh, that's really well put. Where did you hear that? I love that.
I just came up with it.
Oh, that's brilliant. I thought you said you'd heard it somewhere. That's fantastic, Elizabeth. No. Completely right. Remember this for future reference, guys. That's absolutely perfect. His laws got easier because you didn't have to do all the ridiculous ceremonial things and all the sort of organized OCD of you must do this and mustn't eat that and keep your hair like this and don't do this with your clothes and all of that stuff. Got a little bit easier, largely thanks to Paul, it must be said. But yeah, getting right with him got infinitely harder. That's a brilliant insight, Elizabeth. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Good to see you. Keep on progressing and getting better, won't you? We really hope you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. We are going to bring in our next guest, which is Grez the Dent Head, Jen something King. We've spoken to Grez before. Let's bring in Grez right now. The rain started up again here. Hopefully you guys can't hear it.
No,
Grez,
we can't.
Grez, good stuff. Okay. Grez, how are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm back.
You're back.
All right.
Welcome back.
Yeah, man. How you doing?
Yeah, we're good, thanks. We're good. What's up with you?
Yeah, good, man. No, I was just thinking, I was listening to that conversation you just had with that lady. Was it a lady or a man? I'm not sure.
With Elizabeth,
I'm
yeah.
really looking. Oh, sorry. Yeah. My thoughts about all this, right? I'm not sure if you'll agree, but my thoughts is it was run by the government to begin with.
What was run by the government?
Everything.
Everything was
You know
run
what I
by
mean?
Everything was run by which government?
Well, all of the governments, they're all in it together, you know what I mean? Well,
No.
They were all...
I don't know what you mean. Everything is run by all the governments in it together. Explain what you mean.
Well, I don't... It's kind of... I need to turn it up a bit. I can't hardly hear up. It's alright, I've got volume halfway down. Right, what it is I believe that the king, like, who is it now? It's Charles, isn't it?
It is.
Charles, yeah. Well, that's something to do with the family. Well, and I don't, that part, it's confusing. I've had brain damage, so that's why I'm
No worries.
not 100% there.
We'll try and work with it.
I do know what I'm talking about. I've got a bit of paper in my back pocket. Well, it was a bit of I had one of them Cornish things. I get quite nervous.
Okay, so don't worry. Just try and make the point if you can. So you're saying that something is going on, and all the governments are coordinating together to make this thing go on. What is the thing that's going on?
I think the war. Well, it's I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, just to keep robbing us. Let the rich stay rich and the poor get poorer. And that's how it's been for years and years.
That's true. Grez, you're right about that. That is a trend which is definitely continuing.
Yeah. And another thing, what I also believe is the government has lost its grip. And it's the elite what are running the government. Do you understand?
I think that to a very, very loose extent that might be true to a certain extent, in that powerful financial interests often are able to exert a lot of authority over things and influence and change the direction of travel. We see it in America. We see it to a slightly lesser extent in the UK. But yeah, money has always spoken, hasn't it? That's always been a universal truth, hasn't it? Whereas that money talks, and that's what happens. Well, thanks for coming in, friend. It's always good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Okay, my friend.
All right, keep well.
Take care, bro.
Cheers,
Yeah,
Grez.
you too,
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Okay, right. Let's get Maddie in. Lovely to have Maddie back in the stream. Bringing Maddie in right now. If the TikToks work, come on TikTok, you can do it. I've even put Maddie's name up already. This might have been presumptuous considering the platform's trying to decide whether to let her in or not. We're trying to get you in, Maddie. It's being a little bit strange and non-cooperative, as it often is. One day these systems will all just work properly and do the things they're supposed to do and not get so upset about everything. Right, that doesn't seem to be working. So shall we... I wonder if we should drop you down and then rejoin the queue again, because it's not working right now. So let's do that. Maddie, re-request up again, and we'll bring you straight back in. If indeed you are there, because sometimes these things can be either accidental. Life's a Glitch says, I thought you didn't believe in miracles, John. I largely don't. It seems that we don't have Maddie. I'm sad. I was looking forward to speaking to Maddie. Maddie's lovely. Okay, so not for the moment. So fair enough. I guess we will move on without just for now. Let's see. We have Tim says, when the rapture was happening last year, or was it? Yeah, it was last year. I told everyone, no, it really happened. Apparently you weren't good enough. That's very good. That was a crazy time. People were like making arrangements, giving away their pets and all sorts of stuff like that. Absolute madness. Madness.
Reminds me of Y2K, by the way. Do you remember that?
Of course, yeah. Very similar. Very similar. All the hysteria around it. Everything's going to melt down. Everything's going to end. Yeah.
Yeah. I worked with a guy who belonged to a church group, and they all had this big plan, like they up in a mountain somewhere, right when Y2K hit, they were gonna like congregate together, and of course nothing happened. But
of course, yeah, the biggest non-event ever. Although it must be said that in many instances the non-eventness of Y2K is simply because people who needed to update their computer systems to handle the digits turning round did it, and it was all okay. Welcome back, Dr. Dig. Nice to see you in the chat. Eric says, let's not forget that the wrong we're supposed to have committed isn't an action at all, but the very fact of existing. The crime is our nature itself. Eric always nails it with the comments. That's exactly right. Like a baby is born with a sinful nature, according to this doctrine, this theology, this horrible belief system. What a horrible thing to look at a newborn baby and say, this baby is sinful. This baby is deserving of punishment from the off. Like in advance. This baby can't even focus on objects yet and is already deserving of punishment. And somehow that's the baby's fault. Like, who's in charge? I want to speak to the manager. This is a rubbish system. Make a better one. This is nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Okay. We'll get some more of my comments up. I think I've got quite a funny one, actually.
Those comments come in really handy, and they're actually, I think, enjoyable because you get the apologetics and everything and get to address it, even if somebody's not here. I think that was a really good idea.
Thanks. Yeah. It just seemed, I do read all the comments under the videos, and so often I'll come across one and go, oh, I wish I could read that out on the live. And I thought, well, why don't I curate them and do that? It's a good way of doing it. Stoic Mando says, evil babies is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And in the merch store, I've got some bad babies merch, which relates to more the idea of like in the Old Testament when the Israelites are told to, go and destroy the Amalekites, and it's like kill all the children as well, including all the babies. So I've done some bad babies merch for that. That is coming
on that
soon.
note. Yesterday, I was speaking with him. I'm not going to name drop. I'm sure she's fine with it, but just in case, I'm not going to name. There's a member of our community who was a Catholic, and she remembers as a little girl having to do weekly confession, and she couldn't come up with things she did that were bad or wrong, but she had to confess. So she would actually make shit up that she did wrong.
No way.
I copied my friends because she felt pressured to confess wrongness, and there was no wrongness. So like, I copied my friend's homework and this, just coming up with ways in which she's bad. And that's such a toxic mind. And I'm like, wow, that actually makes a lot of sense too.
It does.
But yeah,
that's horrendous, isn't it?
So yeah, it really is.
Goodness me. Thank you so much for people expressing enthusiasm about merch. And actually, Tracy's been nudging me, get the merch store done. I'm not too far off. I can't wait to reveal it because I've had so much fun putting this stuff together, and I'm confident that there'll be stuff there that people will like. So coming very, very soon, I promise. Okay. This was a funny one. This one really made me chuckle in the comments. Let's see, let's get this one up on the screen right now. Here we go. So this was from Keonis Song Acoustic Original. Keonis Song Acoustic Original said, 99% of animal species are extinct. Laugh, 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 laugh. Where's the evidence for this pure horse shit? Laugh, 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 laugh. I mean, this is basically another way of just raising a big flag up saying, I am scientifically illiterate. Proudly. Like, proudly ignorant. Right? We have, I can't remember what the count is. Like, the formal count for the number of species, I don't know if it's like 2 million or something identified today, or some number of millions of species. I think the estimates for the total number of species that have ever existed range into the billions. And the fossil record has got whole groups, entire groups that dominated the planet and are now gone. Trilobites and ammonites and non-avian dinosaurs. And you can literally trace the lineages and see them appearing and disappearing in the geologic record, in the layers, exactly where you would expect to find them. Entire like ecosystems preserved in the rock and there to be discovered by us. And the trilobites alone existed for what, 200 and something million years, and every single species of them is now gone. So it's amazing to me that when this information is so readily available, someone took the time to 700 million species. Thank you. I think that's what that is. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Right. So someone took the time to write an incredulous comment on YouTube about this. And in the time it took them to write that comment, they could have instead used that time to look it up and actually educate themselves and find out what the numbers are and what the evidence is. And there's so much good stuff out there. There's so much so many brilliant resources online now for learning these basic things. Learn about the dinosaurs. Learn about the non-avian dinosaurs and how many there were and what happened to them and how we know. Maddie, I see your message. Understood. So easy to accidentally hit join, but we would have loved to have spoken to you anyway. So consider yourself invited up for next time. And it's absolutely crazy that people are so happy to remain so ill-informed. I just find it absolutely wild, absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that one did give me a chuckle. Let's see, what else have we got? Oh, you'll love this one. So this is said unironically, it appears. John says he doesn't lie, but also says he has a book about Puff the Magic Dragon saying all of these lies. I don't think you have credibility, John. Now, that is not written ironically by a friend. That's an actual Oppo comment under a video. Someone apparently thinks I'm serious about the Puff stuff. Oh dear. What can you do? Time for brain transplant, I guess. Okay, and here's it, Poe's law indeed fully invoked there, Godwin. And this was an interesting one. So someone said, you can believe God exists without believing in God. The Bible is clear on this. It says Satan and the demons tremble when Jesus' name is mentioned. So they believe God exists, but are going to be cast into the lake of fire along with the unbelievers. I think every living creature knows God exists. Well, there's so much wrong with this, because obviously we can immediately refute that every living creature knows God exists, because we don't know that God exists, because to know God exists, you need to believe it, and we don't believe it. But even if this silly point was right, that you could believe God exists and not believe in God. This is just a word game, right? To say I grant God's existence, but I'm not believing in you in the way you might say I believe in you. Like I like you, right? I value you. I hold you in high esteem. Even if that were true, and of course it is, you could potentially believe in God and think God's evil or dislikable. It doesn't flow the other way. You can't do the other one without the first one. In other words, you can't believe in God without first believing he exists. And that's the logical break point of this argument. That's why this argument is so silly, because what you're saying here is that these demons and these people are punished for not believing in God in terms of like liking him and affiliating with him. But you can't do any of that if you don't think there's anyone there to believe in, which is the position we hold. We do not agree with you that every living creature knows God exists. That's completely silly. Ants are living creatures. Ants don't have knowledge of gods. And we are living creatures, and we don't have knowledge of gods. So, silly comment, but it did make me chuckle, this whole believe in thing, and how completely backwards that was. Let's see, what else have we got? I think, did I show you this one? This is just a quick one, of course. We'll dispatch this in a second. But this one came in from, looks like JZK Dog. I need to make the font bigger on the names on this stuff. Stop talking about morals. Atheists have none. I mean, again, it's it's so stupid to say this. It's beyond offensive. I mean, it is offensive, but it's also just stupid to make the claim that it's only possible to have any sense of how one ought to behave and how any feelings about how people should treat each other if you believe in a magic cosmic policeman. And if you don't believe in that, then you can't have any views on these things, and you can't have any moral intuitions. You can't have any senses about how we ought to behave with each other. It's so stupid. And yeah, I mean, Fen says it shows they don't know what morals are. I think you're right. I think it does kind of show that. And just like stop for a moment and think about what it means. Think about what you're saying there. Morals is just your feelings about how we ought to treat each other. And it's the most important thing. It's one of the most important things you can have a view about. And the idea that you would say that if we don't believe in your particular set of myths, that we can't have any legitimate views on how we want to be treated and how we think we ought to treat other people. All kinds of dumb.
And arguably, it's the opposite. If you take the position that your own values don't matter, how you feel about behaviors don't matter, you're just going to blindly defer to whatever this other agent declares, so blind obedience, you're replacing your own morals with obedience. You don't have morals, you have blind obedience at that point. And you're actually giving up a huge part of what makes us human. You're giving up a huge aspect, an important aspect of what defines humanity, and that's our values.
Absolutely.
So I actually think you could reasonably argue that the opposite is true.
So
when you
true.
give up your morals for blind obedience, you, sir, have no morals. And we see that all the time with like what people say they will agree to do if God tells them to do it. Like the most heinous things in the world, there's no limit to what they won't do if God ordered them to do it. So
absolutely, yeah.
I think the opposite's true.
Well said, Sean. Beautifully expressed. I couldn't have said it better. That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Here's one that I enjoyed. I quite like this. Short and sweet and simple, but brilliant. God is like modern companies. Create the problem and sell the solution. Absolutely great. That's what this whole doctrine is about, is telling people that they are sick and then selling them the cure. Or as Christopher Hitchens put it, created sick and commanded to be well. I think it was something like that. Yeah, because if we don't need salvation, then we don't need any of this stuff. So the whole system is predicated on telling people that they need salvation. This is a problem, right? You're unsaved. The terminology, unsaved. Like imagine being on a sinking ship, and the ship's divided into the people who are going to be saved and the people who aren't. That tells you kind of what this is alluding to here. You're unsaved. And of course there is no saved. And there is no unsaved. It's all just hot air. All just hot air. I like to read out the good comments too, because there are so many really, really good comments that appear under the videos too. So I do like to pick out the good ones. And this one relates to the thing we were speaking about earlier. The creator of the universe can't do what TikTok does every day, which is capture my attention. Got it. What a brilliant comment. And again, this speaks to the divine hiddenness, right? There are so many millions of people who desperately seek God, and do not find anything. They search, they pray, they get on their knees, they beg, they plead, they ask, they open their hearts, they open their minds, they do as much as they can do. And all they get is silence. And God apparently is not interested in sending those people what they need. Shout out to Deborah Becker. Good to see you. I keep on missing Deborah. Deborah's been around on the channel since about the time I started up. And Deborah sometimes comes into the chat. It's happened a couple of times that Deborah's come into the chat just as I'm about to end the live stream, and I haven't seen it. And I've ended the stream and seen Deborah coming in and saying, "Hi, John," and then I've missed it and being unable to reply. So this time, fortunately, I've seen it. Hope you're doing well, Deborah, and all is good with you. Yep, so that was this comment. Let's see, what else have we got? Just quick check on guests. No one in the YouTube queue, no one in the TikTok queue. I guess we're just chilling for the moment. Hopefully we'll it'll get busier later on. What are we doing time wise? It is now 3 p.m. in the UK, so that's 10 a.m. I guess people are working and stuff. I get it. No problem. Well, we'll keep on doing this. I've got a generous supply of these things, which is good to know.
Yeah. Well, I'll also say that if you are watching us right now, you're on the YouTube side or on the TikTok side, and you believe in a God, but you agree that we don't have a rational reason to believe your God exists, you don't have rational justification, please let us know that by not requesting up to talk about it with us.
Right. Yeah. And God will be totally fine.
Reverse psychology.
I love that. Yeah. And God will be completely fine with your cowardice about that. He won't mind at all that you're not stepping up for him to represent, even though you have a commission to do so. Okay. What else have we got? We've got some other good ones here. Okay. Well, let's dispatch this one. This one's easy. Easily dispatched in 2 seconds. They say, you choose to believe that it's not God. No, we don't. Belief's not a choice. Done. And I see Godwin's come up. Hang on, let's get Godwin in. And we also have a couple of guests now. We've got Gabriel and Espresso Jack. So something's shifting and moving. Let's see. Gabriel's just dropped out. Let's get Godwin in, and then we'll get Jack in after that. I want to know how Jack is doing. Hopefully he is well.
Hey, good morning again, guys.
Good morning again. Twice in a day. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. I had a moment, and I heard Sean talk about confession, and I saw the lull in the show, so I thought I would call in with a confession joke, a Catholic joke. You guys get time?
Sure. Okay. Go for it.
So little Tommy's in church, and his friends come back and tell what had happened. And if you're not familiar with confession, you go into a booth, confess your sins, and you're given some prayers by the priest. So they all tell what they've gotten, and Tommy goes in, and his friends are waiting for him to come back. He goes in, and he says, he goes, "Hi, Father, I have sinned." "And what was your sin, Tommy?" And he says, "Well, I did filthy things with a girl." "Well, what kind of filthy things?" He says, "Well, I'd rather not say." "Okay, well, who is the girl?" "I'd rather not say, Father." He's like, "Well, you ought to tell me who the girl was. Was it Amy Sullivan?" And he's like, No, Father, no." "Well, was it Christine Kearney?" No, Father. I'd rather not say." "Well, was it Siobhan O'Leary?" No, Father, please. Okay, son, here you go. Is 5 Heart Fathers and 4 Hail Marys. Okay. He goes back to this chair, and they go, Tommy, what did you get?" And Tommy says, "Well, I got 5 Our Fathers, 4 Hail Marys, and 3 good leads."
Oh, God. Very good. Very
Thank
good.
you, gentlemen.
We love that. He's here all week, folks. Thanks, Godwin. We appreciate that. Take care, buddy. Thanks. Excellent stuff. Very good. Okay, let's get Gabriel in. Gabriel's just dropped down again. Gabriel, I was just about to bring you in. We'll bring in... we'll bring in Espresso Jack while we wait for Gabriel to come back. Jack, are you there? Apparently not. It's going to be video doing its thing again. I got to change off this platform. It's so crazy. I have looked into this. There isn't something else that does this as well as this in terms of just being able to pipe the audio in. It's just so easily upset. I know Justin sometimes has issues with it too. I'm going to have to ask him about it. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be working. So we'll go back to Gabriel, who is back again. Maybe the second time lucky. Well, with Gabriel, let's see.
That wasn't happening before.
There we go. Gabriel, we got you. Gabriel, are you there? Let's see. Maybe the issue is my audio. Sean, can you speak to Gabriel on video?
Gabriel, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Let me turn this one off. Gabriel, do you hear me? I got nothing.
Yeah, weird.
What in the world is
yeah, we can actually hear you, Gabriel, but now Gabriel can't hear us for some very, very strange reason.
That's still not what I want.
Actually, I didn't hear Gabriel.
Yeah, weird. Weird stuff. I can hear him. I wonder if anyone in the stream can hear him. Very, very strange behavior going on here. No, Gabriel, we can hear you, but I guess you can't hear us. Let me set my own audio settings in here to make sure that they are right. Yeah, strange. That all seems okay. Very, very odd. Okay, well, we will hold off on that for a moment. I'll try and reset it and see if it works. I wish there was another way of doing this, because the TikTok, what you will say about TikTok is it's pretty solid. Once a guest comes in, you can hear them, it all works, it's all kind of sensible. Let's see. Let's see if we can reach Gabriel again. No, it looks like we can't. Okay, well, that seems to not be working. So, how annoying. Okay, well, that was two guests on video. Both didn't manage to...
Video's been bad all day.
It has. It's not great, is it? I'm going to try once more to try, do it a slightly different way. Let's try it like this. Okay, how's that? That seems to be... Right, that's working for me now, but... Gabriel, are you there? Still not. Still not working. Okay. Gabriel, can you hear us? Thrilling. Top tier content for you all today, guys.
I can't hear you now on the video side.
Okay, so it's all weird and nonsense.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we won't worry about it for now. We'll worry about it later, I guess. Very, very strange. That is definitely not working. There's another guest, unlabeled. Other guest on video. Can you hear us? Also not. No. Okay. And Sean, you seem to have fallen off the video stack as well, Sean.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Should I leave and come back on video?
Yeah. If you do that.
Okay.
Yeah, weird stuff. I don't know why this platform is so odd and easily perturbed and upset. Doesn't need to be. It needs to just do what it's supposed to do. There is Gabriel in again. Let's try Gabriel once more, but Sean is still not there. Or that's Sean coming in now. Let's bring Sean in. Let's try Gabriel. Are you there?
Gabriel, you hear us?
Nope. Still not happening. We still can't hear you, but Sean, I can hear you. So at least that's working.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can hear you too, John.
Okay. So, yeah, that is not working.
I heard something from Gabriel. It's his. It sounded robotic, but I got something from him.
Gabriel, you're on your Sony headphones. I can see that, but we're not hearing any sound from you, I'm afraid. Can you hear sound from us, Gabriel? Raise your hand if you can, because I can see you. Yeah. Okay, so you can hear us, but we can't hear you, sadly.
Yeah.
So not sure why. I've got you here. You're not muted. It's all good, but it ain't happening. Sadly, I'm not sure why. We could give it one last try.
I just heard him. I heard him for a second.
I still don't. Oh well.
I heard somebody. Oh wait, was that Espresso Jack speaking?
You might be hearing Jack.
Yeah. Got you. Yeah,
okay.
Okay.
So Jack, give us a hello so we can hear you on the stream as well.
Hello.
Yeah. So we've got Jack, but not Gabriel for now. Yeah, we can hear you. All right. Well, hopefully Gabriel will be able to come back in with working audio. That's not working right now. But welcome in, Jack. How are you?
Not too bad. I don't know if you saw on the Discord, but they are not concerned of cancer at this time.
Delighted to hear.
But they still don't know what's going on. So
okay. Well,
I'm
always
getting,
nice
imaging done.
Yeah, nice to get the scary stuff off the table, and hopefully they can carry on investigating and figure out what's up with you and get you better.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to come in while nobody else was in, but it looks like you're just having some issues with the video.
Yeah, the platform's being really janky today. Don't know why. Not happy about it. I've got my fiber connection now, by the way, guys. I'm speaking to you on a really, really, really super fast connection now. So I don't have any of the kind of bandwidth problems that were plaguing me before when I just had my old phone line. They came and installed the fiber a few days ago, and it's absolutely rocking. Like, it's amazing. So good. So that isn't a problem anymore. But we're still reliant on these platforms to put this stuff together. And when they don't play nice together, it's so unpredictable, and it's really annoying because we just want to have good conversations. So it's annoying to not be able to do that.
Right.
But one soldier's on. Very, very happy that you're out the woods, Jack, with that stuff.
To those audio issues, I wonder if in the settings he has it set to the proper audio input.
Yeah, we'll
because he has it set to the proper audio output.
Ironically, your audio is now going all robotic and terrible, which might be a signal issue. But yeah, we'll try Gabriel again in a minute, and we'll try. Eventually, it works. We've spoken to Gabriel before, and it worked okay last time. So, and he's not wearing the same headphones now. So, different hardware. I'm guessing is going to work. This time he's using his iPhone. I can see. So, I think it might be all right next time. We'll try it in a minute. But yeah, did you have anything else, Jack, or was it just the update on your health?
You guys wanted one, so figured I'd
okay.
jump in while nobody else was here.
We'll move it on, but I hope you're okay, and let us know how you get on. We're all rooting for you, buddy. Take it easy.
Will do. Thank you, guys.
Keep well. Thanks. Okay, so let's third time lucky with Gabriel. Hopefully this is all going to work now. I feel like it probably will. Gabriel, how are you?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yay! Yeah. Okay, so it was your Sony headphones. Your Sony headphones weren't playing nice, but we got you on the iPhone now. It's all good.
Yeah. I don't know why they don't ever seem to play nice, but so I'm not coming in here to disagree or argue with y'all, but I wanted to come in and say that I really enjoyed Sean's. I don't know if he did it today, but I saw it recently. That his very like clearly combative guest that was like had a like an idea they were trying to drive that was that like I'm new to atheism, so.
I know which one you mean. You mean the guy who came in who said he just converted to atheism, and now he was enjoying being able to steal freely.
Oh, yeah. So John repeated back what you said. It was the guy who said, "I'm new to atheism, so now I'm enjoying stealing and whatnot, and it's euphoric and blah blah
Yeah.
blah." Right?
Annoyingly, Gabriel, and unbelievably, we've now lost your audio again.
I can hear him slightly.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better. We got you. You were live. Yeah, maybe keep the mic close.
No, it's still not working. Weirdly.
I'm getting him, John.
Are you getting it? Oh, I see why. Okay, now we got it. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah. So say that last bit again, because you weren't in the feed, but only Sean could hear you. But I know which call you were talking about. It was the guy who said he came in to ironically say, having discovered atheism, he's now delighted because he's able to steal freely. And
as if it freed him up from like a moral,
any moral obligations to anyone.
Yeah.
Sean spotted it immediately. Took me a few seconds
his
more.
That if that's the leash you need to stay in civilization, it was so immaculate. I love that.
Thank you. No, yeah. What I told him is like, you know what? I sincerely hope you continue believing, because now, as it turns out, you are never a good person. You are just an awful person on a leash. And I want you to have that leash back. You know, for some reason, I don't need a celestial being to care about the well-being of others. And that's just me. That's the moral fiber of who I am. But with your moral fiber, I want you to keep that leash. So please continue to believe in God.
Yeah,
and,
it was good. That guy got absolutely caned in the comments of the YouTube video. He didn't go down well at all. It was brutal and well deserved. It was such a dick move to do what he did. Come in pretending to be a newly deconverted person, newly deconstructed, and then say how much he was enjoying the freedom to steal. It's so stupid. He was probably patting himself on the back for having come up with such a badass flex, and he really wasn't one. He just made himself look like a complete knob. It was good. It was a good moment.
Yeah, entirely. Like John says many times that our thoughts are how we speak as our what is the phrase, John? You say it a lot as something about how we dress our thoughts.
Oh yeah, the words are the clothes with which we dress our thoughts.
Yes, and you fellas are immaculately dressed.
Oh, that's very kind.
In that comparison.
That's very
It really has helped me immensely, because I've had people come to me with those fallacious arguments. It's like, oh, you have no morals, so there's no sense in having this argument because you're atheist. But you guys dismantle that in such a fucking immaculate way. Sorry for swearing.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
I saw the lull in the feed. I figured I'd get a chance since I have a break between testing.
Great stuff.
Sing y'all's praises.
Oh well, we appreciate you, and I'm glad we managed to get the audio working. Always good to see you. No one else can see you at the moment because I'm not routing the cameras through, but that's going to be changed soon as well.
That's fine.
So yeah, good stuff. But hope you're keeping well, friend, and thanks for coming up and for your support. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to your book.
Thank you. Not too long to go now. We're like 5 months off, are we? June, July, August, September. Yeah, 5 months. Not long.
Not too far.
Yeah. Thanks, friend.
Yeah, from all the sections you've been speaking of, I'm super excited to give it a read.
Thank you. Really,
you fellas
really
have a good one now.
Cheers, Gabriel. Keep well, friend. All the best. Take
You
care.
too.
Take care. Thanks. Okay. We finally got that working, which was great. Good to see. And TikTok queue still empty. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I've got something very, really cool to tell you guys about as well in a second. A couple of super chats. In fact, it might just be... Yeah, so Tim said, God cursed me to certain unavoidable death. Don't know when or even how, but it's going to happen. So basically, anxiety as a present. How is that loving? That's so good. I hadn't thought about it like that before at all. Yeah, really good. Thanks, Tim. Tim always brings it. Seems to have an inexhaustible supply of witticisms and funny ideas and jokes and comebacks and things. Absolutely amazing. Good friend Base to Share is in. Happy Talking Tuesday. Thanks very much, Base to Share. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you as always. And Ken says, really enjoying the live shows. Solid fan of John and Sean. keep on with the program. Thanks, Ken. We really appreciate the support. We really do. It means everything to us. So thank you very, very much for that. Hugely grateful. Okay, so the cool thing I have to tell you about is everyone in this community ought to know exactly who Promise is. I'm going to assume that most of you do. Promise Backlund is a incredible creator, regularly on the line with Matt Dillahunty, has her own channel as well. She's just an amazingly articulate and sensitive and intelligent and brilliant voice in the online atheism deconstruction space. I've been speaking to her. We had a chat the other day. We've been having first we sent some messages, then we had a call, and we're going to be doing some collabs. So the collabs are going to be that we will have her up on here with us, Sean, and we can speak to her. I want to speak to her about her book, because her book is coming out this month. It's available on Amazon already, so I thought it would be. It's called Gospel of Lies, and I have an advanced copy, and it is absolutely brilliant. And I think it's so brilliant it could become a sort of seminal counter-apologetics text in the way that some of Dan Barker's stuff has. So I wanted to give her an opportunity to come up on here. I mean, her platform is much bigger than ours, but still, there might be some people in the audience here who don't know about her or don't know about her book. So I just said, please come up on our show with us and talk about your book. So that's something that we're going to be arranging very soon. We'll have her come up on here with us. She's asked me to guest on her podcast to talk about aspects of her book and how they tie into my book. So I'm going to be doing that. And then there's the possibility that we may even we're starting to talk about a joint physical book event somewhere in Europe at some point once my book has come out. At some point later in the year, maybe in London, or maybe she now lives. She was US based, but she left. She's now in Finland. So we may do something somewhere in Europe, possibly in London, possibly somewhere else. But I'm really, really happy to be in touch with Promise, because I've admired her work for a while. If anyone's seen her, to see her is to be impressed by her, because she's just so articulate. She was a deeply devoted believer, and it was really, really traumatic for her to lose her faith, but she did it, and she did it with honesty and dignity, and she writes about it and speaks about it now with such eloquence and poise, and she's just so articulate. So that's a real win. So I was like, should I not say anything until it's all like arranged in stone? I thought, nah, I'm going to mention it anyway, because I'm so excited to be collaborating with her, and I'm sure that if any of you guys don't know who she is, you're absolutely going to love her. T-Dub says, I've started reading her book. It's so brilliant. Victoria, she often goes by the word by the name Eve Was Framed is her title on a lot of things. I think on TikTok it's Eve Was Framed. Yeah, so she goes by Eve Was Framed, but otherwise look up. I'm going to put her name in the chats. I mean, everyone ought to know who she is, because she's just so awesome. There you go. Hang on, why is that? I just put her name into the TikTok chat and it wouldn't let me post it. I'm going to try again. That is absolutely wild. Nope, it's not letting me do it. So I'm going to do it in 2 words. So the first one, I've written her first name, and then the second one is that. It will allow me to post them as 2 separate words, but it won't allow me to combine them. So what the hell is that about? Anyway.
That's so weird.
Isn't
so
that
all
crazy?
one word. Premise Backlund.
Promise.
Is it all one word?
Promise, and then back, Backlund. Backlund.
Got it.
Okay, we're going to get in Rob Value over on YouTube. Hopefully video does its thing. Rob, are you there? Another video problem. Nope. Crazy, right? It worked a minute ago with Gabriel. Let's have a look. Rob, can you hear us? Okay, so that's not working. So what you'll need to do is refresh or go out and come back in, and then it should work. It normally does if you do that. So, yeah. Let's try that again. Rob, are you there? Still not. Crazy work. Okay, I think Rob is retrying it because he's disappeared from the queue. So hopefully he'll be back in a moment. It's so crazy to have to do all of this stuff just to get to speak to someone. So anyway, while we're waiting for Rob, oh, here he comes now, hopefully. This is possibly someone else. This is Beardy Man. We are going to speak to Beardy Man. I wonder if that's the Beardy Man. Or Rob is back. Okay, so Beardy Man, hold where you are. We're going to try Rob second time because he was here first. I wonder if that's the Beardy Man. Beardy Man is great if it is. Rob, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Yes, you are there. So
can hear
then,
me?
yeah, we can hear you, and it was the second time silly nonsense that needed to be done.
I don't hear Rob.
Good.
I don't hear Rob on video. But if you
I
can
noticed
hear
you're a
him,
big
you
fan
know, I
of
could
Douglas
just
Adams.
be a spectator.
I noticed you using his quotes a
while you
lot,
guys
so I
talk.
thought I'd give you another one of the quotes from him, which I think is relevant to sort of the nonsense of objective morality.
Sure.
As Arthur Dent and Ford Prefect were having an argument.
Yeah.
And Arthur Dent says, I think we have different value systems. And Ford Prefect says, well, mine's better. And Arthur says, well, that's just according to your... Oh, never mind.
What was that? How does it work? Say that again. So he says we have different value systems, and he says, but mine is better.
Yeah, and then Arthur says, well, that's just according to your... Oh, never mind. He's going to say your value system. So
I see.
You're judging your value system by your own value system.
Right. Yeah. Douglas Adams was on it. He was on it.
Yeah.
He nailed this stuff so hard. I mean, years ago, if you think he was writing the Hitchhiker stuff, you know, decades before the New Atheists, decades before Dawkins or Harris or Hitchens or any of that, and he just quietly shoved a sword through the heart of it. It's so effectively, without ever having to do it explicitly.
That's right. I just thought of another thing he said. He was another one who said that the water in a puddle looks at the space around it and says, this space is perfect for me to be in. It must be created for me.
Yep. So he nailed the anthropic principle too. Absolute genius. I've been to his, so he's buried in Highgate Cemetery in London, and I've been there, and at his grave there's always a shrine of things that people have left, little objects and things, lots of pens and pencils and stuff. Yeah, it's if you're ever in London, go to Highgate Cemetery and find Douglas Adams.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really nice.
It's good. It's easy to spot because it's got loads of stuff around it that people have left. Really good. He was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I've been a fan of him my whole life. And another quote of his which I find funny is, it says, in the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move.
Bad move, yeah, that's right. In the Hitchhikers, absolutely brilliant. I need to reread that stuff. There's so much good stuff in there. Absolutely,
and that's kind of pointing out that God didn't have to do anything at all. God just decided to do this. He didn't have to. There was no problem.
Right? Yeah, we were getting along perfectly fine before he created everything.
Yeah. He just did it for no apparent reason. What is his reason? You know?
Right, yeah. And what would have been the moment where he decided suddenly to create it, right? So one moment he's just like on his own. Apparently he's perfect, right? So a perfect being, it cannot be imperfect in any way. That means a perfect being can't require a change of state, because the change of state would mean that the previous state was less than perfect, right? So God has created a reality that he is in somehow, in which there is no universe and there are no people and there is no physical world. The fact that he then finds himself motivated to change that means that he couldn't have been perfect before. It's a bit of a problem. So I see what Douglas Adams was getting at there.
Yeah, God thinks, what would make this better is a load of very primitive beings telling me I'm great. So I think I'll do that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. How crazy.
But why?
Madness. Yeah, crazy stuff. Well, thanks for coming in, Rob. Appreciate it, and always happy to have Douglas Adams quotes. Can't have too many of those, so appreciate you, friend.
Absolutely. Right,
Thanks
very
man.
much for having me on.
Take care, friend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, that was Rob Value. Okay, Sean, where are you at with this? Are you able to hear the video stuff?
I was able to hear your side of the conversation. I was not able to hear
Not him.
Not him. Correct.
Okay, so we're going to try and get in Beardy Man. Let's see if this works. Weirdly, Beardy Man is showing twice in the video queue, like as if there are two. But let's see if this works. Beardy Man, are you there? So that one didn't. Let's see if the other one works.
By the way, are you aware of a beardy man in the music industry?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if they're related at all.
We
I'm
might
a
find
big
out.
fan of his, if that's him.
Well, we might find out in a moment. Okay, so let's try. Let's try again. Beardy Man, are you here? Okay, so we're almost hearing that. I'm seeing you meter on the VU, but we can't hear you for some strange reason. Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I can see. Right, so you can hear me. We can't hear you. This is the same silly nonsense we had before. You are appearing twice in the stack for some weird reason. It says that
maybe two browsers.
I can refresh. I'm going to refresh your microphone and headphone thing and see if that helps. How's that? Say something? Nope. How annoying. There's so much time wasted on this silly nonsense platform. I'll try this one and try it. That doesn't work either. All just not working. We really want to talk to you. We would love to talk to you. All I can say is try and do the same thing that sometimes works with other guests, which is close the whole thing down and then refresh, come back in again. And often it just doesn't work the first time and then it works afterwards.
If he has a TikTok account, he can join us there and it'll definitely work.
Yeah, that always does. So we'll kill these. I think I have to find another way of doing this. They don't have these issues on the line because they obviously they use something else on the line and not VDO. So I think it might be time to start looking into a different platform that's more robust because this is just silly. So much time wasted. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. There is one other possible way. How about now? Still not. Still not. Oh man, so annoying when you really want to talk to someone and you just can't because reasons. Let me see. Give us one more, 1, 2. Okay, I think. No. Nope. That doesn't seem to be working at all. So. Yeah, that is really strange. Really, really strange. I don't know why that is the case. No. Not having it. Not having it. Come back again. I promise we'll speak to you. If I see you jump in the queue, I'll jump you over whoever's in it. It doesn't make sense to me that it's not working. There's one thing I can try. There is actually a move that I'm going to be making which might make this stuff a bit more stable, but it's going to take a little while to get there, so it's not something we can do right now. Let's see. 1, 2. Right, that works for me.
2.
There we go. Got you in now.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I just wanted to say that I love the work you're doing, and it's fantastic to see that, sense is being made. And, it's a shame that religiosity is I don't know what the stats are, but it isn't going away. And I would love to, be part of people being able to kind of disconnect from religious ideas because they're just mad. And my feeling, though, and this is like sort of constructive criticism, and also I might be wrong, but I feel like these people deserve, I suppose, an element of sympathy, because it's not as if they've done this on purpose. But I suppose that's the core of your thinking is like, you don't choose this stuff. But they've been suckered. They've been suckered by cults and it's cultic thinking and wish thinking that has kind of dragged them in to openly entertaining falsehoods, because they proceed from some kind of mad prior that requires faith in miraculous events to get them. And once they're in, they're in. So it always makes me sad when I see it coming to, verbal blows, when it sort of degenerates into a kind of who won the debate. And when you say things like, you need to come back with a better argument, I always think, actually, they don't. What they need to be told is, and obviously you can't do this in the space of like a 15-minute conversation, but they need to be told the actual origins, according to the latest scholarship, of these documents that they think are the ultimate word of God. If they had a sort of a better, richer idea of the documentary hypothesis, about how these things were cobbled together over the years, perhaps then, rather than just saying, your God isn't this, your God isn't that, maybe instead of calling it God, call it Yahweh, because that's what it is. And maybe then they'll be able to kind of disconnect from the idea that they're blaspheming against some creator. Because a lot of, I'm sorry if I'm a bit all over the map here, but essentially there's a distinction to be made, I think, between the idea of this perfect creator that they have in their head that's sort of morally righteous, this entity from which morals come, and the actual God of the Bible, which is Yahweh, who's this vengeful lunatic. So, like, I think maybe renaming it as Yahweh, which was its name, might be a useful step. Perhaps focusing on the actual origins, as far as we can now tell, of the Septuagint, of the literature from the Apostles. There are lots of channels actually that talk specifically about this. So they're not atheistic channels, but they are about, as best we can tell, where these things all came from. So for me, I feel like the logical arguments against the existence of God are completely sound, and these people don't get it because they won't let themselves. So that's the thing I've been thinking when I watch these, is I love that you're doing it, but then I'm like, could it be done in a way that wins more of the arguments, not by seeing them as arguments, but by seeing them as like allowing people to leave the cult. So when if they get angry, they're gonna dig their heels in more.
I think that's true, and I think we have a spectrum of different types of exchanges on here. Some people come in and they're genuinely like open to listening to another perspective and engaging with it, and we have really productive conversations. A lot of the time, people come in and they're sort of looking for a fight, and they're looking for they're looking to achieve dominance, and they're looking to signal, and it's all very there's a sort of slightly toxic masculine culture in internet debate spaces, which is played out in these exchanges sometimes. But I'm never really thinking about the person I'm speaking to exclusively. I'm thinking about the 10 or 20 or 30 or 60,000 people who are going to listen to this conversation afterwards and might learn something or move. And I'm constantly getting messages from people who say that it does help them. So for me, it's not necessarily just the person I'm always thinking about, who am I speaking to here? It's not necessarily the person on the other end of the mic. It could be the other people, people in the audience who would gain something from it. And it's I enjoy the really productive dialogues, and I think it's down to what the expectations are of everyone at the beginning. It's why when I put the rate the caller thing, I thought it'd be really important for callers to be rated on the sort of goodwill and good faith that they were bringing to the exchanges, rather than just the quality of their arguments, because that's almost more important. It's like, what are you bringing to the table? What are you coming with, and what are you coming for?
That's really smart to sort of gamify being good-natured in debate, and
It's also the case that different atheists have different knowledge base and different topics that they're most comfortable discussing. We have Dr. Blitz, who is a PhD physicist. So when theists bring in but the second law of thermodynamics or what have you, they get absolutely roasted by that guy. But when they bring that stuff to people like John and I, you basically have a versus another layperson talking about things that neither of us should probably be discussing. My biblical knowledge is on the weaker side. When it comes to the hermeneutics, the original language, the manuscripts, I a strong enough base knowledge to like go down the path that you're discussing. And that's why it's important to have like a plethora of us that kind of cover different areas. I enjoy discussing logic and epistemology and a little bit of philosophy, even though I'm not formally trained in philosophy. So you kind of have to play to your strengths in different areas as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, absolutely true that the notion of this biblical God is one which is very confused. It is not a consistent character. But the thing is, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh. Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. So it is definitely true that the focus of what you guys are doing is pointing out the illogic in believing any of the claims of this God because they contradict each other. There's so much inconsistency in what these people believe that pointing that out it's hugely useful, and definitely for the people watching, it feels gratifying and it is instructive about how to argue with these kind of people. My worry is that there's a next step to deprogram people who.
Oh, you're cutting out.
Yikes! That's a signal issue. That's
I think it's his signal.
Yeah, it must be.
Well, it's definitely not yours with all that fiber action going on.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame. Super smart guy.
That is Bearded Man, isn't it? Yeah,
that is.
He's such an amazing talent. I don't mean to fanboy on him, but
yeah. What a shame. What a shame to have lost the connection. I'm going to say is Beardy Man, drop me an email. It's John, Jon, at unconvincedbook.com. Let's see if you can still hear this. And let's keep on talking. I'd like to talk to you more. So, big up Beardy Man. What a shame that we lost the connection. I'm glad we kind of got it working at all. Okay, so we'll move on from that, and we're going to get on the TikTok side. We've got Remus, and then Isho Abad after that, and then we have Unbeliever on the YouTube queue. So let's bring back in Remus, who we spoke to the other day, I believe. Hello, welcome back, Remus.
Thank you. Always enjoying to listening your live.
Thank you.
So this is a very important topic about blasphemy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we did this debate in the last few months, a big debate about that. What is the limits to blasphemy? And I am also re-questioning myself, because always I want to develop myself and this, and I want to be far from emotion. So I wanted, the debate was made for two reasons. First reason, I know that you heard about the guy in Sweden who burned the Quran and then they unalive him. Okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. He was ex-Muslim like us. And then the second question, it was, the second reason it was because there is a big wave lately for ex-Muslims because of social media. And the live is 1,000 watching and making a debate between ex-Muslim and Islamist about the text. And people are watching and they say, what is the limit of blasphemy? Also because we question that because in the Islamic country, apostates are going to prison. There is no practicing unaliving, but they go to prison. You know, we have Isdira ad-Din. You go to prison in Egypt. Chief Jabari is in Egypt because of videos and this and this. So the first things I asked myself, first of all, I don't agree with the guy who burned the Quran, but I don't agree with him personally. But I question myself, he has the right to do that? Can we make a limit for freedom of speech? Me, I can't do that for two reasons. It's not my personality. I don't need to insult Allah and Muhammad to make my idea. I want to always live between Muslims and give them my idea. Okay. And second, also, I make a debate in TV, and there is limits in TV. It's not like social media. You have to be careful. But for them in social media, they don't have these limits. Okay. So I asked myself, if we make a line about freedom of speech, and if we want to this guy who died in Sweden to do the same that we do, like this, we are making another frame also. Because why? Because if I make limits to him, somebody else come to me and will make me limits. And it will be always limits for freedom of speech. And then in the other side, I wanted to make another question also to make a balance, but also why we need to burn this book for believer and provocate them on the street and do all this and shock them in this way. Maybe they will stop listening. Better than debates the idea. And then in the third part, there is also people, there is no one signification of blasphemy. I will give you example. For instance, there is a people, just because I criticize the text and I say we cannot practice that in this time, this is not right, this is not right, they consider it as blasphemy, even if you don't insult Quran and Muhammad. Okay. Other people know they consider blasphemy when you insult directly. And like it is a very complicated subject, and we didn't arrive to a point because there is some people, they were saying, even they are atheists, but they were saying, no, Momika, the guy who died in Sweden, Momika shouldn't do that. We are in the beginning and we need to make them listening to us. We cannot burn Quran on the street and this and this. Others, they say, no, even if we don't do the same that he did, but we need to defend his freedom of speech. We cannot make limits of freedom of speech. Because, for example, me, I choose the debate and writing articles. Other girls, they choose to make only the feminist side. Momika chooses to burn the book directly. So my question is, can we make limits for freedom of speech and blasphemy?
Well, can we and should we are two separate questions. Yes, of course we can. Many governments do. In my opinion, I don't think we should. I don't think there should be government regulations. Now, let me add a caveat there. Obvious things like speech that incites, or calls for violence, or or makes threats, or what have you, or the cliche example of yelling fire in a movie theater. There should be practical limits that have to do with direct harm. But when it comes to ideas that other people don't like, I am a proponent of freedom of speech, even speech that I don't like. There should be social consequences of speech, but there shouldn't be violent consequences, and there shouldn't be punitive actions imposed by governments for speech.
Yeah.
Well, Shin, it was a big debate in Sweden because they allow blasphemy. And in the beginning, they didn't go to him. And it was even this conversation, John, in their parliament. And then other people say, no, we have a huge immigration for believe this book. So we need also to take political decision to make the street down. Like we cannot make we cannot shock them at this point. So my question is like, also if we make limits, let me give you example. Sharif Jaber, he is in the prison now in Egypt. He don't insult, he don't provocate, he don't do anything. He just criticized the text of Quran. You know that Sharif Jaber is famous with 1 million of followers, John. Young guy, he is suffering in a prison, just criticizing, because of course he cannot insult, he live in Egypt. But also he is in the prison. So in the end, always they will make us a limit, Shin. What's the solution?
Yeah, and here's the thing. I've said this a few times before. I'll say it again. The truth never has anything to fear from any amount of scrutiny. So the interesting thing to me is, and I know that, what happened in Egypt and, in various places, when people stand up and say, I don't think this stuff is true, I don't like your ideas, they are met with imprisonment, violence, etc. And it's like, what are you afraid of?
if your ideas are on a solid foundation and you can make arguments for them and you can show them to be true, you wouldn't care about somebody else freeing up ideas or encouraging people to really think about this stuff and evaluate them.
Yeah.
So it kind of shows, in my opinion, cowardice.
I also think
cowardice that their ideas won't stand up to scrutiny. So don't you dare even question it. Don't you dare question it.
Yeah. I also think
what are you afraid of?
Nobody has a right to not be offended. Like, I think that people get this wrong a lot of the time. They think, oh, but if you say this, it will be offensive to people. Well, I find things offensive. Like, I find there's lots of things that I find offensive. I find the Bible offensive. Does that mean that I have a right somehow to, be protected from hearing about this? No, I find it offensive. That's a me problem. The things that offend me and that are offensive to me, I'm a grown-up. It's for me to figure out how to manage my own emotions around that. I don't expect anybody else's liberties to be constrained because I find the content of some of these ideas offensive. And I think that the other problem you have, particularly when it comes to criticisms of Islam, is that there's a conflation, particularly this happens a lot in the UK. I don't know how it is in other countries, but in the UK, there's a conflation of criticizing the ideas within a religion with being with animus towards individual people or a race. So
exactly
right. It's so too many people say, "Oh, you're racist." I'm not talking about race. I haven't said a word about race. I'm talking about ideas. We must be free to criticize ideas without somebody saying, oh, you're being racist because a lot of the people who believe those ideas happen to come from other ethnicities, therefore you're being racist. No, I don't have a problem with the other ethnicities. I have a problem with the ideas. And it doesn't happen in the case of Christianity because a plurality of the people in my country who are practicing Christianity are ethnically different, right? I mean, they're white-skinned, right? So nobody pulls out the race card. But I think that all of these things considered, it's a tricky question. Overall, I think the idea of blasphemy laws are stupid. I think the idea of any governments and laws being passed to stop people committing acts against the religious requirements of others is a terribly dangerous slippery slope.
By the way, this is also was a debate how we separate between the idea and the person, because nobody owned the idea that he believed. You know what is the issue? Before 15, 20 years, Muslim Brothers organization, they created the word of Islamophobia for making shut up anyone criticize the idea. Then many Western, of course, get back. This is before starting the debate between ex-Muslim and Muslim. Now it's the debate between us, so they cannot treat us as Islamophobia. We are coming from this background. But before, when Douglas Murray start talking, because Muslims are not ethnicity. Muslims are in the 5 continents. It's a religion. Okay, it can be the white, the Asian, the black. There is all the race in the Islam. It's a huge community, okay, including everyone. So it's not race. This is number one, like Christianity exactly. But the issue is Douglas Murray happened to him, okay. But in lately with what's happened with Richard Dawkins, it was crazy. He never talked about Muslim before, and he was criticizing all the idea of all religions. When he chose to finally talk about Islam, and he is not right party. All the people know he's atheist, leftist. He's not right parties and this, but he tell his opinion. The how many Muslims attack him and organizations and pressure at the point to arrive that he say, I will not talk about it anymore. Like he wanted just to be objective. He talked about all the religion. And then when he come to criticizing Islam, it's happened all this. Because always they sort you card of Islamophobia and this. But no, just because they don't want to separate between the idea and the person. Because in our religion and our culture, always the idea is before the person. Yeah. And the person is serving the idea, not the opposite.
Yeah.
So,
but by the way,
go ahead.
I think it is worth mentioning that Islamophobia is a real problem. By Islamophobia, I mean people who are racist or bigoted toward, automatically make snap assumptions or don't want Muslims in their communities or what have you. We have a problem with that in the US. Anti-Semitism is a real thing. Like, these are real problems, but it is important to make a distinction between what is actually Islamophobia, which is discriminating against or making irrational snap judgments about people, and then criticizing the ideas themselves. Those are completely separate things. One is Islamophobia, one is bigotry. The other, criticizing the ideas, challenging the ideas, that is not, and that is fair game. So,
well said.
I don't want to sound like we are denying that Islamophobia isn't a real problem. We need to have a distinction between what is and isn't, and still allow ideas to be challenged.
I know, Shane, but in the end, I want to tell you something. Yeah, of course, there is racist everywhere. And me, even I'm ex-Muslim, and I criticize Islam everywhere. But if I find, for example, I'm living in Europe now, if I'm in a metro and I find someone attack a woman just because she's covering her hair, of course I will defend her. But I criticize hijab day and night. Because hijab, for me, it's the idea who emulates women. But of course, I will not allow to someone attack hijabi woman on the streets because she's a human. I would defend her, as I will defend the Christian and atheist and everyone. But here the issue is, I cannot make this political correctness or try to just defend the wrong idea because there is a right party in the other. I don't care, because why? When you want to do academic work, when you want to criticize, you need to be objective. For me, I criticize a Christian, a Jewish, a Muslim. But for example, this is the last thing that we think about, because Mr. John, I'm not exaggerating. Every day, they are taking ex-Muslim to prison in Algeria, in Morocco, in Egypt. I swear, they didn't insult Muhammad. They say we don't believe anymore. They try to open in social media. Now, you know what they oblige us? All the Muslims famous, ex-Muslims famous, who open video, they are living in Europe. All which they have thousands of followers. He need to live in Europe for he can open a video. But the others, all they are with fake profile and hidden, and because we cannot criticize in our society. So do you think that I will think about some judgment, Islamophobia, racism? No, we have a problem in our text, and we need to do this debate, and we need to do this revelation. In our societies, we cannot talk.
Thank you, Remus. We appreciate the clarity that you bring to the discussion and the passion. We agree with what you're saying.
And by the way, I'm re-questioning myself. I like always to develop myself. I don't want to be, sometimes, maybe I get angry because, extremism always make you another extremism in other side. You have sometimes to understand ex-Muslim because they are really under big pressure. But always, I like also to request myself to never fail on attacking person. They are my family, my community who I come from. I want the best for them. So always I try to be careful when I'm talking.
Good for you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Keep well. Thanks. Okay. Good stuff. So here's where we're at right now. We are going to get in, it looks like Isho Abad next. And then we've got Brando waiting on the YouTube side. So we'll get Brando in after this call. Beardy Man did come back and then vanished again. But it was awesome to speak to Beardy Man. What amazingly smart and talented person. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's bring in Isho right now. Hopefully this will all work. It should do. Isho, welcome in.
How are you?
Good. How do we say your name correctly, just so that we don't massacre it?
Isho is fine.
Isho, good. Okay, so we got it right. Okay, well, welcome in. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate it. The floor is yours.
Well, I just am seeing the prompt. Why should we believe in your God?
Yeah.
So I would have a counter question to that and say, why should we not?
Sure. Okay. No,
Because you haven't provided a reason.
Let's just clarify first of all what your God is, just so we know what the parameters are likely to be.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I follow Jesus Christ.
Okay, you're a Christian. Okay. So Sean's answer was spot on. The reason we shouldn't believe in the God is the same reason that we don't believe in fairies or Bigfoot. It's a lack of evidence.
So can I ask you, how does the sun come up, and what is the sun?
The sun doesn't come up. The sun is it's not stationary, but from our perspective, it doesn't come up. It appears to come up with our eyes. The Earth rotates, and so from our perspective, when we look up at the sky as it rotates, celestial bodies appear to be moving opposite direction that the Earth's surface is rotating. I don't know how this ties into it, but I answer all direct questions.
Yeah, so I'm asking, how is it created, Mr. Sean?
That's a different question. You want to know how the sun is created? So we're going to get. Just to cut out the the unnecessary. I can explain how stars form and things like that, but then you might have a follow up. How is that? Are you asking how everything got here? Is that what it ultimately is going to lead to?
How the sun is created.
Well,
through an accretion disk and gravity acting upon matter.
So can you create the sun, Sean?
No, I can't.
Right.
Mountains are just like mountains are created by plate tectonics pressing up against each other, but I cannot personally create a mountain.
So would it be logical to say we should believe in God because he creates things like the sun that benefit?
You would have to demonstrate that first, right? You can't say it would be logical to believe in God because, and then start listing facts about him, which are only true if you believe in him. That's called a circular argument. So you would need to come with evidence first of God's existence, and then you could talk about the things he does in his spare time and the pastimes he enjoys and the kind of lovely things he makes when he's making things.
So try to hear and try to follow what I'm saying. My point for bringing up the sun is because clearly you can't create it, and it benefits us, just like the trees produce oxygen, just like the earth you walk on, just like the life that you have inside of you.
Yes.
You can't do any of it. And so you ask for evidence of God, yet evidence is all before you.
No, that's nonsense. Complete nonsense.
How so?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Sean.
Things form. Yes, things form natural. Things form in nature that we personally don't have the means to create ourselves. But that doesn't get you to therefore God. That's a non sequitur.
So you do realize if you stand before God, how foolish you're going to look saying that, right? Because you have all of this creation around you, and it's clear that you can't make it and that a higher power has created it because your niche is perfect to your surroundings. Even your eyes, even your ears, even your nose, these things clearly have a purpose and were put here.
Has it occurred to you that our eyes and ears and noses are the precise types of things that would evolve given our surroundings? That if our surroundings were different, we would have evolved different types of eyes and ears and noses, because the eyes and ears and noses that aren't equipped to deal with these surroundings got selected out of the gene pool because they didn't work, right?
So then, John, how does existence know to discern the difference between an ear or a tooth? Or a nose to smell or eyes?
Existence doesn't know anything. Your questions are all showing a lack of basic understanding of basic
perfectly placed.
Right, they're not perfectly placed. Right, okay. I don't think you understand how evolution works. And the thing is, you're flipping. One moment you're asking about the sun and trees, and the next minute you're asking about ears and eyes and noses. Right, you're all over the map. So pick a lane, and then we'll be in that lane and we'll talk about it, right? But if you want to ask in one second, you want to ask about the sun, and the next minute you want to ask about noses, that suggests that you haven't thought these arguments through very deeply.
So, John, do you realize that the Christian doctrine teaches that a fool has said
in his heart,
no God?
There is no God. It also says he's wicked and has never done any good. So do you think that's Psalms 14? So do you think that it's true that anyone who doesn't believe in God has never done any good as well?
So
answer the question.
Can I finish?
No,
sir?
can answer the question.
You can answer John's question. You're all over the place. It's like playing whack-a-mole. John just told you.
Very
Hold on, John.
simple questions.
John just explained to you that, like whack-a-mole, we address one question, you throw in another question. You don't even acknowledge the response you got, the rebuttal you got. You then bring it up another topic, and then we whack that mole, and then you bring up, and then you just brought it up again. So pick one argument.
I brought up two very valid points.
I'd like you to answer. I'd like you to answer the question I asked you. So you brought up Psalm 14, which says, "The fool has said in his heart there is no God." It also says, "There is none among them that have done any. They are corrupt, and none of them have done any good." So is it your position, a la Psalms 14, that nobody who doesn't believe in God has ever done anything good? Because that's what the Bible says in that psalm. Is that your position?
That is my position.
So every single fireman, nurse, teacher, aid worker, volunteer, organ donor who just happens to have a different religious view to you has never done anything good. Do you realize how morally stupid that is? How idiotic that is?
Would you like me to explain it to you, or do you not want to?
Explain how the firemen who ran into the buildings on 9/11 to get people out and lost their own lives can't be considered to have done any good if they happened to have not shared your religious views. Please explain that idiocy to us. We're waiting. We're hanging on your explanation.
Well, receive understanding, Mr. John, because Jesus explained it very well, that goodness is from God alone. It is the Holy Spirit. Without him, you can do nothing. Therefore, an individual who does not believe in God is not able to do any goodness because it has not come from him, sir.
So that's your argument. Your argument is that those people who selflessly... Yeah, I'm interrupting. I am. That's how it works.
Does this mean you've lost?
Yeah. No, it doesn't mean I've lost. It means I'm clarifying the babble you're speaking. So what you're saying is, because you choose to cleave to a book that defines goodness in a certain way, that's twisted your understanding of the words so badly that you won't grant that people who gave up their own lives to save others have done good. What do you think that makes you look like?
Yeah, so when you start muting me and interrupting me, you've lost, John. So
what does it make you look
you're interrupting me, so I don't need to continue.
What does it make you look like?
When there's no more soundness to the conversation, you've lost. You've lost, John. If you're not going to let me speak, you've lost, sir.
I asked you a question.
Bishop, are you speak to me?
Right. So if you want to have a sound conversation, we can contend. But if you're not going to let me speak and you're going to interrupt, you've lost.
Right. Well, this is all getting a little bit messy. So we brought in Dr. Digg, who can speak about the scientific questions you were asking. But I still want to follow this line that you opened by idiotically saying that nobody who doesn't share your religious views can be said to have done anything good. So all the people who gave up their lives for others, all the people who, I have friends in this community who are care workers, who look after sick and dying people. They could earn much more money, but they don't. They care for the sick and the dying and the frail. And in your world, because they don't share your religious views, and because it says so in your Jesus book, none of them have done anything good. That's a ridiculous position to hold, and you appear to be doing so with a straight face. Remarkable. Have you got anything to say for yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry existence is tough for you to understand, but goodness is a spirit, John. It's not of you. It's something God can take away. Do you understand?
Issue, I have two questions.
Not understand. Sean, can I please finish speaking, because there's no point for us to speak.
Sean understands. I have two questions.
This is the devil. This is what the devil does. Why is it when I speak, you're speaking as well?
You're right. Everything I do is what the devil does.
Why are you speaking at the same time as me, sir? Can we have a sound conversation?
You're interrupting me, sir. I have two questions for you. Okay, so let's say you have a child and your child is drowning, and a Christian saves the child. So this is question one. A Christian saves the child. Did the Christian do something good? Question two, your own child is drowning and an atheist jumps in and saves the child. Did the atheist do something good? So that's two questions for you.
You gentlemen have a good day.
And off he goes. Sorry, Dr. Dig. We didn't get to. We didn't. I don't think he was interested in hearing. Actually, he wasn't asking questions that any scientific information would have helped him about. He's completely disinterested in that.
Yeah.
He's just trying to say everything that exists must be according to the God I believe in, and purposed specifically by that God. So as much information as you could have given him about how things work, he just would have said that's evidence of how clever my God is.
Yeah, you're right. Now that I'm up here, though, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know you're reading comments. I apologize that I get bad fan mail in your comments, and sometimes I feel bad, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't try to explain anything. So I wanted to apologize that I am the topic of some of your bad comments.
Nonsense.
I feel bad about
apology not accepted. Stop that nonsense immediately. Apology not accepted, and be gone with that nonsense. Not having it. Thank you for the kind gesture, but we don't require that. It's fine. Some people have different tastes. People want different things. People want to hear different things. We don't always get it right. We don't always run the stream in the way that certain people like it. You can't please everyone all the time. We all do the best we can. We're all on the same side here, trying to push back against irrational nonsense, as beautifully demonstrated by our previous guest. No apology required, and one not accepted. So thank you for that. But no worries at all.
Well,
all right.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys. So I'll drop down. Keep listening. But
all right. Thanks a lot.
Bye bye.
Thanks. I think we need to just take a moment to just mark what Isho said. He quoted Psalm 14, and they only ever quote the first bit. They only quote the bit which is, the fool has said in his heart there is no good, there is no God. They never quote the next bit, which is, that they are corrupt. They have done no good. Not one among them has done good. And when I asked him, would you think this applies to, and I tried in the spur of the moment to think of the most selfless people I could imagine, organ donors and firefighters and first responders and aid workers, people who go into Ebola outbreaks and put their own lives at risk to try and help people, and people who do all of that stuff, people who give up their own lives, people in the military who fall on hand grenades to protect their friends, who just happen to have a different religious view. His answer was, no, none of them have done anything good. In other words, none of those deeds they've done are good deeds because of the belief states of those people. That is a perspective so twisted and so horrible that when I asked it of a military chaplain who I was engaging with last year, he ran screaming. I mean, he dropped everything and ran away because he realized where it was leading him. He realized that. You remember that, right? He wouldn't
blocked you outright.
He ran and blocked. He realized what the corner he'd painted himself into, quite how ugly it was, and he realized how reputationally damaging it would be for anyone to hear him saying that. And the chap we just had up now said it with a straight face and then doubled down on it. What an absolute perfect demonstration of how corrupting these belief systems can be, to lead someone to say something so obviously idiotic. Okay, so with that said, we have a few in the queue now. So we're going to try and get through calls effectively. We have Beardy Man is back, having been cut off. So let's just bring Beardy Man back in with the understanding that we probably won't speak for too long. That's if video works. We won't speak for too long just because we have a few others waiting. We want to get onto those discussions, but it was annoying to have that conversation cut short. So we'll briefly tie things up with Beardy Man, who I'd like to speak to more. And then after that, we'll probably we've got Jabir next, probably. And we also have Brando, who's been waiting ages. And we've got Haley Loves Books and X-Cop back again on the TikTok side. So we've got a few people. We'll try and be efficient and get to things well. So, Beardy Man, can you hear me okay? Looks like he's listening on the YouTube stream, not on the video stream.
Beardy Man, do you get us?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, got us
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Awesome.
Cool, wonderful. Yeah, I'll keep it brief.
Okay, welcome back. And yeah, keep it brief. But I chucked you my email address. Drop me an email. We'll talk more.
Yeah. I could hear. I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me and not John?
I can only hear you. Yeah, I can't hear John.
How weird.
Yeah. So, do you want to run with it, John?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
All right, you're stuck with me, buddy. Sorry about that. Yeah, so John, so the video's having an issue where you can hear me but not John. So
Okay, there's a crazy delay. So maybe let's do this later because the tech isn't working. But thanks for having me anyway. I'll call another time, see if the tech works then.
All right.
All right, Bearded Man. Thanks for coming.
Cheers, friend.
No worries. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay, that's really weird. Okay, so I don't know if that's going to happen for all calls. Sean, can you hear me on video okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can. Okay, so that's... Who knows what's going on with that?
Weirdness abounds on video.
It really is.
It's random. Who won't be able to hear who? It just
I know.
Really
it's intolerable. I'm going to make it better. There's a tech move I'm going to be able to make that will make it better, but not for a little while. Okay, I brought Brando in, who's been waiting for ages. Brando, can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you. Thank you for waiting patiently for so long. Brando's been waiting for ages. So welcome in, Brando. Lovely to speak to you. Floor is yours, friend.
Thank you. Yeah, listening to you, I can only hear one side when I'm in the queue. So I don't know what that other guy was talking about when he was bringing it up, but I just got all the warm fuzzies hearing only your side of the discussion and just hearing a random stranger on the internet kind of defend me without knowing that you were defending me. I happen to be a gay man married to my husband for 12 years. And then he started making shots about social workers, and I happen to be somebody who takes care of the elderly and those at the end of their life. So I was like, oh, he's coming after me professionally, personally. And then to hear you stand up for me, I just
We're
really
not having any of that. We're not having any of that. We will stand up for you all day long.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I wanted to talk a little bit about queerness and deconstruction. I was raised in what I like to call a competitively Catholic family. Not only were we Catholic, but we were the best Catholics, and we would take shots at other families for missing church and not doing it right. And we needed the best seats closest to God in heaven, so we were racking up those God points any way we can. In fact, I got asked not to come back to a friend's house because I tried to convert somebody's child while on a play date. So really deep into it. And my family still is, but my queerness allowed me to leave it because I had to either live a life that was a lie, or say, oh, there's something about me that I can't change, that maybe nothing's wrong with, and I should pursue the life I've been given.
Gotcha.
And so many times, I just wanted to bring this up, so many times in the conversation around sexuality, nobody talks about the pain that it would be to bring a young person, a young woman into my lie and marry somebody to try to fit in. And then that woman doesn't get the love she deserves, doesn't get a loving husband, doesn't get a satisfactory sex life or intimacy, and thinks that something's wrong with her. And then you've got kids who are being raised and there's disconnect between the two parents and nobody knows why.
Such a good point.
People focus in on the gay person and their quote unquote choice or not choice to love whom they love, but not, okay, well, magic wand, you don't want me to be married to my husband who's dope and I had to marry him, he's awesome, and you want me to marry a woman. Well, what does that do to that poor woman? It's so unfair to her.
It's such a good perspective, Brando. It's actually it's not something I've heard articulated before in that way. Again, it's another one of those things. It's so obvious when you say it. It's so completely obvious. And thank you for saying it, first of all. And what a brilliant thing for us all to bear in mind if we find ourselves in these kind of conversations with narrow-minded people who are expressing horrendous views about this stuff. I think that's a really, really good point. And just how awful for anyone to be expected to live a life where they just can't be authentic. being authentic and being able to just live the life that you are without forcing yourself to lie to yourself and pretend to be something else. It's so unsustainable to live like that. So
exactly the word, unsustainable.
It is. It's not okay. It's not okay. And the same thing happens to belief itself. So like people who have to continually perform the role of being a believer, like they have to perform faith without feeling it, perform belief without experiencing it. It's exhausting to live with that dissonance every day, role playing someone else who isn't them every day.
Yeah, I think about that a lot. My mom and my sister, I kind of lost my relationships with them to the church because they have to choose the church over their relationship with me and their relationship with their son-in-law, brother-in-law. So you could go to their house and you'll never see pictures of my husband anywhere in any of the family photos. It's just me. And so I think about that all the time because they're constantly lying about who I am to their friends, their their church-going peers, because my mom will be on the phone in my house and a friend will call and she'll have to say she's visiting her son and his family.
Oh God.
To really like straight wash it so she can still fit in at church. And I think about that being like, oh, so now it's not about me coming out of the closet, it's about my family being like, hey, there's someone I love who happens to not fall into this narrow view, but then that becomes their problem when they show up on Sundays.
Right.
And so it's just like, oh, sorry about that. You should just be honest about it, but I can't tell you what to do. And I'm rounding 40, so this has been a long-term thing. So it's not going to change. It just is what it is, and I have to refocus on those whom are there to love me. And just like you show up as an ally, for me on that previous call, I make it my job to show up for Black and brown voices where they can't be heard, and women. And really spend my time volunteering and trying to get some racial justice work done. It's especially hard in the States right now. We're losing a lot of ground. So anywhere I can be outspoken and put my time, energy, and money, I'm doing it. So
Good for you.
not only benefiting from the allyship, but making sure we all stand up together and speak truth against power.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up a perspective here because what you brought up about the harm that it does to the woman, that's a valid point. Harm is bad, right? But the underlying theme there is that it's the straight woman who is harmed that we should care about that, but that shouldn't even be necessary. The impact on you itself should be enough. That in itself. Sorry, I'm getting I'll be right back. I'm getting a call.
Sure.
I'll speak to it anyway, Sean. I mean, absolutely. But I just kind of like go where the flow is, and if someone's not honoring that impact on me and doesn't value that for whatever reason, then I go down river to like, okay, do you care about the impact on the young woman? No, you don't care about that. Well, how about you? I'm making it less competitive for you to find a date. Can I sell you on that?
Man.
And I just keep on going downstream, and seeing where you can get any sort of ground. But anyway, I just wanted to call in. You all are super friendly, and I just wanted to thank you for all the things you do. Yeah,
of course. Thanks, Brando. Thank you so much, and good for you. And sorry I kept you waiting so long, but thanks for coming in. We appreciate it and making such a brilliant point so eloquently. Love you for that.
Yeah, it was an easy wait. Take care.
Thanks, friend. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, that was excellent. Okay, let's bring in Jabir now. Hopefully the system will work and it will all be good. After that, we've got Haley Loves Books and Ex-Cop on the other side. TikTok is insisting I remove Sean again. So we'll remove Sean now and then he'll come straight back in. I don't know what is going on with that. It's all very silly. Okay, there we go. Right, let's see if we can get Jabir in. Jabir, are you there? Can you hear me? Predictably enough, it's still not happening. Jabir, if you can just either refresh your browser or leave and come back in, then we should be able to hear you the second time, hopefully. We hope that that is the case. While we're waiting for that to happen, I'll just say come back in again, leave and come back. While we're waiting for that to happen, we will check if let's see, waiting for Sean to come back in as well. Oh, it's all happening today, isn't it, folks? Okay, let's get let's see, Jabir is back again. Let's see if it works second time. Hopefully it does. Jabir, are you there? Still not. Okay, well, that seems to not... Yeah, there we go. Now it's working. We got you. Okay, welcome back. We got you. How you doing?
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing? Hang on. How are you doing?
I cannot hear you.
You can't hear us. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I know why. I know what to do so that you can hear me. Give me 1 second. Let's do this and that.
Hello? Hello?
How's that now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you on the live stream. I just can't hear you all.
Yeah. You should be able to hear me now. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Welcome back. Welcome back in.
Here.
Yeah, we got you. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
you hear
good.
Me?
Yeah, you're up. You're live. You're on it, dude. Floor is yours.
Okay. So, I was just hoping, first of all, to clarify. By the way, nice to see you again.
And you.
Just to clarify the church's teachings on the past couple of points. First of all, homosexuality. I heard he mentioned he sort of was put in a position to choose whether to authentically be him, which obviously the church doesn't condone that. The church doesn't force anyone to marry into heterosexual relationships. If you're homosexual, you can just practice abstinence. But obviously, we do disallow homosexual marriage because it's
what do you think it's? Hang on a second. What do you think it's like to spend a lifetime having to be abstinent? What do you think that's like? Do you think that's easy?
No, of course not. It's incredibly hard. Lust is a incredibly hard.
Not just lust, but like the need for human physical connection, the expression of love through physicality. It's not just lust, not just getting your rocks off. It's human connection through sexual intimacy. To condemn someone to a lifetime so easily, you know, in such a relaxed way. Oh, you just be abstinent for your whole life. Go without a basic human need, as if that's easy. As if it's nothing.
Would you be good with doing that?
It's not loving.
Sex is a human need. There are many people who practice abstinence throughout their entire lives.
If they choose to. It's one thing to choose to. It's another thing to have it imposed on you by someone else who thinks you ought to. That's a different thing. That's not loving. That is not loving.
No one's imposing it on them.
Well, it is kind of imposed on them because
it's the country in the world where
it's an expectation. It's a moral expectation. So whether someone's coming along and forcing them or not, it's still an imposition. People are being told that if you don't do that, it's wrong. That is called imposing it on them.
Or threatening with hell. You know, that's sort of a forcing mechanism.
That too. Sean, by the way, TikTok kicked you out. I need you to come back in on TikTok when we move over.
Sure.
Yeah. So carry on. So
it's sodomy. It's a sin, and of course, it's not within the church.
What makes it immoral besides being a sin?
Like
without calling upon religion, can you come up with?
First of all, it's
hold on. Let me finish. Don't talk over me, please. All right. So why is can you articulate a reason for homosexuality to be immoral without saying God told me so? Is there any reason, or is it just obedience to God?
Well, there are many reasons. Obviously, my morality comes from God as my objective source. However, I can also articulate a reason, if you'd like, a secular reason. It's the unnatural use of human reproductive organs. It also
why is that immoral?
It also invokes visceral disgust in people. We know this.
Hold on. One at a time. Don't gish gallop. So, what's the best reason you have that why homosexuality is immoral that doesn't involve blind obedience to your God?
But I don't think it's blind. But like I said, my morality is objective and comes through God. So
you're still referencing God. So what's a reason that doesn't involve
I don't get what you're asking a Christian to articulate how things are moral when their morality comes objectively through God. It's like ridiculous.
You're not going to pivot. We can pivot. You're not going to pivot. We could have a moral debate about
that's not a pivot.
Philosophy.
Morality comes through God.
We can stop talking over me. I understand it's a defense mechanism, but let's go back and forth. I asked you a question. John and I answer all questions directly. What is a reason to believe homosexuality is immoral that doesn't involve your God, or acknowledge you don't have one?
I can't give you one because, like I said, my morality comes objectively through God. You're speaking over me.
All right. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you don't have a logical reason why homosexuality is immoral.
Well, there's
just God tells me so, and that's it.
Well, yes, like I said, because my morality comes through God. Yes. However, there are different reasons. That's not in the realm of morality as to why homosexuality is wrong.
Great. That's what I'm asking you.
So it also invokes visceral disgust as well.
Right. I mean, you invoke visceral disgust in me, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be allowed to be yourself.
I'm hearing multiple voices on the line. Is there a woman's voice?
Don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, I don't know why that would be the case. Yeah. Are you still there, Jabu?
Yeah, I'm here, but I can hear someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, we're hearing other conversations happening on video, John.
I don't know why that's the case. I'm just going to remove other people from the video queue for now. Video is playing up really badly, so we shouldn't be able to hear anyone else, but we can for some weird reason. I don't know why. So I'm going to say, yeah. For now, I'm going to remove. Hang on, let's do it like this. Okay, you should be able to hear anything now. How about is that better?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, your reasons that you gave, Sean, were that you think it's an unnatural use of body parts. Well, that's not an argument for whether it's moral or not, because I
can't give an argument for why it's
right.
immoral.
So you can't.
Yeah, he admitted that.
Okay. All right. So all you've got is my book told me to be a bigot. Anything else?
Well, I mean, if you want to interpret it like that, but it's
how else can I interpret it?
Well, it's a ridiculous question because you're asking someone who gets their morality from an objective source, God.
You don't have morality. You don't have morality. All you've got is obedience. No, your God says it's good to put swords through babies, and you're totally fine with that. Your God says that it's okay for innocent women to be stoned to death. You're totally fine with that too. You don't have morality. You've outsourced it to someone else, and their morality is shit. You've just inherited it, but all you have is obedience.
So are you arguing that? Are you arguing that Christian morality is subjective, or what are you arguing?
Everyone's morality is subjective. You have made a subjective choice to pick one of many thousands of different religions available, and then one of many different hundreds of interpretations of that religion available. You have subjectively chosen to align yourself with that. You could have chosen something else, but you've subjectively chosen to align yourself with that, and then you've offloaded your moral sense to whatever it says in your holy instruction book. You don't have morality. All you have is blind obedience, like a good little puppy.
For the same reason you do.
Sorry?
I reject the other religions from the same reason you do, that I believe they're false.
Great, that's lovely. So I reject yours in the same way.
Supposing that purely because there are many religions, it makes religion inherently false, which is ridiculous.
That's not what he said.
No one is saying that. No one is saying that. We're not saying it's false.
So how is it subjective?
It's subjective because you made a choice to pick it.
Your personal preference as your moral compass. We all start with our personal preference to use as a moral compass.
Yeah.
You have subjectively decided to defer your morality to God's subjective preference, that the God that you believe exists. So we all have a value. Like, we value the well-being of others. You value blind obedience, and you said it's not blind. Is there anything God can say that you would think is immoral?
No.
Okay, so that's called blind obedience.
Yeah, but it's so God is truth. Everything that comes through God.
No, truth has a definition. God is not truth. So if God said "Never Gonna Give You Up" by Rick Astley is a great song, would you consider it an objectively great song?
Yes, but God wouldn't say it's a great song.
Okay, so basically anything that is subjective, if God holds the opinion, it magically becomes objective.
God doesn't hold opinions. That's a complete straw man. God doesn't hold opinions.
So God doesn't have stances on issues?
No, I think you're understanding the Christian theology. God by his very nature is truth, and nothing truthful exists without God. Therefore, everything God says is inherently truthful, and our morality is objective.
This is theobabble. This is just theobabble.
That's just a
meaningless deepities and twaddle. We're interested in real world stuff, real lives, and how real lives are impacted by real ideas, not this theobabble. God is truth is meaningless.
Sorry, John. If God said cutting the toes off of babies is immoral, would you consider it moral? Yes or no?
If God said what? Sorry?
If God said cutting the toes off of babies is moral, would you consider it to be moral? Yes or no?
Yes, but has God said that?
Okay.
Well, not exactly that. He has said putting swords through them is good.
He did tell people to drive their swords into babies, though.
Yeah.
Not necessarily just the toes, but you consider those things good. So you subjectively decide that any atrocity, no matter what, if it came from God, is good. And so the word good has lost all meaning. So God is not good. There's no criteria. If there's no criteria for which you could determine God is bad, then your determination of him being good is absolutely meaningless.
You're misunderstanding.
All you're saying is God is God.
You're misunderstanding Christian theology. My criteria for goodness is anything that comes from God. I hope you understand that.
That's what I said. That's what I said. So basically,
God is absolute goodness. God is absolute goodness. God is.
If there's no criteria for determining God to be bad, then calling him good is meaningless. You're literally just saying God is God.
I've got something that might help here. I've got something that might help here. Words have purposes. Words are supposed to describe things rather than just label things. So when you say God is good, you're just labeling, but you're not describing. When I call something good, I'm describing it. I'm saying that it has properties which would commonly be associated with goodness, and we all understand what that means. Now, to clarify this for you, let's use a different example. Let's say we use the word hot. If I say that object is hot, now we know that hot isn't precisely defined as a specific temperature, but we all understand hot means maybe a range of temperatures which we consider to be, I don't know, above averagely warm or something. Right? I'm describing something as hot. Now imagine you take a lump of ice and you say, I'm going to call this hot. I'm just going to label this hot. It's immediately obvious that this is nonsense, right? That this is fraudulent. You're just taking a word and you're saying, well, I'm defining this ice as hot, right? What you've done is you've just broken the word hot. And in labeling it rather than describing it, and when you use the word as a label rather than a descriptor, you break the meaning of the word. This is what you're doing when you say God is good. You're taking the word good and you're stripping out everything that would be commonly understood as good by anyone with a brain, and you're slapping it on your favorite imaginary friend and going, job done. Meanwhile, you've broken the word good and you've broken the accurate description of your favorite imaginary friend because we know nothing about his moral character at all from that act.
So there's a difference between human relative goodness and God's absolute goodness. There's a complete difference. For example, if someone, like you were saying earlier, if someone say, I don't know what the other Christian was talking about, he doesn't hold any official dogma or any official teaching. If someone saves a baby from a burning fire, what they did is good, and that's because it holds to a good moral standard. It is also virtuous. However, that does not compare to God's absolute goodness.
So Psalm 14 is wrong then.
No, you're misunderstanding Psalm 14. Psalm 14 is a comment on humans, on our human nature, which is inherently not good.
So Psalm 14 is right or wrong? Decide.
Psalm 14 is good when it's talking. It is wrong. It is correct. Sorry, I'm stuttering a bit. It's correct when it's referring to absolute goodness in the context of human nature, which is objectively not good. However, relatively, a human can be good if they do something which is subjectively good towards us.
Let's read it and reveal the BS here. Fools say, and this is the wrong translation, but okay, we'll have it anyway. Fools say in their heart, there is no God. This is the one everyone quotes, right? But then it says, they are corrupt. They do abominable deeds. There is no one who does good. Not one who is ultimately good in a theological way. There is no one who does good. So do they do good or do they not do good?
Yeah, there is no one who does good. That's in reference to human nature.
So do they do good or do they not do good?
No, in comparison to God's absolute goodness. No.
It doesn't say in comparison to God's... You just can't have words just mean words. All of this is just word games. Why can't you people stop playing fucking word games? It's so dull. Yeah. No one is interested in this. We're interested in normal conversations. If someone says to me, that person's not done anything good, I don't start fretting about what I mean by, is it comparison to God's nature? I understand that words mean words. Are word games the best? Are word games the best you have? Is that the best you have?
No, it's absolutely not wordplay. It's a debate of human nature.
No, you said human nature, but it wasn't referencing all humans. It was referencing specifically.
No, it's referencing all humans. It's referencing all.
Who does it say? Who is it referencing?
Do you want me to read the Psalm to you in the literal translation?
Say again.
I can read the Psalm to you if you would like in the literal translation.
What do you mean? What's the difference between the literal translation? Which version, or what are you referencing when you say literal translation?
Well, a translation that translates more literally translates word for word, like the English Standard Version.
Words never mean words with these people. More word games. More word games.
What's the verse? What's the verse?
Psalm 14. You should know this.
Psalm 14. The fool says in his heart, there is no good. They are corrupt. Their deeds are vile. There is no one who does good. There is no one who does good. This is in reference to human nature.
There is no one who does good. This is exactly the point I've made. So you yourself are saying the same thing that the previous idiot said. There is no one who does good. So by your own statement, all the nurses, all the teachers, all the aid workers, all the people who gave up their lives to save others, none of them have done good. As if they don't share your religious views.
You're muting me because you're refusing to understand me, and what you're actually doing is very disingenuous.
I'm muting you because you overtalk a lot, but you've got your platform now to speak.
You have multiple times interrupted me.
Well, I'm running the live stream. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Okay, so I'm giving you an opportunity now, rather than addressing this idiotic position you're crying about how we run the live stream. Address the claim that this psalm says that nobody who doesn't share your religious views has done anything good. And rather than take it at face value, you're twisting yourself into never before baked pretzels to try and make that mean something else. It's laughable.
It's not laughable. You just refuse to understand.
It's my understanding is the problem.
Here's the verse right here. Fools say in their heart,
being disingenuous is the problem.
I'm looking at it right now. Fools say in their heart, there is no good. So they're referring to the fools. Who are they referring to? Are corrupt. They do abominable deeds. There is no one who does good. So this whole thing, the subject of this verse right here are the fools in their hearts who say there is no God.
No, that's not true. It's not true. I'm assuming you haven't read the Greek. It would have to have specific punctuation to mean that.
Have you read the Greek?
The Greek. It's Hebrew, dude. It's Hebrew, not Greek.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. Hebrew, but I can know through the Catholic Church and its official teaching.
Hold on. You told me you haven't read the Greek. It was the wrong language. It's the Hebrew. Yeah, sorry, you haven't read it. You haven't read it in the original language either, have you?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then why would you try to call me out for not having read it in the original language?
You're making an assumption that it applies to only the subject.
Okay,
it's a whole different sentence.
Yeah, I'm relying on NRSV because that's the one used in seminary school. It's by the scholars considered to be the most accurate to the original language. I have not read the original language, right? But I wouldn't call you out for not reading the original language when I haven't read it myself.
Yeah, but I'm not making dangerous assumptions.
We're both interpreting it. We're both interpreting it differently. Like, just be genuine when you're having these discussions.
I mean, you can interpret it differently, of course.
So
I mean,
anyway,
You walked backwards into
the original language when you haven't either, correct?
No, I'm saying you're making dangerous assumptions. I'm reading it for what it is in the English.
Dangerous.
I'm reading it for what it is in the English.
There is no one who does good. It's in reference.
Yes, when you put it in the context of who they're referring to, the subject of this verse is the fools in their hearts. The fools in their hearts say there is no God. So now that's the topic. That is the subject.
And as I said, it's the teaching of the church that
they
do know.
When it says they are corrupt, who is they?
Who is they? Humans in general, all humans.
Oh my! So suddenly they just changed the subject.
No, it was never changed. You're just being.
They identified the subject as the fools who in their hearts say there is no God. Then they used the pronoun they
do I need to read
because the subject was already specified. This is how English works.
It's a completely
they are corrupt.
You understand
they do abominable deeds. You're sorry, dude. You're being disingenuous.
No, you're being disingenuous.
Must be that objective morality.
I mean, look, the thing is, you walked backwards into this buzzsaw because we didn't start talking about Psalm 14 until you brought it up, telling us how the previous guest had got it wrong, but you got it wrong in exactly the same way. So do you want to carry on talking about Psalm 14, or do you want to switch to your homophobia instead?
I'm happy to talk about whatever.
I mean, you called in, so what did you want to talk about?
So are you now conceding that this is not an only reference to unbelievers and humans' nature?
Of course not. No, we can carry on. Okay. We can carry on hammering this if you want to.
I'm happy to. Let's go.
I mean, I just think it might be a little bit boring for everyone, but
that it's in reference to.
I think we're at an impasse. I mean, when we're both relying on the plain reading of the English, and it's quite obvious at this point.
So would you like to look at early church father interpretation of the psalm?
No, I'd rather look at scholarly interpretation. I don't care what early religious people. Yeah, I'm more interested in current scholar in the current scholarship.
And also, the point is, there's something that you're missing here is that if there's a range of different ways to interpret something, and it's not clear which one was the intended meaning, then they all have the potential to impact minds, right? They all have the potential to be taken at a certain way, right? Taken with a certain meaning. And what verses like this do is they essentially criminalize people like me, people like Sean, people like so many of our friends here, who are decent people. We're not all corrupt. It's not true that people like Sean and others have not done any good. And the fact that you might have a particular interpretation of this, or an early church father might have a particular interpretation of this, or a particular pope might have an interpretation of this, and once they voice theirs, then you're obligated to change yours too, which is weird. But the fact that that's the case doesn't mean that everyone does, right? So this is such a badly written piece of scripture that it's inspired outgroup predispositions amongst many millions of people who read this stuff and go, oh, right, the people who don't believe the same thing as me, they're all corrupt. Oh, wow. Then none of them have done anything good. That promotes cruelty. Now, you might have a more sophisticated understanding, but many people don't.
Yeah.
So
that's why we rely on the church to teach us.
But this is why these books are bullshit. Because better to just get rid of them, because they are spreading hate and outgroup, balkanization of human communities needlessly, for no point. For what? For what reason? This is all nonsense.
Well, like I said, this is in reference to human nature and how all humans do no good in comparison to God's absolute goodness. I'm not saying relatively humans don't do good to our subjective standards. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying nurses aren't good people. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what the scripture says.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying quite a bit, purposefully, possibly.
No, I've just granted that you have your own personal interpretation where the words don't mean the words. Good for you. Good for you for ignoring the toxic words in your text and changing the meaning up by twisting yourself into previously unimaginable baked goods in order to do so. I'm delighted that you've done that, but lots of people haven't. Lots of people don't. And that's why people continue to be prejudiced against people who don't hold the same silly religious views as they hold.
What was the army chaplain that John brought up earlier that interpreted this the same way we are interpreting it? Was he intentionally misinterpreting it as well?
Well, I can't know. You can't just give me a random person and with no context. What was he, Church of England? I don't know.
No,
he wasn't Church of England.
He was a U.S. Army chaplain who John confronted with this. Many Christians also interpret it the same way, and I'm more interested in how the scholarship does. Fine, you interpret it differently. We can argue about that. I think it's obvious. You think your side is obvious.
Yeah.
But the point is, throughout the Bible, it demonizes non-belief as a moral failing, which is ludicrous because belief isn't an action; it's a perception. And I can't help that I perceive God does not exist any more than you can just choose to believe leprechauns exist.
Okay, well, I disagree. To compare,
you disagree with what?
To compare,
you can choose to believe leprechauns exist?
Sorry?
What part do you disagree with?
You're insinuating that the chance of a God existing and the chance of a leprechaun existing are equal.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. What I said. What I said is.
Well, can you?
I'll break it down more simply.
Yep.
It's nonsensical to cast moral aspersions on somebody for not being convinced that God exists, because belief isn't a choice. I can no more choose to believe God exists than you can choose to believe leprechauns exist.
All right, okay. So it's back to this argument, and as I say, it requires, it's not just an assent of intellect, but it's also will. If you truly will to understand the truth and truly will to understand God, then as I said, you will enter heaven.
So if I truly try to ascertain the truth and I remain unconvinced God exists, I'm going to be saved for all my sins?
If you have truly willed, but I cannot know that. It's only God who can know that.
Okay, so atheists do go to heaven.
I never said they would go to heaven, but I said, like I said, it's the official position of the Catholic Church. Those who will to learn, they cannot go to hell. They cannot be punished for that. Just as
so, if they don't go to heaven or hell, where do they go?
Gospel cannot go to hell.
So if they don't go to heaven or hell, where do they go?
Well, there's many different interpretations of it. For example, if they're a good moral person, they could go to purgatory. There's many different interpretations of it. However, someone who's not with the gospel, for example, someone who has
no one does good.
Someone who has mental ailment.
Hold on, you said if they're a good moral person, but you said no one is.
Yeah, if
that was the interpretation of Psalm, right?
Yeah. So you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. It's the claim in Psalms is about human nature and goodness in comparison to God's absolute goodness. Someone can be relatively good if they follow a good moral standard.
Okay. All right. So can an atheist get into heaven?
I mean, it's above my pay grade. It's above my pay grade. However, like I said, as Doctor of the Church, St. Thomas Aquinas said, faith is more than just assent of intellect. It's about will. And those who
more than just. So you said it's more than just intellectual assent. It's also will. But so if I have will without the intellectual assent, I have faith.
So re-say that.
Okay, you said I asked you if atheists will go into heaven. You said faith is more than faith is more than just intellectual assent. It's also will. If more than just implies it requires both. So my question is to you: if I have will without the belief, do I have faith?
Well, if you have will without the belief,
yes,
the belief
then I don't have faith. Right?
You don't attend church. You don't attend mass. You don't take communion. You're not baptized, for example.
Okay, so if I don't believe any of this shit and I just go through the motions or fake it to please my family, then I'm good?
No, you would have to truly accept the Lord Jesus Christ as your savior.
Right, so faith requires belief, right?
Accept.
Faith requires belief.
You can't say someone has faith if they don't believe.
Yes,
right?
but belief is more than just, as I said, assent of intellect. It's also about will.
Right, but then faith is if faith requires belief and belief is not a choice, then faith is not a choice.
Yeah, it's not a choice, but it's ridiculous to insinuate that choice doesn't play a part, correct?
But the thing is, you might say it's not just about intellectual assent, and that might be true, because the intellectual assent on its own doesn't get you there. Granted, okay? Granted. But without the intellectual assent, you ain't getting there either, right? Like a jumbo jet is more than its wings, but take the wings off, it's not flying, right? This is the problem you have in your argument. No one is out. The basis of our argument is not intellectual assent is all that's required, and we have a problem with that. That would obviously be stupid.
Yeah.
But all the good stuff you're talking about cannot happen without the intellectual assent, and you can't decide to have it if you don't have it. That's why this is a corrupt system. That's why it's...
Exactly, and that's why I'm talking about will. That's why I'm bringing will into the equation. And if you truly will to know God, one of two things will either happen. You cannot be held accountable if you have truly willed, and I mean truly, in every possible way to know God, or you would have accepted the gospel and accepted Jesus Christ. It's one of two things. This is the all you have. I don't know if you've read Thomas Aquinas' works, but I think he makes an eloquent argument for it.
I still think that without thinking something's true, without being convinced that something's true, you can't get to the point of having any kind of faith relationship with it.
I agree.
And so all the will that you're talking about doesn't get you to meet the requirements. I still, if I'm honest, I mean, this is kind of the conversation we had last time we spoke, but I'm still struggling to get over how hateful it is to tell same-sex attracted people that they have a moral obligation to spend their lives without intimacy. I think it's disgusting. I can't forgive you for saying that. It's such a horrible, heartless, uncompassionate, cold-hearted, disgusting, judgmental, bigoted thing to say. I can't get past it. I'm trying to, and I'm really struggling to.
You're very good at this, at painting anyone who has opposing views to you to be a terrible person to your subjective standard.
No, I speak to people who have opposing views to me, and I don't think they're terrible people all the time. All the time.
So do you think anyone who opposes homosexual marriage as an invalid form of marriage is a terrible person?
I think it
depends. It depends why.
There might be,
For example, I volunteer. Now, you said volunteering is an act of a good person. Okay, so I believe that homosexual marriage is invalid. And you're calling me a terrible person.
I'm not calling you a terrible person. I'm not 6 years old in a school playground. I'm saying that this is a terrible view to hold, and it's a nasty thing for you to say. I'm not saying that you are a terrible person. I'm sure your mother loves you, and I'm sure you do lots of nice things. I'm not saying you are a terrible person. I'm saying this is a shocking, horrible view to hold and a horrible, uncaring, uncompassionate thing to say. Not just the marriage thing, because you might define marriage in your narrow-minded view as needing to be between people of different sexes, in which case, okay, well, under that schema, you would say two people of the same sex isn't marriage. Marriage is defined as being... I think that's stupid, but if that's the view you hold, fair enough. But I think where you started off with is, well, they could just be celibate their whole lives. They could just live a life without any connection and human intimacy and love. I get to love who I want to because I'm all good. But those people who are in a different group to me, I can just be very relaxed and say they're supposed to spend their whole life without human connection and without physical human connection. I think that's a terrible view to hold. You should be ashamed of yourself for holding it.
So God doesn't say you can love whoever you want. God commands sacrifice from all of us in our lives daily. I've sacrificed many things for the faith. So it's ridiculous to insinuate you can just go out and find any. For example, as a Catholic, I would first of all require that woman it also practices my faith, which is in the UK, the majority of Christians, for example, are Church of England. So it's hard. And God requires sacrifice from us all in our daily lives. So I think it's unfair to insinuate that we have it far easier than homosexuals. I'm not saying homosexuals have it easy. They have incredibly hard lives. I don't know if they're
because of people like you. Because of people spreading these disgusting, bigoted views and suggesting that the moral thing to do is for them to just switch off who they are and live a life without love and intimacy while you get on living a life with it. Disgusting.
Let me ask you a question that might help. Just a couple of questions here.
Go ahead.
Do you agree that being against interracial marriage is bigoted? So that if somebody was against people of different races getting together in an intimate way and forming a bond, a marriage, etc., that being against that is a bigoted view. Do you agree with that?
I do, yes. I view
Okay, all right, fair. If the reason they were against interracial marriage is because God said so, would it cease being bigoted at that point?
Well, first of all, that God would have to be true.
Okay, yeah. Let's say hypothetically God exists and God gave that commandment. Would it cease being bigotry?
Yeah, but yes, it would. But God would just cease. You can't just make up these ridiculous hypotheticals. Like you can say, well, God can say to kill everyone. It's ridiculous. He doesn't do that.
Well, it doesn't matter if he did. If God said to kill everyone, you would consider it good. That's the point.
That's the only reason we have good and we have life and we have anything and we have hands and we have people is because of God the Creator.
Yeah, I could be a sadistic creator myself. If I created a Sims world, an ultra advanced Sims world where the characters within it were sentient, had complex emotions, and could feel pain and everything. Yes, I created that universe, but if I'm running around burning them with a magnifying glass, you would call me an awful human being. But I could say, hey, I created their universe. I am their God. They are my property because it's my software program that I created.
But that's what we're saying. We're saying God by his nature is good.
What's that?
We're saying God by his very nature is good. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying, for example, I mean, there are plenty of religions that have gods, nonsensical religions that have gods that are terrible. Look at, for example, Greek mythology. There are plenty of religions.
And if those gods turned out to be real, would they cease being terrible?
No.
Or if their believers just conveniently define them as being good, like you did yours.
Yeah.
But I don't define God being good.
You literally did.
You said goodness is in God's nature, or goodness is what God does. You do define God as being good. You just haven't realized it yet.
Yeah, but I'm not the one who gave him that property.
You're the one who's assigning it to him now.
It's not a property, because if literally God can have any attributes, any character, any property, and is definitionally good, the word good isn't even an adjective anymore. It's a tautology. You're just saying God is God.
Yeah, but if good precedes, am I wrong? God, then good doesn't exist without God. That's the issue. That's the issue with your argument.
If what now?
If good proceed, if good, it's the same with truth, for example. If good and truth proceed from God, there is no truth and good without God.
It doesn't proceed from God. So words have definitions. So, for example, truth is that which comports to reality. If no God exists, it would still be true, comport with reality, that the moon exists.
Okay, but can you concede in my worldview? Maybe not in your worldview, but
no, you're just making up. You're just changing the definitions.
These are standard views within Christianity and the Catholic Church.
Yes, it's made up.
I'm going to prove to you right now that God isn't good. I'm going to prove it right now.
Go
Ready?
ahead.
Okay. Leviticus 18:22. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. Right? I'm now linking the discussion about God's goodness to the discussion about these bigoted views, right? You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. And then in Leviticus 20, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them. Upon them, right? They shall be put to death. So this is the God that you say is good. Now, God has created everything. So God created people, some section of whom are going to be attracted to others of the same sex. This is a natural thing in the animal kingdom. It happens to other animals, not just human apes. It happens throughout the animal kingdom that members are occasionally attracted to others of the same sex. So having created this, God then categorizes them as an abomination and should be put to death for doing the thing that their nature inclines them to do, the nature he gave them. Only a bad creature would do something like that. Create people, I'm nearly finished. Create people with a nature that they didn't choose, that they were born with and that they have, and then condemn them for having it. Explain how that is good.
Okay, so first of all, there is no empirical evidence that humans are born homosexual. There's no evidence of that. There's no gay gene. There are numerous studies that show. I mean, you can wince all you want, but there's numerous studies that show homosexuality and transsexuality.
I'm actually going to mute you at this point, because now you're just spewing out bigoted hate speech. This is kind of hate speech. We know that people are how they are, right? People are how they are. People are attracted to who they're attracted to. Whether they're born that way, whether there's a gene, it doesn't matter. If you are attracted to people of a certain category, then you are attracted to people of a certain category. You can't choose not to be. It would be like me asking you to start being attracted to men if you're not. You wouldn't be able to do it. You wouldn't be able to do it.
I never said they have a choice. Sorry, I never said they had a choice to be gay. Let me. This is why it's important you let me respond in full. Like I said, there is no empirical evidence that humans are born homosexual. Let me finish. We have numerous studies done that show transsexualism and homosexualism are products of your environment.
No, we don't. We actually don't have studies showing that. There are some studies suggesting that same-sex attraction in men is due to increased exposure to testosterone in the womb. They're quite compelling. So what you're spewing right now is religious propaganda to prop up your bigotry, and I'm not going to let you do it on my platform.
No, let me finish in full.
I'm not letting you finish that in full because I'm cutting you off again. Religious propaganda to prop up bigotry is beyond what I'm going to allow here. So if you want to go out in the street and say that, you're free to do that, but you're not going to do it here.
Like I said, I never said it's a choice. And as I said, is increased testosterone in the womb, is that not a product of your environment? Like I just said. Yeah, of course it is.
No, it's not the environment that you mean. It's changing
I never said,
right.
I never said it's purely your social environment, although social environment does affect it. You're going to cut me off again. It does, though.
Well, is God involved? Is God involved with that? Is God involved with the mechanics of what kind of exposure to what factors in the environment would make somebody same-sex attracted? Everywhere you go, the road you're on just leads to trying to justify bigotry after the fact. That's all it is. It's your personal ick factor at how other people are. I'm not having it.
No, it's not.
That's all it is.
But, well, no, it's not. Like I said, the reason I'm opposed to homosexuality is
because you're a bigot.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, just admit it.
Bigotry ceases being bigotry if God is the bigot.
Yeah, you've outsourced your bigotry to God like you've outsourced your morality to God. Exactly the same mechanism. Your morality you give to God, and whatever he says automatically becomes good, and you inherit that from him. He's a bigoted, horrible monster, and so you inherit his bigotry from him. It's exactly the same. We can all see it. It's very obvious.
Homosexuality is wrong. I believe homosexuality is morally wrong because I'm a Christian. I'm not outsourcing anything.
Because you're a bigot.
I mean, you can call me names all you want, but you're not really making any argument.
I am. I'm just explaining. I'm explaining.
He didn't call you a name. He described your character with an adjective.
Yeah. You're just bigoted about people who are same-sex attracted because you personally don't like it, and because it says so in your book that you accept unquestioningly, just like you accept unquestioningly in your book that it's okay for men to kill babies with swords. God says it, must be right. Stone innocent women to death, must be right. Punish people for crimes they didn't do, must be right. Yeah. See where your objective morality gets you. It gets you to defending the indefensible, which you have continued to do.
Yeah, I'm not defending the indefensible. You just keep cutting me off. So I can't have an argument with you in good faith if you're just going to continue to do that.
Continue to defend the indefensible, then. That's all you're doing.
I'm not defending the indefensible at all.
So let's take a look at the list, shall we? Men killing babies with swords, totally fine. Innocent people being killed for crimes they didn't commit, totally fine. Young virgin girls being stoned to death, totally fine. Brides being captured in war and forced to have sex with the people who killed their family, totally fine. Innocent people and animals being killed and made to suffer because of some sin-related incident with fruit in a garden, totally fine. All of this stuff, if it were done by anyone else, we would immediately recognise as being morally unacceptable.
We haven't even discussed that today. I mean, I'm happy to discuss that with you if you would like, but we're on the topic of homosexuality.
We're on the topic of you having outsourced both your moral inclinations and your inclinations towards bigotry to a book. This is why I say religion breaks people. It's broken you. You're just a broken person now.
Not to a book, to God.
Yeah, to a book. You don't have God. You have a book.
Well,
That's
the
all you
Bible's a
have.
collection of books.
You have a book. You have a book which is a collection of
It's
books.
a collection of books.
Yeah, you have a collection of books. Suddenly the argument is transformed because it's a collection. You've got an anthology of bullshit. That's what you have.
Yeah, you're misconstruing my position completely. I don't just go into the Bible, see, God said something, therefore that's not what I do. The Catholic faith is more complicated than that.
And yet here you are defending the killing of children.
I never defended that.
Was God right to order the killing of children in 1 Samuel? Or was he wrong?
And babies.
Yes.
Children and babies. No, that was a question. Right or wrong?
Right. I'm happy to go into this with you, but you need to can you let me get out my argument in full? Without just trying to hold the position of a moral high ground and constantly interrupting me.
I do have a position of moral high ground over you because I maintain that men killing babies with swords is always wrong. Only one of us is defending that action in this conversation.
I also believe men killing babies with swords is wrong. If anyone were to do that, they deserve punishment.
Unless God commands it, in which case it magically becomes right.
Yeah, because when God commands something, there's more context.
Exactly. So you don't believe it's wrong. You believe it's wrong unless God is commanding it, and when God commands it, you're totally fine with it. You make an exception for atrocities if commanded by your boss. I don't do that. I don't make those exceptions. That's why I'm morally superior to you.
Okay. So for example, what babies are you talking about? The Amalek? What are we talking here?
Yeah, the Amalekite children, the babies and infants that God orders killed.
Are you aware of the secular history? Numerous sources behind the Amalekites, or
this is a revenge attack for having attacked the Israelites as they were coming out of Egypt 400 years previously. So none of the people involved in that attack would have been there at the original source for which the revenge attack was being enacted.
Because the Amalekites were,
I gave you the context,
disgusting people who chucked babies at stones. Yes, they were.
No.
Killed newborn children.
No, nonsense. This is just theological propaganda.
Which one of the babies did any of those actions?
No, but this is the issue. You're presupposing
none of them, right?
It's also not true. It's also not true. This is a theological propaganda. It's not true.
It's not theological propaganda.
It is. It is PR. This is spin. No, your sources are BS. This is absolute nonsense. Total gibberish. This is just a cope.
It's not cope. It's not cope whatsoever.
It is a cope.
You understand the context. It's in the context.
I gave you the context. The context was that this is a revenge attack for the Amalekites having attacked the Israelites as they were coming out of Egypt 400 years previously, which means that the people who did that attack weren't there for the revenge attack. The revenge attack was enacted.
They still don't commit wrong. Not to mention, God is. Can I actually just get it out for, please?
Get your propaganda out then. Go on then.
Okay, thank you. So God is securing the existence of the tribes of Israel, securing their nation through them. He's commanding them to do things. Now, you're presupposing that when these children die, they cease to exist. They don't. They don't get punished. They go to Sheol, in which case they would hear the gospel of Christ and have the ability to be saved. You're presupposing your beliefs. Lovely. I mean, you believe the Bible is nonsense anyway, so you don't believe it. You believe it didn't happen anyway.
So now you're justifying infanticide on the basis that the children don't really die when they die. Well, let's kill all the kids then. Just kill everyone. No, if kids get to go to heaven after they die, let's just kill all children. Be totally fine.
That doesn't logically follow at all.
That's absolutely.
That's why Catholics today and Christians today don't go around killing children.
Well, in fact, you should if they go whizzing off to heaven, like you say.
That's why they own the most orphanages.
Irrelevant point. Look at you now. Just check yourself. Just check yourself right now. Online defending infanticide. Not a winning look, is it, for a Tuesday afternoon?
Sorry?
Online defending infanticide is not a winning look for a Tuesday afternoon.
I'm not defending infanticide generally, once again.
Just your favourite types of infanticide. Sean, do you have a favourite type of infanticide?
No, it's always wrong.
Yeah. Anyone in the chat, let me know if you have a favourite type of infanticide. Put a 1 in the chat if there's certain types of infanticide that you like, and put a 0 in the chat if you think it's generally wrong under all circumstances.
So you just keep muting me. I can't debate you if you're going to mute me. I feel you've constantly backtracked here.
Lots of zeros coming in today.
Understanding of Christian or Catholic theology, and it shows.
Lots of zeros coming in today. Loads.
You don't have any basic understanding of Catholic theology.
Zeros, zeros, zeros. Catholic theology. If I'm seeing a mountain of zeros here. They do kill children. Baby paste. Yeah. No one here agrees with you that there are certain types of infanticide that are acceptable. Oh, you seem to be the only one in the conversation who thinks that. Wonder why?
Well, of course, your chat's filled with atheists.
Full of people with a distaste for killing children. How curious.
I have a distaste for killing children.
Unless your God commands it, in which case totally fine.
What's weird is what you're saying is atheism fosters a bias against infanticide, which I think is a good thing. I appreciate.
I never said that.
That's the implication.
The implication. So the reason so many in the chat are against infanticide in all cases, you said, well, your chat's full of atheists. Like being atheist fosters a propensity to not like infanticide.
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm implying at all. I'm saying they're putting zeros because they think they're because they don't actually believe in the afterlife, for example. But
that's not why they put zeros. I asked them to put zeros if they think there aren't circumstances where men killing babies is okay, and they all agreed because they're not psychopathic.
Okay, am I psychopathic?
I don't think you are, but I think that your religious inclinations are pulling you towards it. And there's probably some part of you that's resisting that and pulling against it. But I do think that your religious inclinations are pulling you towards a place where you are becoming numb to the pain that these doctrines cause to real human beings. For example, how easily you said, homosexual people should just be celibate. And we won't go back to that again. We've already demonstrated that. That's just an expression of outsourced bigotry.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can say that. I disagree. But back to the actual topic we're discussing now.
Yeah.
I don't know the name of the other person, but he implied that, or he said, I was implying that atheists have a hate infanticide. I think it's more morally wrong than Catholics. I disagree, as shown by atheists being the most murderous regimes in history.
Nonsense.
That's completely true.
Nonsense.
That's undisputable, by the way. So if you're going to dispute that, you seriously need to have some good sources for that. The most murderous regimes in history were the Nazis. Hitler was an atheist.
Hitler was not an atheist, and all the Nazis had "God is with us" on their uniforms. Did you know that? On their belts, "Gott mit uns" on every Nazi uniform. God is with us.
Not only that, if you look at Hitler's speeches, he routinely invoked God. He was raised Catholic. He actually worked with the Catholic Church within. Now, the rebuttal I always hear to that, but he was a secret atheist. I take people at their word with
plenty of evidence for that. So
what's the evidence? What's the evidence that tells us the contents of his mind with respect to his theology?
But we can't judge someone's religion based on the context. He used Christianity for propaganda reasons, as do many religious leaders today. For example, Donald Trump, who isn't a true Christian and uses it for propaganda.
You're declaring Hitler to be an atheist, which goes against everything he always espoused, though it goes against the way he was raised, which the way people are raised aren't necessarily how they believe.
Okay.
With the Nazis maintaining God uns, what is it called again? Anyways, God with us when translated to English on their belt buckles. You just claimed as a fact he's an atheist, like you somehow know the contents of his mind.
I can't say with 100% certainty. We cannot say anything with 100% certainty unless we either have faith or empirical evidence. However,
don't make a claim you can't back up.
In private conversations we have, for example, from primary sources, we know that Hitler was an atheist.
No, primary source would be Hitler himself.
Yeah, but can you not grasp the idea of someone using, for example, Christianity for propaganda reasons, as does
I agree, people can do that, and I think many people probably do that. But you claimed as a fact something you cannot demonstrate. All we can go without actual hard evidence one way or the other, all we can go with is what people espouse.
Not really. Well, yes, but we can also look at what they espouse privately and what they espouse publicly. That's how, for example, we judge Donald Trump's character, because publicly, you just agreed with me, he could possibly be a false Christian. Publicly, he states many things, but in private, and for example, the Epstein files, we have allegations against him. We can use that to judge him as well. So I think that's unfair. But also, let's move past Hitler as well. Let's move past Hitler. Let's look at Pol Pot. Let's look at Mao Zedong.
They were not motivated by atheism. They may have happened to be atheists. They were not motivated by atheism.
I never said they were motivated by atheism, but I'm demonstrating simply that atheists do not have this conviction to not kill people. There are many terrible atheist people.
But what atheists do have is a refusal to grant legitimacy to horrific acts because of an imaginary friend likes them. That's a thing that all atheists have in common. No atheist is going to look at an action that their own moral inclinations pull them away from, right? Make them feel sick about, and go, oh, actually, when it's done by this person, it's fine because this person is defined as being good. That's not an acrobatic move that any atheist would ever make, because that's a type of idiocy that only religious people can enact.
So like I said, you're presupposing your atheist beliefs on the stories of the Bible, which is ridiculous. However,
I'm not presupposing anything on anything. I'm taking them at face value. So when they say God said go and kill the children, I'm not presupposing my atheist beliefs onto them. I'm just going, oh, okay, God said go and kill the children. That's God saying go and kill the children. And then your nonsense story about the Amalekites is just defending it. That's all that was, just defending it.
Well, yes.
Yeah, defending infanticide.
Of the Israeli tribes through... And he's commanding them to do some things that nowadays we might not do.
Nowadays.
And the reason for that is... Sorry?
God had no better way to secure the future of his people than to tell them to go and kill children. Fantastic. What a smooth mover.
If he ordered you to do it, would you do it?
He wouldn't, but yes.
Yeah.
Well, he clearly would. He's done it before, but setting that aside,
he wouldn't.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would do it. Other than having different theological beliefs about the specifics of God and whether Jesus was a prophet or the Son of God, etc.
Jesus wasn't a prophet.
Hold on. Let me finish. Other than having different theology from ISIS, there's only one thing that makes you different from them, and that's them is you not having yet a perceived revelation, something that you believe is a revelation from God. If you received what you truly believe to be a revelation from God to commit atrocities, you would do it. So what makes you different?
That's why we go to a priest for something called discernment. I assume you've never heard of it, but this is why we have God's holy kingdom on earth, the Catholic Church, to go to. So it's just ridiculous also, because you're assuming that God would do that, which he wouldn't.
Even though he has before. Even though he has before.
Has God commanded the formation of terrorist groups that bomb people?
Not specifically. He just used swords. He's commanded the formation of groups to use swords, and he's told people to commit genocide, and he's threatened his own people with having their wombs split open and the babies dashed on the rocks.
Because prior to Jesus Christ, salvation wasn't earned on earth. You understand that?
Right. So he was a psychopath before, and we're supposed to forgive him for it now. Got it. Dude, we've had a vote in both rooms, and the vote in both rooms has been for us to end this conversation at this point. Again, I think there's only so much people can take of these kind of views, and hearing them defended. People are being put off their food and stuff. So I would say thank you for coming up to speak to us again. You're welcome to come back again another time. Yeah, thank you for that.
All right, well, have a good day. Bye-bye.
And you. Bye-bye. Okay, there we go. That was Jabir. Get your votes in. Now, when you're voting, I've noticed something. So someone like him, he's not a troll. So if you're tempted to just push that ball all the way to the left, he's sincere. So your ball should be, in my view, if I was voting here, my ball would be quite near the bottom of the screen because there were not effective arguments proposed here. But I don't think he's a troll. I think he's somewhere near the middle in terms of, or even to the right in terms of his intentions. He's not coming in to troll. So when you do vote, think about that, because I want these votes to be an accurate reflection. I don't think we should just, when we hear a caller we don't like, stick the ball in the bottom left, because then we're not really getting an honest read on things. So have a think about it. My view is he legitimately believes this nonsense, and he's not trolling. He's in it. He's indoctrinated. He's in the cult. This is how he organizes his life, and he believes these things. And he's also a Catholic, and Catholics inherit their doctrine from above. So he's instructed what his beliefs have to be, and he's just following instructions, which does have a slightly Nuremberg ring about it, but that's what's going on there. So, yeah, there we go. We're going to lock the votes in for Jabir right now, and that's going to be... okay, 25. So he still ended up in the troll quadrant, and I'm not sure that's fair, because I don't think he was a troll. But I do understand why he might have been put there, because his views were odious. I can't forgive someone who is so uncaring to gay people. I just can't do it. You know, I don't have those struggles. I've never been same-sex attracted, and so I haven't had to deal with living a lifetime with that kind of discrimination. But every time I hear someone like that arguing that it's not innate, that it's basically just like a lifestyle choice or something, and that you should just be celibate, and that love the sinner but not the sin. No, it's not loving to tell someone that they have to spend a lifetime without intimacy, a basic human need. It isn't loving to tell people that they should be ashamed of who they are and what they are. I don't think that's loving at all. So yeah, that's my feeling there. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read a few chats. We're going to catch up on the bingo. Then we're going to get Christy in, because Christy had a good point to make there, and she wanted to make it in the conversation. I wasn't able to bring her up because he wouldn't have been able to hear her. So we'll bring her up to make that point. And then we've got Haley Loves Books, who's been waiting for absolutely ages, hopefully still there. We've got Ricky C. And Adam's in the queue on the YouTube side. So we'll try and be efficient here. And I also have to do the bingo. So let's quickly do the bingo now. There's a few to call. I'll get through them super quickly. We have been busy, and I've been ignoring the bingo like I always do, because I'm not very good at this. Kif called Nothing Comes From Nothing. Absolutely correct. And that's always a little bit too loud. Elizabeth B called it as well, but was just fractionally afterwards. Isa called Personal Experience of God. And Mike called You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist. This was with Isho earlier. And Pastor Fairy called with Isho also Look at the Trees. There was definitely a look at the trees there. 100%. Well spotted. Elizabeth B called Fine Tuned Universe. And Kif called No Morality Without God. That was with Jabir just now. And we got a bingo line there. Hooray! And Kif also called Read It in Context, which we got as well. And Issa called Free Will. We had a very fruitful discussion of bingo calls with Jabir. So that is that stuff. And then we will get some super chats up right now, just so that I don't fall too behind on them, lest people feel that I'm not very grateful for them. So let's see, what have we got? We have Tim said, I wrote a book called Hey, There's a Spider on Your Shoulder. It's 30 blank pages and one in bold that says, Hey, there's a spider on your shoulder. Yeah, that's how it's at. And Tim also said, I'm recording the audiobook tomorrow. The plain sequels are Boo and What the Heck Is That Over There? It was a two-parter. I like that. Speaking of audiobooks, I will be starting mine quite soon, like in the next 3 or 4 weeks. And Indy says, most people are inherently good, are told that God is the good team, so they sign on. Then the apologists claim it when they're good in spite of it. I think that's right. That's absolutely right. I mean, most people have moral intuitions. We have these things as instincts. You can identify proto-morals in lots of different animals too. Behavior codes amongst chimps and ape communities. If anyone hasn't seen the recent, the latest David Attenborough ape series, it's amazing. I forget what it's called. It's on Netflix in the UK. Very, very, very good. Very moving and incredible. What a man. Isa says, Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everyone. Back at you. And Tim says, every human being has one eye slightly higher than the other. Every pair of breasts, as lovely as they are, is not symmetrical. Where is this perfect? Yeah, I don't see perfection in nature. We have the pipe that we breathe down and the pipe that we eat down are co-located through the same opening, which results in a specific number of deaths every year, people choking to death. Didn't have to be that way. Other animals don't work that way. Whales and dolphins breathe through blowholes on their heads. We could have had an arrangement like that, and that would have saved, I don't know how many people have choked to death on food over the course of human history. Must be many, right? I don't see that perfection either. And Rodblow says, it could be interesting to add to the caller rating a point that indicates boredom or irrelevance. All in good faith, but clarifying to help the stream and train us all in the process. That's not a bad idea. We could have a thing for sort of how interesting is it to listen to the person. That's quite a good one as well. I'll have a think about that. Trying to incorporate that in to, at the moment I'm measuring these two factors, right? How good their arguments are and how good the good faith is. But that's something I'll have a think about that. It's a good idea in principle, even if it's not part of the rating thing. There might be some other thing, mechanism. We don't want people getting bored. We're here to try and keep it interesting and not boring. And I know when the calls get long, they can get boring. And then Eliel says, as a not straight person, I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you too. Thank you so much. And Eliel also says, as a queer blood banker, this caller makes me irritated on many levels. I don't blame you at all. I literally get life-saving blood to people. It's no good because I'm atheist, I guess. Yeah, you've done no good at all by this ridiculous schema. What they would say, of course, is, yeah, you have done good, you just haven't done spiritual good. And that's what that verse meant. But I don't think that is what that verse meant. And I think there are millions of people who agree that that's not what that verse meant, and that's not how they read it. So they would look at people like you or me and just see us as being bad people, because we don't have the same views. Even Hitler loved his dogs. You are a bad person. This was in response, sadly, to the last caller saying, we're talking about whether they're a bad person or not. I mean, I don't like to label people bad people, but it's pretty bad when you're saying those kinds of things, when you're being that lacking in basic human compassion for our fellow humans. I don't think it's acceptable. I don't. The dogma comes before the humanity, and I don't think that's okay. And then Eliel also says, yeah, okay, happy Pride Month, John. Might be my general mood, but honestly, you defending LGBT plus folks heals something in me a bit. Oh, thank you. Thank you for what you do. I've been around for a bit and wanted to really let you know I appreciate. Well, we appreciate you too. So thank you so much. We will continue to push back against bigotry wherever we see it. Not okay. And Roy has sent what looks like a piece of pie. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate that. Okay, last one for now. Eliel's as well. Homosexualism. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What can you say about that? Brilliant. Okay, we will now, as promised, get Christy in. Let's bring up Christy right now. Hopefully the TikTok machine will work. It's okay. I think it does. Hang on. There we go. Christy, welcome in. How are you?
Am I in?
You're in. You're in. Hello. Yeah, you had some really good points to make during the last call, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to bring you up. He wouldn't have been able to hear you. So let's have you now.
Oh, and he just would have been interrupting the whole time anyway.
True.
It's all good. I wrote down some scriptures. This is one thing that has always sort of. I'm gonna get distracted by comments. I had to swipe away the chat. So it's something that's always gotten me. My degree is, my very useless degree is religious education and counseling. So having been taught to counsel people using scripture, it pisses me off to no end to hear these idiots talking like that guy. That's why I was the very first kill switch. But, well, that's part of it. So there's a couple of verses where, like, the idea of a stumbling block, these people just don't hear it. And I think my favorite one is Matthew 18. And it's specifically talking about children, but I think it's important to keep in mind that the Bible also says you should believe like children.
Yep.
So whoever causes one of those little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone fashioned around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. So God doesn't look very kindly on putting stumbling blocks in people's paths. 1 Corinthians 8:9 says, take care that this right of yours doesn't somehow become a stumbling block for the weak. So in their perspective, especially people like me who was, and Sean, who used to be part of the faith and who have now left, we are those lost children. So what God is saying in this scripture, like kind of stepping into their mind frame, what God is instructing is that, like, you do your thing, monitor your own behavior. If you put something in this person, like, look at my pastor and the elders that stood in our way of reconciliation and really ended my entire family's faith. That guy put a stumbling block in our path, so then we were derailed. So our entire Christian life stopped. So he, because of his stumbling block, took away that many people from God. And the scripture, like, there's more than that. That's just a couple, like Romans 14:13. Therefore, let us not pass judgment on one another any longer, but rather decide never to put a stumbling block or hindrance. It's all over. And, like, it's worse for the believer who puts a stumbling block in the path of someone else than it is for, like, the worst of sinners. It talks about that. Jesus is all supposed to be all about love and radical acceptance and, you know, ignoring all of those rules and reaching out with love and letting God sort shit out later. So all of these people, they come with these big theological arguments and they just completely ignore the fact that the Bible puts stumbling blocks way above a lot of the things that they're saying that they do that makes them more righteous. Like in kind of importance, because it is essentially saying, like, you're going to be punished worse than most people if you do this thing, because you're taking away salvation from people, and that's not okay. Like, I don't believe any of it anymore, but they're supposed to. And they're actively pushing people off, because there's the analogy of the path is all over the Bible, right? The narrow path leads to Christ. It's supposed to be hard to find. Which in retrospect makes zero sense. Like, why would he not make the big path the one to righteousness if he's really a good guy? But he made this tiny narrow path, and then he's got his kids shoving people off of it. It makes no sense. So yeah, that was my thing.
Thank you, Christy. Appreciate it. That's awesome. And I think that this is a healthy avenue for you said that, you know, that I can't remember how you phrased your qualification as being used. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Did you say useless or not worth it or something like that? This is worth it because you can bring that expertise to these conversations in a new context now with an understanding that you gained, and you're just kind of repurposing your expertise in a different direction. So I think that's brilliant.
That's true. Well, I also got a husband out of Bible college, so, you know, that was something.
You scored a hubby too, and what a fine figure of a fellow he is. Yes, say hi to Tyler from us as well.
I will. He was here earlier. He's at work, so he pops in when he can.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for coming up. Really appreciate you for that. That's brilliant.
Of course. Thank you. Have a good life.
Take care. Thanks, Christy. Okay, W. Christie, as they say. Okay, what was the next thing we need to do? We need to bring in, I'm trying to do this in order of that people join, so they're the queue, so they're not waiting too long. Let's get Haley Loves Books in, who's been waiting for ages. Then we've got Ricky C, we've got Richie in the house, I Langston is back, and we've got Pete and Adam. We need to get to Adam, who's been waiting a while as well. So let's get Haley Loves Books in on the TikTok side. There we go, like that.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're great. Thank you. Welcome up. Thank you for waiting. You've been waiting a long time, so we appreciate your patience.
Yeah. I was just kind of, I like to observe when, when someone's talking about like their debate sometimes. So it's nice to like take notes so I know what to say next.
Fine.
So.
Yeah, well, the floor is yours. You may say anything you like.
So I'm just like to debate with you on it respectfully.
Sure.
And before I talk about it with you, I want to talk with you civilly about it without trying to argue about it, because I don't want to start acting like I'm right here, or I don't want to act like as if like what I'm saying is based on like truth, because not everything what I say might not be truth. So
great.
so
Civil
I just
debates
kinda
are our favorite type. We like civil conversations. We love it when we get to the end of a conversation, even if it's been a debate and no one's had to reach for a mute button and no one's had to talk over everyone else. That's definitely how we like to do things. So,
and that's kind of what I'm referring to, because I've come across a lot of debates where that has happened.
Yeah.
But
all right. Well, let's get going. So I'll open it to you. You can say anything you like, and we'll respond to that.
So I wrote down some stuff, like I said. So I got some like little Christian standpoints of my beliefs and things. So if you want to talk about it after when I'm done talking about it, and then you can give your stance on it, and then we can go from there.
I mean, what tends to not work too well is when someone makes a lot of points and then the other person has to respond to a lot of points. So why don't we start with one thing? And if you open on
one
that,
at a time kind of thing.
I think that might be more focused. So go ahead. Whatever you like.
Okay, so I would like to first ask you, before I talk about my standpoints, is what made you walk away from, like, were you a part of Christianity? And if not, like, what made you be like atheist, but in the same sense, like, what made you walk away from Christianity if you were part of Christianity?
Yeah, so Sean and I have different stories, and which is why this works quite well, because we come to non-belief from different directions. I have never for one moment of my life ever believed in a God, not 1 second. I don't have a memory as a child at any point. It's always been, to my mind, obviously not true. And Sean was a believer, so we've come to it from different places. So we might give different answers to the question for why, but the thing that would be in common is it would be a realization in Sean's case, and just contemplation in my case, that there's no evidence to lead to such a conclusion.
Okay. May I ask what Sean, since he's had experience, what made you walk away from Christianity? Did you grow up in like a religious, like a Catholic, Lutheran?
Yeah, I'll try to run through it quickly, because I've told it a few times and I want to keep boring people with the same story. But from age 9 to 11, I lived with the Seventh-day Adventist family members, my great grandmother and great aunt, and they had me fully convinced in not just Christianity, specifically Seventh-day Adventism. Later on, I moved away from them, and I still maintained like believing in a Christian God throughout, like, well into adulthood. At some point, I began to question things in the Bible. It was a conversation I was having with somebody that I was in the army with in Iraq, and I hadn't even thought about it. But he's like, "Yeah, all this is BS, like Noah's flood, the Tower of Babel," and he started bringing up all these things. And long story short, after contemplation, I said, yeah. And then I also thought about the fact that what people believe religiously is so contingent on where they're raised, what culture they're raised into, what families are raised into, like Hinduism in India, Buddhism in Thailand, in many countries, it's Islam, etc. And I was like, everyone's believing all these different things for different reasons. I wanted to do some introspection. So and I wanted to believe the right things. So Christianity fell away, but I still believed that there must be some type of creator God, sort of like a deist God. And then later on, I just had realized I didn't have a good reason to believe that either. But it really comes down to just examining the evidence. It just, I could no longer intellectually assent to belief in not just the Christian God, but any God.
Okay, so are you guys like agnostic or just atheists?
Both.
Like, I just want to both.
Mm-hmm.
Both. Okay.
Do you understand? Do you understand how someone can be both?
I don't to me, I don't understand. But can you give me a logic?
Yeah, and then perhaps what we'll do is we'll answer this, and then what we'll do is we'll ask you to make your case for why you think there is one, because otherwise, because most of the audience know everything about Sean's backstory and know everything about how we identify and what we are, and so for the audience, who's about 600 people, won't be too interested in hearing all of this stuff from us again. So in a nutshell, agnostic is not a halfway position between believing and not believing. Agnostic just means you're not claiming to have knowledge about it. Gnosis, knowledge, right? So you're either a theist or you're not a theist. A theist is a person who has a belief in God, and an atheist is someone who isn't a theist. So you can be an agnostic theist or you could be an agnostic atheist. It just means you have a particular belief one way or the other, but you're not claiming it as knowledge. So that's why we both identify as being agnostic, and we both identify as not being theists.
From my understanding of atheism, they don't believe in anything at all. Like, believe nothing.
It would depend what you mean
Just no gods.
by anything at all. All it means is you don't believe in a god. That's it. It doesn't mean anything else.
You would even walk away from most things. Like you wouldn't even care about going into the Bible and talking about it. That's what I'm saying. Like what atheism is like.
I love talking about the Bible.
So then that makes you more, I mean, to me, it might not seem like to you, but like to me, that doesn't seem more like atheism or agnostic. I feel like that's kind of giving you closer to God in some sort of way.
What? Why?
I love talking about X-Men comic books, but that doesn't mean I believe the X-Men are real.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to believe in something, but you can talk about it and question some things.
But that's what theism is. Theism and atheism are words that denote what somebody believes with respect to God. That's literally what those words are for. They're descriptors for what you believe about gods. So you either believe there is one, in which case you're a theist, or you don't believe there is one, in which case you're not a theist.
The only thing I just don't understand is that, like, if you don't like this whole God, or you don't like agree with certain things in it, it's like, why do you talk about it? That if you don't like those things?
Because it has a massive effect on the world that we all live in together. It has a huge effect on the world, right? I mean, massive. Like I'll give you some examples of the effects. Tens of millions of people in the US right now are suffering from religious trauma because of ideas they've been told ideas from a book, right? So because I care about stuff like that, I make it my business to understand those ideas and where they come from and what the history of them is and what people think about them and what the understanding is of them. And I just find it interesting. I think it's interesting.
I agree with that's the point that you made about the religious trauma. I do agree that people go through that, and as a Christian, I've had a sister that went through that. She's still Christian though, but she still went through trauma.
Okay, so let's flip the conversation a little bit, because I'd like to think we've been pretty open about answering your questions as honestly as we can. What do you think would be a reason why someone should think Christianity is true?
Because they haven't experienced people that aren't harmful, that aren't doing what really Jesus taught. So like they're putting on what God is, but it's not what God is like. So like meaning for like Christianity, I'm not talking about atheism. Like there is a wide range of religions painting a picture of what God is like, but they're not actually being accurate about it. So like what I mean by that, I mean they only create their own version of God, not the actual version.
Maybe I didn't. Forgive me if I didn't ask the question clearly enough. What I meant was, what would be a reason for me to think any of this stuff is true? Like, why do you think it's true? Why do you think Christianity is true? Because it makes some big claims, right? It makes some huge claims.
You might disagree with the fact it's a history book, but I believe it's a history book.
Okay, so you think Christianity is true because you think the Bible is historically accurate?
Yes.
Do you think that everything in the Bible is true?
Yes.
Absolutely everything, no mistakes at all, and every statement made in the Bible completely true?
Yes, and depending on what context you're, I mean, like, yes, everything is truth, but not everything that like a pastor and a person will say can be true. So that's why we gotta not always believe what a person says. So if like a pastor says something, doesn't mean he says it's truth.
But if the Bible says it, like if something's written down in the Bible,
if the Bible says it, it's truth. But if people take it out of context, it's not truth.
Right, but if someone reads something in the Bible in context, it's definitely true.
In context.
So, do you know who Ezekiel was in the Bible?
Ezekiel?
Yeah.
I've heard about him, yes.
Yeah, one of God's prophets, right? So Ezekiel said, "The person who sins shall die. A child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child. The righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own." Do you understand what this means?
Yeah. Could I pull up that verse in the Bible just to kind of?
It's on the screen right now.
No, I know, but
Okay.
I have my Bible in front of me just to kind of read it from too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's Ezekiel 18.
I'm not saying that you're incorrect. I'm just.
No,
I
that's
want to pull it
absolutely
up
fine. Yeah, absolutely no problem. So if you grab, it's Ezekiel 18:20. Give us a shout when you have it with you.
6:27. Almost there.
Sean, that smoke on your filter is really funny.
18:20. Okay, the person who sins is the one who will die. The child will not be punished for the parent's sins, and the parent will not be punished for the child's sins. Righteous people will be rewarded for their own righteous behavior, and wicked people will be punished for their own wickedness.
Right. So this is God speaking through his prophet, right? So is this true?
I think he was speaking to the wicked people, like the ones that were committing those sins.
So is it true that children are not punished for the sins of their parents?
I don't think that it's right to punish a child for their own sins. But I think
I'm not asking you. Forgive me for interrupting. I'm not asking you if you think it's right. I'm asking you if this statement in Ezekiel is factually true. This is God making a statement through his prophet and saying that children won't be punished for the sins of their parents. Is that true?
I mean, when text, yes, that's what it says in the Bible.
Okay, so we understand the context. The context is God is speaking through his prophet Ezekiel, and he's saying that children won't be punished for the sins of their parents, right? Now, in your Bible, turn to Exodus 20, verse 5.
I'm sorry, what was the chapter?
Exodus.
Okay.
20.
Oh, that's way in the beginning. Sorry, my brain's a little foggy today. What number did you say in Exodus?
That's okay. It's chapter 20, verse 5.
20 verse 5. Okay. You must not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God who will not tolerate your affection for any gods. I lay the sins of the parents upon their children. The entire family is affected, even children in the third and fourth generations. Those who reject me.
So that's a slightly different translation you've got there to what I have here, but that's fine. The meaning is still exactly the same. So it says, "I'm a jealous God, and I will punish children for the iniquity of parents to the third and fourth generation of those who reject me. So here God is saying, I'm very jealous. I get upset very easily, which for an all-powerful being is curious, let's say. I get upset very easily. If parents reject me, I'm not just going to punish them. I'm going to punish their children and their children and their children. Right? So which one of these is true? Because they can't both be true. Can you see that in Ezekiel?
I know that both things are like they're both different like times, and because like what you mentioned with the other verse was in a different time, and this was a very different time because this was like almost like near the begin or by the beginning of the fact of before like the Adam and Eve and everything.
But he didn't say that it was only going to count like that for a while. He was saying that is God changing? Does God's nature change?
What do you mean, like God's nature? I mean, yeah. This is by lavish. I'm feeling love for 1,000 generations. Those who love me obey my commands. So who loves me not like condemning. Like he wouldn't condemn you or doing or punish you in context. And in the words, it might sound like that, but in Hebrew language, it might sound different than what you might think.
Yeah, I don't think that that this is an issue of translation from the Hebrew. This is just a simple question.
Because some words might sound confusing because in Hebrew text, that's it's worded differently. Because you just said that yours is worded differently than my translation.
Yeah, but the meaning is exactly the same, isn't it?
Yes, but we might have different meanings that we might say, like, for instance, like, I might say something like that Jesus says, come as you are, but doesn't say that in text in the Bible, but I believe that when he mentioned come to me if you are broken, that he meant that in a way. Like we might say different words today because we don't talk like the modern way. So it's just we might get, and I'll say this to myself as a Christian, that we might get confused as Christians too of what the text means because it's an old, Bible, just like in a history book, I'm just trying to give you an example. Like if you read a book from Abraham Lincoln's book or something, you would believe that would probably be true because it was historical, but it's different text, different, time, different generation. We're not in that generation to understand.
Shall I show you a more concrete example of where the Bible gets something wrong, which is 100% wrong?
Sure.
Okay, so if you go to Genesis chapter 21, verse 22, and yeah, you can do it in yours if you can get there quickly because we don't want to keep people waiting too long.
Yeah,
but
I have it.
Okay, so here you've got a conversation between Abraham and Avimelech, right? That's his name, who is the king of the Philistines, as they say, right? And this is just a narrative. It goes on between them. They're talking about stuff, agreements to not deal falsely with him or his offspring. All of this stuff. Abraham is complaining to Abimelech about a well. There's all sorts of stuff going on here. This is a conversation between them, right? Now, we know that this story was set about 2,000 years before the time of Christ is when the story of Abraham was. About 2,000 years before. But we know that the Philistines didn't actually arrive or exist in that area of the world until about 800 or 900 years later than this period of time. So this story cannot be true because there were no Philistines in this area 2,000 years before Christ. They arrived about 800 or 900 years later. And we know this with a very, very high degree of certainty. or rather a high degree of confidence from the archaeological record, from the historical record. The Philistines arrived, they were called the Sea People. They came from the Aegean Sea and settled along the coastline of that area around the time of the Bronze Age collapse, which was about 800 or 900 years after the period that Abraham was supposedly living. So this story cannot be true.
Okay. I'm not gonna try to ignore what you just said because I did listen. But I'm gonna talk about. I did say I was gonna talk about my Christian points, and I think one of them was kind of that. But I want to kind of go on with what I'm going to tell you. What I think is truth. You don't have to. You don't have to believe it's truth. But I'm just going to say.
I'm happy to hear you say it, but I want you to acknowledge that when I asked you why you believe, your response was that you think the Bible is historical, and I've just shown you that it's not. So do you at least acknowledge that?
Well, I can at least acknowledge that you have your own belief, but I can't say that I have the same one.
It isn't my belief. I'm telling you that the Bible tells a story that cannot have happened because the Philistine people were not in that part of the world at that time.
Okay,
the Philistines didn't settle there. This is uncontroversial, by the way.
I understand that you don't believe that it's true.
It's not that I don't believe it. It's that biblical scholars know it's not true. Like everyone knows it's not true. I can show you some sources from Christians who will show you that it's not true. It's not my personal belief.
Can I just speak about those Christian points I was going to make?
Yes, I'm happy to move on, but normally we move on from a point when it's been kind of exhausted, like when we've like marked it and someone either acknowledges it, or if they don't acknowledge it, they should have to explain why. So I'm happy to hear your talking points. Genuinely, I want to hear them. So how would you respond to me having shown you an anachronism in the Bible where it's talking about something that we know historically could not possibly have happened?
Well, that it just shows that, there's going to be people that don't understand the text, don't understand the meaning of the word, that we just got to keep studying his word, that we just got to keep diving and just keep learning about.
Do you imagine that all the people with PhDs who study this stuff don't understand it?
We don't. Yeah, but we as people need to also study it, not just scholars and pastors.
Yes, but we understand that the story says what it says. It's not hard to understand. When the story says that Abraham spoke to Avimelech, the king of the Philistines, there's not much more to understand about that. There's nothing in there that's hard to understand. Person A had a conversation with person B. That's not a difficult thing to understand. And that's clearly what the text says. There's no ambiguity in the Hebrew about this. It says person A had a conversation with person B. Now, the people who wrote this wrote it about 1,000 years after it was supposedly happening. This is about where the period of time during which the Old Testament scrolls would have been written around that time. They didn't know that the Philistines hadn't settled there for that time because they didn't have access to archaeology. They didn't have access to the kind of historical tools that we have now, and they didn't know that. So the people who wrote the Old Testament just assumed that the Philistines had always been around, and that's why they wrote that in the story. But now we know better. Now we know different. Now we're operating from a position of more knowledge than they had, and we can see that they made a boo-boo. They made a mistake. They wrote a character into the story who could not possibly have been there.
Do you think that we're
period.
smarter than these people on paper?
Do I think what? Sorry?
Do you think that we're smarter than the people on paper?
We certainly know more. We certainly know more than the people than the authors of the Bible, because they were writing at a time where people didn't know where the sun went at night. They didn't know what caused rain. They didn't understand anything. They didn't know about germs. They didn't really know where babies came from.
Well, yeah, that's because different times, different generations.
Exactly. So they were pre-scientific, right? They just didn't know stuff. We can't blame them for not knowing, because that's progress. In the same way that we don't know as much now as people will know in another 1,000 years or 2,000 years.
Well,
so
we might know more because technology gave us more information on certain things, but it doesn't exactly proven that everybody has that knowledge.
Yeah, we keep on learning, don't we? But one thing that
Yes.
one thing that the Old Testament authors didn't know at the time they wrote it was that the Philistines weren't around at the point they wrote that story about Abraham. So they wrote it not knowing that they were making a huge blunder and a mistake and writing something that could not possibly have been true. So before we move on to your points, and I'm eager to do this, I want you to acknowledge that. And you either have to acknowledge it or you need to explain why you don't acknowledge it.
So like, how do I acknowledge it in a way like am I just saying I just acknowledge it?
Well, you either say, yes, I see what you mean, and then you agree that the Bible...
Yes, I see. I do see what you mean.
That the Bible
what
makes...
you're
and then do you acknowledge... Thank you for that. Do you acknowledge then also then that your claim that the Bible has no mistakes is therefore false, because we've just discovered one?
Yeah, as your claim, yes, I can see that that's what you're referring to.
That's what we know. Okay,
Yeah.
well, thank you for acknowledging that. I appreciate it. So, yeah, what was the next point you wanted to bring up?
So you talked about earlier with the other person about the whole babies, the why should they get unalive. I shouldn't say the other word.
That's
unalive.
okay. Yeah.
And I actually wrote that down while you guys were talking.
Yeah.
And I said babies are living internally in heaven. So what's wrong with heaven?
By that logic, we should just kill all children because they'll just go to heaven and it's great. I don't
saying
that's where that argument leads, right? It leads to a position where you say there's nothing wrong with killing babies because they go to heaven.
I'm not saying purposely. I'm saying like if it's intentionally. I'm sorry, if it's not intentionally.
Either way, you're essentially making the argument that dead children is nothing to worry about because they're going to be in heaven. I still worry about it.
What's wrong with? I mean, if I were to say as Christian, heaven is better than earth. What's wrong with that?
If that's the view you hold, then we should all kill our children immediately. Send them straight to a better place if we love them.
Yeah, well, but that's not like what I meant by if I'm just saying if a person were to, let's just say, got unalived today, but they believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't really determine where they're ending up just because they believe in Jesus. I'm not going to assume someone's salvation.
Yeah.
Because I'm not that religious to assume that. But that's only God's judgment whether or not if you go to heaven or hell or whatever. Like I can't make that judgment myself. Like if a person says that just because they believe in God and they can go to heaven, that's not true because only God can only judge that part.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with any arguments that look like they're justifying the killing of children on the basis that nothing to worry about because they're going to be in heaven. Like, I know people who have lost children. In fact, my friend Buzz was here on the call last time, and he was telling us he lost his daughter 9 years ago. And he is in agony every day for the rest of his life, feeling that loss. I don't think he would have very much patience for you saying to him, don't worry about it, it's actually good. Because your daughter's in heaven. I don't like the fact that what the case was, like them getting, I mean, what was the situation? Like what happened to the baby? So are you talking about in the instance of my friend or in the Bible?
Your friend.
I actually don't know. I didn't ask, and I didn't need to ask. The fact is, it wasn't a baby; it was his daughter, and he lost her, and his life will never be the same again. He lost his daughter, right?
So I'm not saying that it's okay that they have been or is already dead, but I'm saying that like it's not a wrong thing to say that that I hope that they're in a better place with God, because they would be if they were a kid. If a kid can't make choices, you know that, right? Kid can't make decisions.
Let me give you some logic here that might throw some light on how dangerous the position you're standing in is, right? You believe that people are either saved or not, correct?
If they confess
that some people are going to be saved, some people are saved, and some people aren't saved. So
yeah, but you can still be
I'm not
saved
saying that
even
it's
if you don't
fixed.
believe.
I'm just saying that every person is either going to end up saved or end up not saved.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Okay. And that ending up saved is much better, correct?
Yes.
And ending up not saved is really, really, really bad, correct?
It can become bad if you keep not believing, but you can come to Jesus still, even if you didn't believe.
But if you end up not saved, that's a bad thing, right? And the Bible, if
Yeah,
you
but
think
I'm not
if
gonna
you
like condemn
if you
you
think
or
every
something.
no, I'm not worried about you condemning me. But if you think every word in the Bible is true, then you are also obligated to accept the Bible in John 3:18 when it says, "Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe in him are condemned already." Let me just find my page. Here it is. Those who do not believe in him are condemned already because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God. Right. So people who die without believing in Jesus are condemned. They're going to be in trouble. If you believe the Bible is true, then this is what it says. Is the Bible right about this?
Let me pull that one up too.
I mean, you can pull it up if you want to. I could show you a couple more. This is basically just the Bible talking about what happens to people who don't believe. I mean, if you want to look at one, go and read Revelation 21:8. I'll show you this one. Turn to Revelation at the back of your Bible and find 21:8 because this is even more juicy.
Okay, this is what the context says for 20. You said 21, right?
Revelation 21:8. Yeah.
But those who do, but those who do what is right come to the light, so others can see that they're doing what God wants. So that text is different than my text. Oh, wait,
hang on, hang on. Which verse are you looking at now? We got a bit confused.
Oh, wait,
we started off in the book of John.
I'm on the way back. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. We started off in the book of John, and then I thought if you're going to be looking stuff up to keep things moving along, so it doesn't get boring for people, let's cut straight to the juicy stuff. Revelation 21:8.
Okay, 21:8. Okay, I have it right here. 21.
Okay. Read out Revelation 21:8.
Oh, I thought we're in John.
We were in John, and then as you were going to be looking stuff up, I thought, let's get straight to the good stuff, go straight to Revelation.
Well, where were you in John before that?
John was 3:18.
Okay.
Do you want to look at that again? I mean, that's just a quick one. Jesus is talking to Nicodemus and talking about John 3:16 is the very famous one.
Okay, I will go to Revelation after John. But it says, there is no judgment against anyone who believes in him. But anyone who does not believe in him has already been judged for not believing in God's one and only Son. It does not say condemn in this text.
Okay, so that's a softened interpretation. I'm not sure what translation you're using.
This is the New Living Translation.
Okay, so that's like if you forgive me, it's a slightly happy clappy, watered down.
It doesn't mean it's bad.
No, but it's watered down. The original. It's not true to the original intention of the text. There's a reason why they don't.
Do you think this Bible's wrong?
There's a reason why they don't use that translation in seminaries when they're educating people about theology, because it's not accurate. So
you think New Living Translation's inaccurate?
I think that it's a consensus view that the New Standard Revised Edition translation gets a very good balance between the words meaning as closely as possible what the original words meant and the intention of the author. Sometimes those things can be a little different.
Because people say that for the King James, they disagree with some stuff in there.
The King James is a terrible translation because there was stuff that was found out after the King James was written. At the time that the King James was a reworking of the Bishop's Bible, which was an earlier one, and there was a whole load of stuff that they didn't know yet because certain scrolls hadn't been found yet, and the King James is full of all sorts of mistakes. It mistakes the names of characters and minor goddesses for trees and stuff like that. It's the King James is a terrible translation for many reasons. But look, I don't want us to get hung up here. I just wanted to establish. I wanted to establish the point with you that not being saved is bad, because I was building a logical argument for you. Okay.
But in this text, I know that you think is inaccurate, but I'm going to read on to 19, and I'll go to Revelation like you mentioned. And
I'm just going to read a super chat that's just come in here. That from the chap I was talking about who lost his daughter. So he's in here with us right now, listening to us have this conversation.
Yeah, we're okay.
Okay, so
Um,
I owe it to him to do this, because he's listening to us talk right now, and he's listening to you say that potentially it's nothing to worry about that he lost his daughter.
Oh no, I didn't mean it by like they should be okay. I'm sorry for your loss. I that's terrible that
Let me read them, and
passed
then
away early.
Let me read them, and then we'll talk about it.
But I
So
believe they're in a better place.
well, I'm sure he doesn't want to hear that, but he says, please use my example again, if desired. She died in her sleep. My daughter died in
And I'm
her
sorry
sleep
about that.
and went to heaven. I'm an atheist, not by choice, so she'll never see me, and I'll never see her again. Is that fair? Right? Because according to your theology,
My daughter died in her sleep and went to heaven. I'm an atheist, not by choice, so she'll never see me again. You can have a choice to believing in Jesus.
no, you can't. You can't. This is something
Why
we'll
do
get
you think
onto.
you can't have
We'll get
a
on.
choice?
We'll get onto that in a moment. I want you to realize what's being said here, right? Respond to this, right? So the daughter is going to be in heaven forever without her father, because her father is an atheist, and her father doesn't believe in Jesus, like I don't believe in Jesus. Now, you can say it's a choice, but this is really at the center of the work we do here, which is recognizing that if you don't believe something, it isn't a choice to believe it. If you're not convinced it's true, you can't believe it. So
what's the choices that you can't have that is making you stop yourself from
I'm not
those
persuaded.
things?
I'm not persuaded by any of the evidence I've seen that any gods exist, and therefore I'm incapable of believing it. I can no more believe in Jesus than you can believe that Jesus isn't God, or flap your arms and fly around the sky. I can't do it because I'm not persuaded it's true. And so my friend Buzz now, his daughter now is now condemned to an eternity in heaven without her father.
Condemned.
She's condemned to an eternity in heaven, knowing her father's being tortured in hell by Jesus.
Do you remember what I said that babies or like kids don't have a choice to make? So like we can't really logically say that we can't assume what they will think. Like they don't have an opinion. They're kids. So
you're not tracking me. Where is Buzz's daughter right now?
I believe she's in a wonderful place, heaven.
In heaven. Right. How long is she going to be there?
Eternally.
Forever. How long is she going to be there without her father?
I mean, if the father wants to see her, then he's gonna have to start, confessing or start believing in Jesus as a Lord and Savior, like having a relationship with him, talking with him.
So you
saying like, how is my daughter doing up in there?
So you don't realize how tragic what you just said is, because you don't realize yet that people can't just decide to believe things they don't believe.
Yeah,
now,
but he
no,
can
stop.
have the choice to talk
No. He doesn't have
with
a
God.
choice. No, he doesn't have a choice. Can you imagine how much Buzz wants to see his daughter again?
I mean, if he wants to have a conversation with me,
you can you can imagine it, right? You can imagine how much he wants to. Anyone can imagine that he probably would want to see his daughter again more than anything else in the world. What does it say that even with that, he's still not able? He's just honest enough to say that he's not able to pretend that he believes something that he's not convinced of. He's not convinced of Christianity, like I'm not convinced of Christianity.
He doesn't have to believe in God. I'm not.
You do have to believe in God.
Believe in God.
You do have to. You do have to believe in God. No. This isn't about. No, stop. This isn't about you pushing your beliefs on him. I'm asking you to see something that you're, excuse me, currently not seeing, which is that this ridiculous system of sending his daughter to a place where he's never going to be able to see her again because of what he finds convincing is morally horrific.
So you don't you obviously don't believe in like free will, correct?
I do believe in free will.
You do? So what kind of free will do you believe in?
I mean, if I'm honest, when I say this, I'm being slightly disingenuous. I suspect that free will may not exist, but for the purposes of this argument, I'm prepared to grant that free will does. Even if free will exists, you can't use your free will to become convinced of something you're not convinced of. This is what your religion does wrong. This is why your religion is evil, because your religion.
I'm not even part of a religion.
You are. Christianity pretends.
No, I'm
Christianity
saying like I'm not Catholic or Lutheran.
doesn't matter. Christianity.
I'm just a
you're
Christian,
still.
that's it.
Newsflash. You're religious. Christianity.
No.
Christianity pretends.
I'm religious in a way, but I'm not.
You are
like,
religious.
Part of a religion.
Okay. Christianity pretends that belief is an action that anyone's free to take.
No, it's a relationship. It's not religion.
Christianity pretends that religion is an action that people are free to take, and it isn't. And it's cruel and it's horrible. And I grant that you can't see right now. You're so indoctrinated in your cult that you can't see how cruel this is.
But you're not understanding my beliefs. Like I keep telling you, like I'm trying to say, like I'm not part of a denomination. I'm just.
I don't care.
Neither.
I don't care that you're not part of a denomination. None of this makes a difference. The moment you say to me, you think the Bible's true, you're religious. You believe that this. That you believe that.
Know? You never met me in person to know
that. Because someone who believes the Bible is true is by definition religious. Believing the Bible is true is a religious action. It's a disposition towards a religious framework of the world.
Non-denominational Christians aren't religion.
Okay, look, we can use the words or not the words. It doesn't make a difference. The fact that you think the Bible's true means that you hold the view that if people aren't convinced of the right thing at the time they die, they don't go to heaven. And that's a terrible, terrible view to hold. That's what the Bible says. That's what the Bible says.
Okay, but maybe you're going from the old like laws, like the Old Testament, rather than the New.
You sound like someone who's never actually read the Bible. Have you read the Bible?
Yes, but you don't have to memorize it well.
I'm not talking about memorizing. I'm talking about understanding the most basic,
the most
basic principles. The most basic principles.
To understand it.
No. The most basic principles of Christian doctrine are that you have to accept Jesus for salvation.
But you don't need to be smart to know.
It's got nothing to do with smarts, and it certainly has nothing to do with the Old Testament. The most basic idea of Christianity is that you need salvation, and Christ gives you salvation.
Yeah, but I don't assume someone's salvation. That's what the difference is between what I don't agree with.
You still think that somebody needs to accept Jesus to go to heaven, don't you?
I believe that I'm not gonna say like, yeah, I'll say that if you are going to accept Jesus, sure, but then later on they might not. Same thing with an atheist. They might say, I don't believe, but believe later. So I can't assume where they're going.
Respectfully, you're a bit all over the map at the moment. I'm trying to reduce Christianity down to its barest bones. The bit that people across all the different denominations would probably agree with is that you just need to accept Jesus for salvation. If you're questioning that, and at the same time telling me you think every word in the Bible is true, then you have a very contradictory position.
Are you friends with like Christians, or have you been? Are you surrounded with like people that are?
Yes, but that's nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'm trying to make you see how cruel the system that you are buying into is. That it would mean that my friend Buzz never gets to see his daughter again. So it's cruel. So that it's cruel on him, because if he dies without believing in Jesus, where is he going?
I didn't say that.
If he dies,
I didn't say that he's gonna. I never said that he will never get to see his daughter.
If he dies without believing in Jesus, will he see his daughter? If he dies without believing in Jesus, will he get to see his daughter?
If he doesn't I can't answer that question because I wouldn't know.
The
'Cause he can
Bible
say
gives
that
you the
to me. He
answer.
can say that to me that
The
he won't
Bible gives you the
believe.
answer. Hang on a minute. You can't say in one breath, every word in the Bible is true, and then in the other breath say, I don't know, when there's a question that the Bible answers quite
No,
clearly.
meaning like I don't know if they're going to believe later on. Like they could tell me that they don't believe.
Listen, if he dies, if he gets hit by a bus tomorrow, and currently he's an atheist, he doesn't believe in this stuff because he knows it's bullshit. If he gets hit by a bus tomorrow, according to your theology, according to your beliefs, according to your book that you told me is all true, will he get to see his daughter ever again?
Who knows? Only God
No.
knows.
Will she get to see
Only
her
God
father?
knows.
No.
Only God knows.
Well, then you
not
don't
us.
believe the Bible's true because the Bible gives
No,
the
only
answer.
God judges, not
The
us.
but the God's judgment is
But we're
spelled out in the
judging. We're
Bible.
judging where we might think he might be going, but you don't know.
Why do you say in one breath that you think the Bible's true and then completely ignore what it says?
It's not, I'm ignoring it.
You are.
I think
The
you're
Bible
just
says
taking
in the
things out of
Bible says in
context.
the Bible says in Revelation 21:8 that non-believers will be thrown into a lake of fire, which is the second death. And Mark 16:16 says that we are condemned if we don't believe.
But our translations is different. So the Bible.
I'm not
that you
interested.
probably
I'm not
read in-
interested in your translation. I'm interested in what was said in the original Greek.
The original
Before
actual-
translations, your translations didn't come along and supersede the meaning of the intention of the original New Testament authors.
Well, there's also that churches were added stuff in the Bible, like Catholics would add stuff in the Bible that was actually not even like context related. They would add things of their moral stuff.
Look,
too.
I'm trying to be nice because you're sweet, but you're all over the map, and you're
Would you
defending
agree that
you're
Catholics
defending something, and you're defending something really, really horrible, and you haven't even
I'm
realized
just
it
saying,
yet.
would you agree Catholics have different Bibles than we do?
I mean, people read different translations, and people come to this stuff with different frameworks and different interpretations, but the core principles here remain the same. The core principles here remain the idea that without belief in Jesus, there is no salvation, and therefore you cannot go to heaven. And if you're an atheist like me, you can't believe in Jesus. It's exactly what the Bible says. I've shown you where.
Not my Bible.
Your Bible is bullshit, respectfully.
So then you're just disagreeing. It's gonna come down to pride.
Read me John 3:18 in your Bible.
Okay.
It's remarkable to me that that you would think this watered down version is going to help here. Yeah,
Okay.
John 3:18.
Okay. There's no judgment against anyone who believes in him. But anyone who does not believe in him has already been judged for not believing in God's one and only Son.
Right.
And
So
the
already
judgment is based on this fact.
already being judged,
God's light
right?
came into the world, but
No,
people
that's
love
fine.
the
That's fine.
darkness
We
more
don't
than
need
the
to
light.
carry on. We don't need to carry on from there. That was enough. So already being judged, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, can you please? I'd be interested to know what your Bible says. I have a feeling it's going to have been watered down, but can you read Matthew 13:42?
Matthew 13:42.
And how can you say this book is true? You say the book is true and every word is true, but there are lots of different versions of this book, and they appear to contradict each
There
other.
might be different. Like I
So
said,
you're
like different.
so you're saying only your version is true, but everyone
No,
else's versions are not true.
No, I'm not saying just New Living Translation. There's also like the NIV. That's true.
Right.
There's a.
And they contradict each other. So how do you resolve that?
I'll be honest. Maybe it's because there could be false Bibles out there.
False Bibles, but you're sure your one isn't one, right?
Yeah, this one isn't false.
It's definitely not false because it's yours.
Well,
Got
there's
it.
gonna be
Okay.
false Bibles out there.
Matthew 13:42.
Okay.
Read that, please.
14:32.
13.
Oh, 13:42.
13:42. Yeah.
Okay. So, and the angels will throw them into the fiery furnace where they will be weeping and gnashing
Gnashing.
of teeth.
Uh-huh. This is about what happens to non-believers thrown into a furnace. Delightful. Even in your watered down, let's all hold hands bullshit Bible, it says that too.
Hold on, because let me just read the parts that you said. Where does it say believers in this text?
It's non-believers.
Where does it say non-believers in this text?
Because this is a parable about a parable representing what's going to happen to people who are not in the kingdom.
Where in the text does it say non-believers?
It doesn't use that exact term because this is a parable about non-belief. Do you know what a parable is? What's a parable?
You tell me what a parable is. Since
a parable is a story designed to symbolically represent a point using metaphor. So you're not going to find the word non-believers in this because it's a parable. Okay. Now this is getting
where's the parable in the text that doesn't say non-believers, but it says parable or whatever.
You're all over the map here. You're coming in as a Christian and saying you believe in biblical inerrancy, and you don't know what a parable is, and you don't know what your own book says. This is shocking.
What's shocking is I just literally said almost the same things. Is that modern text, it'll be different than now text. So, but you're pretty much saying parable text will be different than.
It's not parable text. Jesus spoke in parables. Did you know that Jesus spoke in parables?
Yes.
Okay, hang on a second. I've got to attend to some stuff because there's some stuff coming in here that we need to talk about. Yeah. So, Buzz, if you can join on TikTok, you guys can have a conversation. But and the next caller. Okay, yeah, I'll bring you up, Buzz, after this question. I can't connect the two streams at the moment with audio between TikTok and the video thing. But yeah, Buzz, you're up next, my friend. For sure. Just request up. I'll get you in next. Yeah, this is really, really painful to listen to, Haley, because you clearly don't know your Bible. Respectfully, you're clueless. You're clueless.
Learned about the Bible.
You don't know what a parable is, and you don't know what.
It seemed like you know more of it, which is acting more prideful.
It would appear that I do know your holy book better than you do. Yes.
So are you saying that you're smarter than me?
No, I'm saying I'm more familiar with the contents of a particular book than you are, and only one of us is claiming to organize their lives around it, and it isn't me.
The Bible more than me.
Yes. I appear to know it better than you do.
You're pretty much saying I gotta accomplish the Bible to know it.
I beg your pardon?
Once I'm done, so once I'm done reading the Bible, I accomplish it. Ooh, now I know everything about the Bible now.
No, it's that you should have a basic understanding of what your theology is.
When you keep reading the Bible, not when you're stopping at the point of not reading the Bible.
I don't know what that even means, Haley. This is such nonsense. So first you came in to say that that your Christian talking point that you wanted to raise was that the commands from God in 1 Samuel to kill children are actually good because those children are in heaven now, which is absolutely abhorrent. You should be ashamed of yourself for holding that view.
But when you said earlier about Christianity, do you believe the claim Christianity spreading hate is spreading hate to people, correct?
I believe that in certain instances, in certain interpretations, and in certain contexts, absolutely.
Okay, so can I give you some points of how non-Christians can do the same?
No, because I grant that non-Christians do the same. Lots of people who aren't Christians spread hate also. I'm not suggesting Christians are the only people in the world who spread hate. That would be idiotic. I'm not interested in hearing examples of how non-Christians spread hate, because obviously non-Christians spread hate. I'm not here talking about those people.
And I was gonna talk about the Christian standpoint.
The Christian standpoint on what?
How they can hate. Like I was gonna talk about both.
Well, we already know how Christians spread hate. They spread hate through the idea that people who are not convinced of ludicrous claims deserve to be punished in hell.
Okay, so hateful Christians, judgmental Christians, prideful Christians, harmful ones. So like stoning people to death. I don't agree with those things.
Your God does, Haley. Your God does agree with those things. Your God specifically commanded it.
It's probably false.
I beg your pardon?
I mean, did you actually look in the Bible, or were you looking on AI or Google through this?
Haley, I'm really trying hard to sound respectful here, but you're sounding so stupid right now. Have you read your fucking Bible? Numbers 15:31. Read Numbers 15:31. The man who gets stoned to death, on the command of God via Moses for picking up sticks.
Okay, what's more accurate?
The commandment for parents to stone their own children to death if they're a bit unruly.
Okay, but what's more accurate though, Google or Bible?
In your Bible.
So you're saying the Bible is accurate?
I'm saying the Bible commands children to be stoned to death.
Okay, but you believe that's the truth.
What's the truth? I'm telling you what it says in your silly book.
Yeah, you're saying what's in the Bible. That is.
I'm
true.
not saying
So
I'm not saying it's true in the sense that I think its theological claims are true. I'm telling you what it says. I'm showing you that it's immoral.
Okay, but you don't believe in the Bible at all.
Somebody once said that it's really, really hard to argue with a genius, but it's really impossible to argue with a fool. And this is sounding.
If you don't
this is
believe
like,
in the Bible,
yes.
then why are you talking about it?
Because it affects lots of people, because tens of millions or hundreds of millions or billions of people do believe this bullshit and they organize their lives around it. We're all listening to you right now defending the killing of children.
Then don't read the Bible anymore. Don't do those things that you don't want to do anymore.
Haley, everybody has to live in a world together. There are people who are told by their parents. There are people who are told by their parents that this stuff is true. There are children who are told by their parents that they're going to go to hell if they don't believe the right things. There are people who are persecuted because they're same-sex attracted, and your magic book says that they're an abomination.
So I have a question. I'm a reader like myself. Like I like fantasy books and stuff like that. So like in your fantasy world, when there's no rules, no obedience, you can do whatever you want, and there's no God, you prefer that over the Bible, correct?
What are you talking about?
Do you believe in a fantasy world? Like, do you believe that you want to be in a fantasy world where there's no rules?
I don't believe in a
obedience?
fantasy world. I don't believe in a fantasy world, Haley. This is silly.
No, I'm just saying.
This
like,
is silly.
believe...
I'm going to give you... No, this is bullshit. No. You need to read your Bible and understand what it means. You know, you claim to be a Christian and you claim to believe in Bible inerrancy, but you don't have the faintest fucking clue what your book actually says.
Okay, but if there's no rules, no obedience, no Bible, no God.
Who said no rules? Why are you making the claim that if you don't believe in your magic book, the only alternative is no rules? Your suggestion is that if I don't believe your Bible, that means there are no rules. I think there are rules. We can organize rules about how we should treat each other. I have no problem with that.
Oh, so then you organized your own Bible.
It's not a Bible. It's not a Bible, Haley. It's not a Bible. It's not a Bible, Haley. It's ways that we organize society without Bibles. Do you think that? Do you know how long human beings were living on the earth before your magic book was written? About 250,000 years. Do you assume that no human beings had rules before the Bible was written? Do you think no cultures? Do you think no cultures? Do you think no cultures had figured out to organize how to live and cooperate together before your Bible was written? How did the ancient Greeks? How did the ancient Greeks manage? How did the ancient Chinese manage?
Would things be better then?
I personally think if the Bible didn't exist, things would be a bit better. Yeah.
So then. Therefore, if there was no God, no Bible, no things that like, would you rather make up your own world rather than what people?
I don't know where you get make up your own world. This is moronic. No one's making up their own world.
What would you want humans to do?
Have you ever spoken to someone who's not in the cult before? You're sounding like someone who's been shot in a cave their entire life.
What do you want humans to do? That is,
Haley, have you ever spoken to someone who's not in your cult before?
What do you want humans to do in your world?
Haley, have you ever spoken to someone who's not in your religion before? Serious question. Is this the first time you've ever spoken to a non-believer?
No, I've spoken to other Christians.
Not Christians.
No, non-believers. I've spoken to an atheist that was talking about criminals, and we actually came to an agreement.
You sound like someone who has never spoken to anyone outside of your own family before.
I actually spoke to. There's this girl. She was like I forgot her name, but she calls herself the atheist.
Delightful. Then why are you so completely clueless about what any alternatives to your religious framework might be?
Like,
honestly, this is pathetic, Haley. Honestly, I'm not trying to have a civil conversation with you, but You are totally clueless about the contents of your own book, and then when I say I don't follow it, you say, "Why do I live in an imaginary world?" This is just impossible.
Yeah, but you just said it didn't exist at all. It would have been better, right?
I personally think that the influence of religion on the world overall has been negative. I know that
So
it
if
helps.
someone
I know that it helps some individual people, but overall, I see a lot of harm and pain and suffering caused by these ideas, particularly
So if there
now
was a
when we
Bible
know
about
better.
So if there was a Bible about aliens, would you believe in that?
A Bible about aliens?
About
What are you actually talking about?
I'm saying if that
Haley, are
was
you at least
created.
18? I just want to make sure. Are you at least 18 years
good
old?
call. I didn't
Okay.
ask. That's a good call.
I'm 22.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought we were going to get. I'm 16. I was like, oh shit.
Hey, Haley, if it turns out no God exists, there's no God, would we still have local, state, federal laws and statutes and ordinances, etc.?
We wouldn't have anything really, no Earth.
Well, okay. So in a theoretical, let's say Earth formed naturally from an accretion disk and the gravity acting upon matter, and there is no God, but the Earth is still there. The world we live in now, because the question you asked, because he talked about a world with no God. You said, oh, there's no rules. There's no rules. Would laws go away magically? Would you be able to cut in line at the DMV without people getting mad at you?
Like, are you just saying from standpoint if there was no God or anything?
Yeah. So the point John is trying to make to you is like you equated there's no God to where anything goes, it's Lord of the Flies. No, we would still care about how each other behaves. You still wouldn't be able to cut in line at the DMV because people are going to get angry and the DMV will have rules about that. We would still have laws. We would still have, like, nothing would change. If the Christian God exists, it does not intervene in the behavior of men because free will. That's why he allows people to commit atrocities. So the world would look exactly as it does now, minus the belief part.
So what would you say, like, is causing harm, like, from your standpoint?
We're not going to answer that question right now. We're going to draw a line right now, Haley, because we've been on the call for a while, far too long, in fact, an hour, in fact, and we're going to draw this to a close. I'm going to strongly recommend that you actually read the book that you claim to think is all true, because you clearly haven't read. Slightly less respectfully, you hold some disgusting views, and you hold them as a result of claiming that this book is inerrant, but you haven't read it. It's quite obvious that you haven't read it. So no, you don't. Go and read your book properly, and then read then read some. Well, then pay attention to it rather than ignore what it actually says, and then read read some scholarly discourse on why your book is bullshit, because you're clueless. That is the most clueless call we've had in a while. I'm sorry, everyone, for letting that go on so long. Okay, I'm going to bring Buzz in now. Here we go.
YouTube side?
Yeah, on the YouTube side. Hopefully it's all going to work. Sorry, guys, for letting that go on for too long. I let that drag on, and that's on me, and I apologize. That was wrong. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Buzz, are you there, friend? Oh, bloody video again. Okay, well, we'll need to do the video dance to get Buzz in. We all want to hear from Buzz, and I want Buzz to have his say right now. Buzz, can you hear me? Thumbs up if you can hear me, Buzz. He still can't hear me.
Can you hear me, John?
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy.
Yeah, so here, you know what I found is sometimes they can't hear me, and if I mute and then unmute, the microphone starts working again. So that's maybe something people
I'll try it
sometimes.
Buzz, can you hear me? I can see Buzz. He can't hear me. Can't hear me, and we can't hear him. I hate this platform. I really want to hear from him. Okay, let's try. I'm going to say try, leave, and come back. There we go. Right, he's dropped out. Hopefully he'll come back now. Let's see. Yeah, that was annoying. that was annoying. I am minded of that quote. You know, it's hard to argue with a genius, impossible to argue with an idiot. Okay, let's try this next time. Lucky, how is that,
Hello?
Buzz?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Okay.
All right, excellent. Sorry, there's always a connectivity issue when I try to call in.
That's okay.
Not just you.
There are, I'm going to gish gallop a little bit, but there
Go
are
for
a
it.
couple of things that I hope that Haley is still listening, and I want to offer some grace and extend an olive branch first of all. I realize that she is speaking out of the goodness of her heart. She is a good-hearted person in my view. However, religious ideology has made her stupid. Religious ideology has made her views disgusting, such that, you know, what you were talking about with my daughter and everything, that it's just acceptable that we're eternally separated, according to her belief. I have a question for her. How heaven is a place that everyone's happy and, you know, droning about and worshiping God 24/7. How is someone supposed to be happy in heaven knowing that their father is being burned alive, tortured, flayed, raped, eyes gouged out in hell forever?
Yeah.
That doesn't jive at all. So it's either that this heaven is impossible, couldn't possibly be happy knowing that, or it's not actually her that goes to heaven, because who wouldn't feel shitty knowing that their beloved family member is being tortured?
Yeah, absolutely, Buzz. Absolutely. I was trying to sort of get her towards that point of seeing it, and I didn't quite manage to get her there, because every time I tried to build a sort of argument towards reaching a point, she would have an issue with one of the arms of the argument, and then we go off down a silly tangent. But she was clearly someone who has no clue. She claims to read the Bible every day, but doesn't know Jesus spoke in parables or what a parable is. This is a Christian in name only.
Yeah, she was very avoidant when you confronted her with pretty easy, logical propositions, such as the one that I just brought up.
Yeah.
And excuse me, I'm going to have a cigarette. I need one after that call.
Which we all do. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was like getting fucked real good or something. So I have a couple of things to lay out in a row, and I want her and other believers that may be listening to contemplate these, because she insists that a baby passing away and going to heaven is a good thing. I want to look at a couple of other stories in the Bible and ask, are these good things? So let's start with Judges 11, the story of Jephthah.
Yeah.
Everyone knows the story of Abraham, and they worship God. Well, God intervened at the last minute and said, you don't have to kill your child. Well, everyone ignores the story of Jephthah.
He collected on that shit.
Made a deal. Yeah, he made a deal with God. If you help me win this battle against the Ammonites, I will slay the first thing that comes out of my house. And it was his daughter. So he sent her to the mountains for a month, or 2 months, I think, to mourn the fact that she would die a virgin.
Yeah.
And then killed her.
Yep.
There was no intervention. One. In 2 Kings 2:23 and 24, we have the story of, and I'm not just bringing this up because I'm bald, but the story
bears.
of
the bears.
Yeah, the bears. A bald man was made fun of, and this was a righteous man in the eyes of God. So God sent bears to maul and kill 42 children. Well, in her eyes, she must admit that that's a good thing. It's a reward that they got to go to heaven, correct?
Yeah, she must think that. Yeah, God's righteous judgment. But she'd probably look in her Bible, and it might have softened the language. It might say that the bears just hugged the children. I don't know what that nonsense Bible she was reading said, because it softened the language in other parts so much. It's just saccharine nonsense.
They didn't even have teeth and claws.
Yeah, that's right.
And,
they were teddy bears.
So one last story from the Bible, the 10th plague of killing all the firstborn in Egypt.
Yeah.
Where stupidly enough, God needed lamb's blood on the door to know which babies were the right ones to kill. In her eyes, she must believe that all of those parents should be thankful to God for sending their children to heaven.
Yep.
In her worldview, not in mine, but in
Yep.
hers.
And it gets even worse because in her worldview, if you die without believing the right things, you could go to hell. Therefore, the only moral thing to do would be for all parents to kill their children, thereby ensuring their place in heaven.
Yeah, and then choose to believe in Jesus. Yeah. Which you can't do.
Which you can't do.
And I want to address her because she mentioned a lot of times in a lot of different ways that I have a choice of believing in God or not. I want to just remind her and any other listeners that I was, much like Matt Dillahunty, training to be a minister, and that is what led to my disbelief. The apologetics were awful. The claims were awful. The God is a horrible character in the Bible, Old Testament and New. And for anyone who wants to say that New Testament is a new thing, well, they should read Matthew 5:17-18, where Jesus says he comes to uphold the law with a sword and not to change one dot nor one tittle of the old law. So, all right, I've done my Bible spiel. Now I have one more other thing to say, and this is the crux of it all.
Yeah.
Religious trauma goes so far beyond losing your religion. It goes so far beyond other people telling you that you're going to hell. Luckily, I don't believe in a soul. I already have accepted in my life that I will never see my daughter again. But I think that's somehow better than to believe that my daughter will be in heaven and I'll be in hell, and she has to live with that in heaven. She doesn't have to live with that torment.
Yeah.
And for that, I'm thankful.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Religious trauma often, for people like me at least, it starts with a feeling of having lost your best friend, your sole confidant. For example, anytime I had an issue growing up as a young man, I would pray to God and express myself, and it felt like, I had someone that was really behind me. But if you've ever seen the movie A Beautiful Mind, the story of John Nash, when he found out that he was schizophrenic and his best friend never existed, he was devastated. In the same way that I was devastated to find out that my God, the story of my God was bullshit.
Yeah.
It's not like we want to leave religion. In fact, most of us, like myself, desperately want to remain attached to the religion, attached to the God, because it's like having your best friend die suddenly to come to the realization that it's not real.
Yeah.
I've said everything I need to say. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I mean, just...
Or if not, that's okay.
Huge solidarity with you, and I started talking about you without even realizing you were in and watching. I didn't even know you were here. I started referencing you and then realized from the messages that you were in. And I've just been thinking about you so much since the exchange we had the other day, and it kind of affected me so profoundly, you messaging and saying, use my story, use this, because it's real world. So many of these conversations are, they sort of float along in a kind of abstract philosophical plane. And I think when we connect them to real human beings who are here right now, and, yes, she said, I'm sorry for your loss. And she kind of said the words, but she's still affirming a disgusting doctrine that would separate your daughter from you and you from her and chuck you in the fire and all the rest of it. So those words ring hollow to me. And so, yeah, I mean, all the Bible verses you mention are ones that I mention from time to time or often. And just thank you. I think you are genuinely doing good in being, sharing your pain with other people for a greater good, which is that it's a very powerful way of showing how this stuff lands for real human beings. People chuck out these phrases like the idiot who came in earlier and said, gay people should just have a life of celibacy. Just do that without stopping to think what it is that they're actually saying. Commanding people to have a life without intimacy, without physical connection, without being able to express love. It's disgusting. And it's so easy to say when it's divorced from any human beings. And so I think having people like you around in the community who can actually say, no, this is actually how these ideas land on me as a human being, not just as a philosophical argument, is hugely valuable. And I just feel a profound gratitude to you for it, Buzz.
Thank you so much for the acknowledgments and everything. The reason I decided to turn my camera on for this conversation is because of what you said. All of these characters are abstract, and we can think about, this Egyptian parent, this obscure Egyptian parent lost his child in the 10th plague. Well, I want people like Haley to know that, look at me, I'm right here. I'm a real fucking person.
I'm turning it on now because it's actually been off, but it's on right now. It was just off in the video, but it's now on properly. I'm just going to frame it properly so we can all see it properly and we can all see you properly. Sure. Yeah, sure. And I think that's right. I'm just doing this nicely, and then we can do this, and then we can see like that. There you go. Nice. You're now human on the screen, as it were. I'm going to do the same on the TikTok feed so everyone can see who we're talking to. And I actually just think it's really generous of you to kind of offer up your pain in a public way like this. And there's nothing performative about what you're saying. Everybody understands that it's from a place of honesty and integrity and pain and stuff. So yeah, I think we're all grateful. I think anyone here would be grateful to you for this, and I'm just really proud to have you in this community, Buzz.
Thank you. And I want people to see a real face. I want people to stop thinking of these stories as obscure or they can't imagine someone who's been through it. Here's a human being right here who has been through something like this, who can talk about trauma in a way that's meaningful, who can talk about the specific loss of my daughter that's meaningful, and compare it to the story of Job, where you say, well, God made everything butterfly farts and rainbows at the end by replacing the child, but that doesn't erase the agony of having lost the first. I don't really have anything else to contribute for today. I kind of pulled over off of the road to offer a bit of a bit of my opinion. The last thing I want to leave with is, Haley, if you're listening, I understand that you have a good heart, but your beliefs are getting in the way of you being able to be there for people. They're getting in the way of you being able to empathize and sympathize with people. And they're taking someone who genuinely has what I believe to be a good heart and turning it into something disgusting. And I hope that you can find your way out of that.
Haley is listening because she's just responded. She says, Jesus loves you. I should have said that before. Sorry if I was argumentative. That's slightly missing the point, Haley. Saying Jesus loves you is to completely miss the point of what's being said here, because Jesus is the one in your cult who would be keeping Buzz and his daughter apart. So no, Jesus is not loving in this situation. Yeah. And if you think the Bible is literally true, then there's nothing loving about that. Jesus only loves us if the Bible is false, ironically. So yeah. So thank you for trying, and we appreciate
also on the bingo card.
It's going to be on the bingo card for sure. Yeah. So appreciate you making overtures, but you're tone deaf. That's the wrong one. You actually need to think a little bit more. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Buzz, thank you, friend. I think I've said everything I needed to say. You know how highly I regard you, and how grateful I am for your input, and thrilled to have you around.
Likewise, and I always appreciate the opportunity that you give to people to be able to speak theists and atheists. Thank you.
Good stuff, friend. Keep well, buddy. All the best, man.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Take care. Okay, so we take a breath. All right, so here's where
That
we
is
are.
heavy.
Yeah, pretty heavy and good for Buzz, and yeah, Haley's got some work to do. But anyway, we move on from that. Okay, we will do that. And okay, here's where we are. I'm supposed to be finishing around 7 o'clock UK. It's 7 o'clock UK now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 in the queue on the YouTube side. This is always what happens. And 4 in the queue on the TikTok side. I need to just quickly bring Lacadian in because he gets a pass whatever happens always. So let's bring Lacadian in quickly now, and then we'll see where we're at. I'm happy to keep on going for a bit, but we'll see. My family may start needing me at some point. How are you doing, Lacadian?
Well, I don't know. I have mixed emotion after all of that. But first, Buzz, I empathize with you. Thank you for sharing your story. I lost my brother when I was 17. He was 22. And in my parents' eyes, he was not saved. And so I can't imagine what they're going through in their minds, thinking that they're going to be in heaven. They are, well, I know that they are trying to make themselves believe that he's in heaven too, but we all know that in their belief system he didn't accept Christ, and he wouldn't be in heaven if he did that, in their belief system. So I just, the cognitive dissonance that exists in these believers' minds is so troubling.
Yeah.
So, Buzz, I empathize with you. Second, I had mixed emotion over the call. Haley, if you're still listening, I muted you in the comments because of what you said. I was trying to empathize with you because I know that on the internet, we can't always recognize if someone has a learning deficiency or something like that. And I was, I wanted to think that might be why you weren't getting it. But after what you commented in the comments, I no longer have any respect for the belief you hold. It can partly be blamed by whoever indoctrinated you, but you have the opportunity to learn. And I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to come when the homophobic guy was here, but he was on the YouTube side, and I had some points and verses to point out for that. And but thank you. I don't want to take much time. I know you have many more guests.
Well, love you, man, and thank you for everything. And everything you said is absolutely on point. I will be plugging the audio between those two at some point. I actually have a new computer on order now, which is going to be even better. So that should solve some of those technical things of the meeting the two worlds. Because at the moment, I run the YouTube calls on one computer, and I run the other stuff on another computer, and that's part of why it's hard to route audio between them. But all going to be better soon. But thank you for coming up and sharing that view. And of course, we agree with everything you said, as always.
Thank you.
Take
Bye
it
now.
easy, man. Cheers, man. Thanks. Okay. Right, I'm going to keep on going for a bit because I'm not ready to stop. So I'm trying to be fair and bring people in the right order. Adam has been waiting for absolutely ages on the YouTube side. So I think let's get Adam in. Then we have Matthew on YouTube, and then we have Luke on TikTok as well. So let's do that. We'll get Adam first, Matthew, and then Luke, and then we've got some more after that as well. But hopefully this works. It probably won't because it's been so weird today. Adam, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Hooray! Okay, it worked. Thank goodness for
so
that.
it's working.
How you doing, man?
Yeah. Okay. That was a rough few callers there,
Yeah, it was harsh.
and just but the first thing I wanted to respond to was that the homophobe and all the ridiculous nonsense he was going on about. I mean, how yeah, I'm trying not to lose it entirely. Just start screaming.
Yeah, he was rough.
But he was talking about how there's all this evidence that being gay isn't natural or it's taught. It's like no, that's literally the opposite of how it works. It's science show there's not a gay gene you can track down, but all the studies show that it's natural, it's biological, it's set before you're born, and it's the hormones during development and all of that. You can't decide. You have zero choice over the matter. This is just who you are. And so telling people that just stop being or as the theist, as God made you, it's just ridiculous. And also the fact saying that it's unnatural when we see every species of animal does it. If it's so unnatural, why does every bird, insect, mammal, whatever have these types of relationships?
Yep, ubiquitous through the animal kingdom, apparently designed by God, therefore must be natural.
Yeah. And also, you are correct that it is natural, but even if it wasn't, unnatural does not mean immoral. Cars are not immoral.
No, I just mean that it's...
Are cars immoral? One does not tie to the other. So that one never flies.
Well, yeah, because he was making up crap about it's the improper use of parts and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just no. I mean, and plus the fact we see just in nature, social creatures have homosexual relationships to help the species, because you will see the gay couples help the others take care of children. So there's two males of a species will stay with all the children while the mother is now going out to go hunt and eat and rebuild her strength after giving birth and everything. It's literally how nature survives, by having some members of the population be same sex attracted and stuff. So
I've heard a common argument too is that well, gay people don't help propagate the species. So setting aside we could go so many different directions where it's not our responsibility. Nobody has a moral duty to populate the species, or the fact that infertile straight couples, they don't have a problem with that. But even if we take them at that, let's say Bob is gay. All right, so Bob entering into a gay relationship doesn't prevent the species from being propagated, has no effect on it. Bob remaining celibate also doesn't propagate the species. If Bob is gay, he is not going to be attracted or having relations with women anyway. So how does preventing him from having a gay relationship have any effect or matter whatsoever on the population?
It's useful for society. I mean, and it's the same thing. They'll try and say, well, the trans thing is just being taught now. No, there was Roman emperors who were trans. It's we know this. It's recorded in history.
Yeah.
So it's
when homophobes try to say being gay is a choice, I tell them to prove it.
Yeah. But then there's the other comments about Hitler was an atheist. No. No, he wasn't. He was baptized. He was Catholic. The Nazis were a Christian army. That's why they had got mittens on their belts. And the Vatican, through Pope Pius XI, signed an alliance with the Nazis in the 30s. They were the first to sign up with the Nazis. And then during the Holocaust, Pope Pius II decided that it was good to maintain their alliance with the Nazis despite the Holocaust happening. the Vatican saying what the Nazis was doing was okay.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
you had zero way of arguing about the Nazis being something to do with atheism. It's literally showing you how bad Christianity is because they're supporting this stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just, but also there was Haley was going on about how the Bible is all true and stuff. Well, if she thinks the Bible is all true, well then Jesus said to follow the Old Testament till the end of time. So her making the excuse, well, that was in the old times, in the Old Testament. We have no, it's back there to actually read your book and see Jesus say that your Old Testament is always in effect. You
Yep.
don't get to run from it.
Yep.
So.
You're stuck with that nonsense. Yep, absolutely. Well, Adam, thank you. I know you were waiting for ages. I kept you waiting, but it's been a long one. This has been some long calls and stuff, so I appreciate your forbearance.
But it was much more important to get Buzz in first. So
yeah, thanks, man. Well, always good to speak to you, friend. Yeah. And speak soon, buddy.
Yeah, take care.
All the best. Take care. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to try and get everyone in. I'm going to try. I'm doing my best. So I'm going to keep on going for a bit. Let's see if we can get Matthew in on the YouTube side. Hopefully. Matthew, are you there?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Thank you for waiting, and the floor is yours.
That's okay. I kind of joined, I'd be quite new here, so I might be treading over old ground.
Okay.
And sort of been dipping out of the conversations that have been going on. But I joined kind of towards, I think it was with the call with Jabir a while ago. And it's a kind of common thing I've heard from people kind of defending God's morality or the morality of the Bible, that they think it's sort of, I guess, an objective fact that God must be the standard of morality.
That's the claim.
And yeah. And I think it's sort of obvious to me and to you and to most people here that we can point out some of the stuff that God is depicted as doing is in the Bible. That's clearly immoral for the suffering that it causes.
Yeah.
But to someone who is convinced that God is moral, I guess I can sort of understand why they're not going to change their mind about that, or struggle to see that the suffering, they're going to try and defend the suffering or what the action is just. And so I just wondered, do you think sort of more engagement on this idea that they've just claimed that God is a standard of morality, but that is a baseless claim, kind of pressing them more on that would be sort of worthwhile or useful? Or do you kind of just would like to stick to kind of the things that God is depicted as doing? Because I feel like that's sort of where it reaches a bit of an impasse in the conversations.
Yeah, and they kind of overlap each other, don't they? So because one has implications for the other, but I like to sort of point out the horrendous things and then say, are you making the claim that this is good just because God did it? And invariably they say yes. And to me,
Yes.
kind of takes you to a sort of end point where there isn't really that much more that needs to be said. It's like, okay, well, you're now defending, these horrific things. That to me is that's a consequence of if your starting point is to label God as good. And I think I felt quite good about coming up with this way of framing it today, which is to use a word you either use a word to describe something, which is to assign the properties of the word to the thing, or you use a word to just label something, which is much more arbitrary. What they're doing is they're just labeling God as good. They're not taking any of the meanings of good that you and I would understand to be involved with goodness and then saying these qualities apply here. They're just saying their starting point is to say, I'm going to label this good. And then no matter how terrible it gets, it's magically going to still be good. This would be recognized as fraudulent anywhere outside of theology.
Yeah. No, I agree, obviously, and it's obvious to me. I just feel like they don't think it's merely a label. And I think that's certainly, again, I mean, it might not be sort of something that is worthwhile or you specifically want to do, but I just feel like I can sense that they in their head don't think it's merely a label, and they're not getting that aspect of it. So
they've dogmatically accepted their personal preference to just by decree be the objective standard. I mean, I could just as easily take my preference, which is humanism, and say evaluating how actions affect well-being is the objective standard for morality. Take my preference, label it more objective. I don't have to show it, I'm just saying it. And that's basically what they do.
Yeah.
And I guess, do you think it's do you think it's worth sort of trying to probe them as to why, to try and get them to understand that that's what they've done, more than just pointing out that the consequences of what that leads to?
It's really tricky because it depends who you're dealing with and what's trying to be achieved. You know, I never really expect, if I'm dealing with someone one-on-one, I very rarely expect that they're going to be to come over to my way of thinking about things. I might plant some seeds, but I'm not sure how to answer you in terms of what would be a more effective area for you to focus on. You could try to make them see that they're defending stuff that they wouldn't defend in any other way, and make that's telling you something. If you find, that's why I said to the guy earlier, if you find yourself on a Tuesday afternoon on the internet defending infanticide, that's a signal something's gone wrong. You're not doing something right. You know, it's a moment to stop and reflect. So that can be a helpful thing, but people get very defensive when you tell them that their views are A, false, or B, even worse, immoral. That's a really, really hard thing to hear. And so people adopt a defensive stance, and they immediately become immediately less amenable to meeting you in the middle or seeing your perspective, or, you know, God forbid, changing their own views.
So do you say the moment you sort of point out something that they believe that's immoral, they become much more defensive?
Yeah, because they feel judged, and they feel that now nobody wants to feel judged, right? So the emotions kick in, and people start often responding emotionally rather than calmly thinking about things, weighing things up. Is language being used in the right way here? Are we applying ethical standards consistently between categories? All of this stuff, it all goes out the window. They just feel, I feel judged. This person's telling me that he's better than me. This person's telling me that my beliefs make me a bad person. All of this stuff. And it's really hard to avoid that dynamic sometimes, especially when you're speaking to someone who's, you know, arguing for weaponized rape or something. You know, it's just horrific. So it's hard. I wish I could give you a sort of one size fits all, here's the best way to prioritize it.
I just think, because obviously it's not, I don't think, you know, you have to do one thing or the other,
right?
Like to point out the horrific things, you know, that they're defending, or to say that the starting point of that belief is baseless. Can you actually provide a basis for it?
I do think that oftentimes when people are dug in, and that's the way it is, your mind state, your openness to change of ideas, you know, sometimes it becomes resistant. I think people tend to be resistant to logic. They just try to talk their way out of it, or verbal gymnastics. But the emotional appeal, like showing them, here is the consequence of what you are agreeing to. If God says, make baby paste and do this and that and what have you is good, then you consider it good? And it has to feel bad to them to say yes, and they're forced to, and that it could have an emotional impact on them, where if you just show them where they're logically wrong, it's like, nah, you're wrong. But if you make them say out loud, yes, I agree, cutting the toes off of babies is good if God orders it so, then it becomes objectively good. Just saying that out loud, it has to have an emotional impact on them, even if they're not going to admit it out loud. You know, hopefully it'll eventually make them think, and it'll certainly make people watching it think.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I think I've never been religious, and didn't read the Bible growing up and wasn't taught it. So I guess the shock emotional value of sort of, I've never had that experience of trying to defend that. So like the shock value of that just doesn't impact me as much. But because like I just end with this, like in my mind, when I was thinking about God's existence and morality for the first time, like I guess the idea that whatever, if you wanted to ground morality and say God's nature, like the obvious question is obviously why, and the other question is God's nature the way it is for a reason, or is it that way arbitrarily, randomly? Because if it's there that way for a reason, ultimately it's the reason why God's nature is that way that is the ultimate sort of grounding of morality, not God itself. And if God's nature is the way it is arbitrarily, then your standard of morality is arbitrarily. So I think that's sort of, I guess, a more philosophical, less consequentialist view of it. And I appreciate that might not sort of be that convincing to that many people, but I just thought it was worth bringing up just to see what you guys thought about it, and whether you thought that sort of conversation kind of is just a bit too abstract and doesn't get to the heart of the matter as effectively as pointing out the consequences of what they're saying.
I agree with John. I think it really depends on the person.
Dude, we're going to move it along because we've got a big queue and we want to get through it, and I have to go soon, so we'll move it along. But yeah, thanks for bringing it up, Matthew.
Thanks very much for your time, Chris.
Cheers, man. Take it easy. Thanks. Okay, right. Let's try and move systematically through the things so that we get to where we need to get to. So we're going to take Pete, who will be our next caller on the YouTube side. Hopefully video will work, and then we'll move from Pete onto TikTok and get through. We've got Luke, we've got Richie, we've got Paul, we've got Bobby, we've got I Langston. I'm going to try and get to everyone. I can't promise, but I'll try. Let's see. Okay, Pete, can you hear us okay? So you can.
Pete, you hear us?
We can't hear you, sadly. Same old thing. You might have to... Pete, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, great. You might need to either refresh the browser or leave and come back in on the same link. I'll bring you straight in, and it normally works second time for some ludicrous reason. Thanks. Okay, so Pete's going to do that, hopefully. We'll do that and get Pete back in, and hopefully it will work. While we're waiting for Pete, I will read a couple of super chats that need to be shared. We have so Rod Blow RS says, question for the straight Christian men. If you can normalize sacrificing your children because a deity commands it, would you be willing to orally pleasure another man if the command were considered divine? I love that. That's very good. Yes, very, very good. Question, indeed. I would love to know what their answer is to that. And would it be good? Would it be moral? I'm sure they would say that it would be. But they would probably say, God would never order that. Okay, Pete was there and then disappeared again. Roblo also says, you cannot go against nature because when you do go against nature, it's part of nature too. Lyrics from No New Tale to Tell, a brilliant song by Love and Rockets. Okay, well, thank you. I did not know that, but that's profound and true. An ice pick is saying, fellatio for Jesus. That probably needs to be on the merch, doesn't it? Although I'd probably get the store shut down. Okay, we have Demonica says Christianity, especially Catholic Church, is responsible for over 250 million deaths. Undeniable fact. I mean, I don't know where that number comes from, but definitely crusades and holy wars and all of that kind of stuff wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, I'm sure. And Jiffy says God didn't accidentally give dolphins a blowhole. He did it on porpoise. I'll see myself out. Not bad. For spur of the moment, not bad at all, Jiffy. Not bad at all. And Bethos says, I think Haley is a good person. I do not think she is very logical. This was quite early on in the call, I think. And I also think Haley is a good person, but I agree with Buzz. Her indoctrination has stripped her of the ability to look at any of this stuff with any clarity. And she also calls herself a Christian, but she doesn't know what's actually entailed in Christianity, which also doesn't help. And Buzz says, this is why I became anti-theist. Yeah, absolutely. We hear you, buddy. Theism causes, also from Buzz, theism causes good-hearted people to be disgusting. Yep, we've had demonstrations of that amply today. Pete has dropped off, by the way. But Pete, if you're listening, come back next time. We'll get you in. Liberty Giblet says, way behind today. Here's my skip tax for Jabir. I just couldn't do it again so soon. No, don't blame you at all for that. Maybe I'll be able to stomach him later when you clip it. I will be clipping that. So vile. Yeah, I don't blame you at all. I think that put quite a few people off their tomato soup. Monkmeister says, I can't answer that question because I 100% agree with you. But if I say it, I'm going in the fire. Yeah, that's right. That's often the dance, isn't it? Thanks for that, Monkmeister. Appreciate it. And Ontological Shock, thanks for the super chat. If Haley loves books so much, she should know what the Bible says. And she should read some actual scholarly books that critically critique the Bible. That's kind of what I said at the end. Absolutely. Well, I mean, nothing more to say than that. If you're going to organize yourself around a book, you can't not know what it says. And you can't get confused about the difference between differences of opinion about what the core doctrine is and edged details like translation issues. None of the translation issues change what the core takeaway from the doctrine is. That remains exactly the same across all of them. The rest is window dressing largely. Bethos says, Haley seems to be trained to follow thoughts to a certain talking point, but not to the logical end. I think that's quite perceptive. I think that was what was going on there. And Buzz called it as well. Like, I'd be trying to walk towards a sort of developing an argument by point 1, point 2, and there's just huge resistance to every point. I'm not sure whether that was strategic or a limitation of a different sort. And Herbie Shine, great to see you, Herbie. I'm watching about 3 hours behind. I just heard you speak of Promise. I'm so excited about this. I'm such a Promise fanboy, whoop whoop, as the young people say. Well, Herbie, the reason I'm in touch with Promise is because of you. She told me that you had mentioned my name in a stream of hers, and she'd looked me up, and then you mentioned to me at some point about something, and that's how it all ended up happening. So if that collab happens, when that collab happens, it'll be thanks to you. So huge thank you to you, buddy. And Bethos says, when reading the Abraham Isaac story as a child, I was appalled by that father. If a God commands me to unalive any child, I join the resistance. Sign me up for that all day long. Absolutely. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. And then Buzz again says, Lacadian, please feel free to reach out anytime. I feel the hurt in your voice. Thank you for understanding and continue to help the cause by sharing your story as well. Much love to you. This is what I love about this community, is that we really do. I mean, the compassion and the human connection here, it's not contrived. It's not performative. It's not fake. It's real. Absolutely real. Yeah, I mean, the obvious interface is the Discord, isn't it? That's where people get to kind of be able to contact each other and reach out to each other and speak and all of that good stuff. So I really hope that happens. Two of my very, very favorite people, those two guys. And then finally, the last super chat is Bethos says, if gay people or gays were not contributing to society, so be it too. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we can make an argument to say that there might have been some sort of socially selected reason for gay couples performing a different function within a society. But if not, that doesn't matter. People are still who they are, what they are. No justification or utility is needed. So I think that's a really good point. Well pointed out as well. Brilliant. Okay, so we seem to be sort of done with the YouTube side guest-wise now. I think I'm going to commit now to not taking any more guests on video. And we've got a little list on the TikTok side. So let's just work systematically through that. We're going to get Paul in first. Luke in first, who's been waiting for a very long time, and we'll try and keep these not too long. Otherwise, it's going to end up getting a little bit too late my end. So,
Yo.
Hey Luke, how you doing?
Hi, man.
How are you?
Good.
Good stuff. Floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Sorry. I can't talk properly, CD.
Okay, that's fine.
So, sorry.
You got this. You got this.
I thank you, man. Really thank you. Yeah. I was going to say that people being gay bad for some reason, but in the past, that the woman time, the woman, the RONM, the woman, I don't know, I'm not sure, but back in the woman time, it seems like they have a wee bit more of an open mind.
Right. More of an open mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I mean, they are. Sorry. Yeah.
Doing well. You're doing well. You're doing well. You got this.
Thank you. I mean, back in the woman time, Hillary, my point is the human Hillary,
I think I got the gist of what you were saying. Were you saying that people in the Roman times had more of an open mind?
Yeah. Something that.
Yeah. About certain things.
Yeah. Sorry, man. My point is, I love history, and I love learning about the past.
Yeah, history and knowledge about the past.
Yeah, so I've been doing that. Make me think differently about faith.
Right.
Yeah. Back in the old days, people thought shy mean but I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry.
No. It's okay. You're doing great. You're doing great. So what I picked up from you so far was that you were saying that you thought that maybe attitudes to homosexuality were more open in the Roman times.
It may be that, but yeah, but not sure. But yeah, I mean that, yeah, man. And back in the old days, people thought heaven mean SY, shy. Heaven, people thought heaven means shy. And do you know what I mean?
That heaven was
okay. So people think heaven, heaven. Some people think heaven and SY,
shy.
Do it. Need. S No, that's right. Sorry. What is the beer shop up there? Yeah, with shelves. That's shy.
Right. I'm not quite getting you about the heaven thing.
Sorry. I did.
Oh, in the sky.
Yeah, shy.
Yeah, sorry, in the sky. Yeah, now I've got you. Okay,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, they thought it was in the sky.
No. Yeah, dude. Yeah, but yeah, people back then, well, some people back then thought sky and heaven is the same thing, and
Yeah, sorry. They thought that the sky and heaven were the same thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
and back then people think we were under a dome.
Oh, yeah, the firmament. Yeah, the big. They thought that the Earth was flat, and there was a big solid dome over the top, and all the water was on the other side of the dome, and there were little holes in the dome for the water to come through. That was what they thought.
Yeah, and yeah, dude. My point that people need to look at the history of faith, like the what changes that people that if people think change mindset, change over time and over the years, that hell change over the years to now, but then it's different. So my point is, people need to
research,
yeah, to learn about stuff. But yeah, do you know what I mean? Yeah, man, kind of.
Did you say the history of faith?
Yeah. The Bible, yeah. The history. I
think that our understanding of all of this stuff improves if we understand things like what the context of the time was, right? Like what were the views in the Roman times? What sorts of things did they allow, or would they not allow, or how would they have responded to people saying the kinds of things that are said?
Yeah, with that, yeah, man. But yeah, I put in. How come God let me talk like this too?
Yeah.
I can answer why God let me talk like this, my dad. Yeah.
Well, you're obviously working hard, but we heard you, we got you. So thanks for calling up and speaking to us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Luke. Take it easy, buddy.
Take care.
Thanks, Fran. Take care. Thanks for calling in. Okay. Cheers, Luke. Okay. Luke was waiting ages, so big win for Luke. It takes guts to if you're struggling with speech issues, to come on a public forum and speak like that, that's guts. So huge respect to Luke. I don't know if I would be as brave as Luke. So good on you, man. Excellent stuff. Okay, we will move now to I. Langston. Get I. Langston in, who we have spoken to before as well.
Hey, John, 1 second.
Welcome back.
Hey, can you hear me? I'm on earbuds.
Yeah, gotcha.
Great, man. It's good to see you. Sean, you as well. How are you guys?
We're good, thanks.
Good, thank you.
Awesome. I've been sitting here for a minute, so my thoughts have kind of drifted as the callers have come in, but
Sure.
I wanted to talk with you. Something sparked with, I forget what his name is, but he was the caller earlier who had the homophobia. And
something tells me we've had a few, but yeah, it was the Catholic chap. Yeah.
Yep. I have no ill will or anything like that, so I'm not here to like bash him or anything like that. But
of course,
something that I don't know if you remember from the last time I called in. My wife and I are on different journeys when it comes to spiritualism and religion and stuff like that. I'm a recovering 30-year Christian, so trying to deconstruct myself while maintaining a relationship with someone who's still very not necessarily religious, but still spiritual. But that caller specifically kept reminding me of discussions that me and my wife have all the time, and always just come to the ultimate end of we just kind of stop talking about it because neither of us have the answer. But it seems like every time I listen to debate conversations of this fashion, where you're debating specifics of the Bible, right? The Bible says this, God is all this, my context means this, your context means this, and there's always this like headbutt performance going on. I keep getting stuck with just like the bare fundamental thought of who created all of it, whether the context is correct in my version or whether the context is correct in your version. Who created it, right? Like one of the main go-tos is the slaughtering of the Amalekites, right? And it's the same thought just keeps popping in my head of, well, who created the Amalekites, right? And there's the argument for like, well, they have free will and they chose to be the way that they are, or, whether what they are is true or not is kind of irrelevant to the point. But whether they have free will and chose to be bad, or there was some sort of domino effect that created their ultimate theme. Who created the environment that molded them to be the way they are? It's always seems like the same argument. And my wife and I talk about this all the time, where like if I was an all-powerful, all-knowing being, I wouldn't imagine I would have such a struggle creating truth, or my illustration of truth, or my ability to deliver truth to people, right? Like, why does the Bible have context in the first place? It's created by a mind that knows all, right? So we always get hung up on that point. I'd love to see.
Can I say something just in addition to that? Like, if a God wanted all of humankind to know his message, he could just implant it directly into our minds. The fact that as his chosen vector, he chose writing it down on parchment in dead languages from a specific region of the Middle East 2,000 years ago. It's not a sound strategy. If I was a god and I had a message, in
one of the most primitive times,
exactly.
Why not do it in the 2026 when we all have cell phones in our pockets and there would be no denying it, and it could reach everybody equally?
What he chose was first century Palestine, and before. And for this stuff to be written down on scrolls that needed to be pieced together, bits of parchment here and there, and then all the translating and mistranslating and copying and errors and all of that stuff over all of these years. That's the best he could come up with to impart the most important information ever to his creation, who he apparently loves, but is going to kill if they don't get the information right. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I see this performance. I've watched a lot of debates in the past year to try to kind of hash out my own thoughts, to see other perspectives, and it seems like every single time that I experience this with live streams like yours and just the bevy of other ones out there, they're all out there. Every time I watch this, it seems like such a performance of who knows their stuff better, right? And like in regards to the Catholic chap, he was very well knowledgeable, in comparison to a lot of the other callers. He seemed to know what he thinks he knows, but it just seems like if you strip away the book, why would someone who is omniscient and all these definitive properties of omniscient, all-knowing, all-powerful be so contextual? Why is it so open to interpretations in so many different places and ways?
Yeah. It's a good question. It's one of many kind of devastating questions about this stuff. When you start asking these questions, the ridiculousness of the whole framework is revealed. Why even have sin be a thing? Why is even sin a thing?
Right.
Sin doesn't have to be a thing. He's infinitely powerful.
Yeah.
He could configure reality so that there are no creatures that do anything that displease him, and they still have free will. The whole thing is
and
totally
he's
pointless.
all-knowing, so he knows the nature of the creations that he made. You guys were talking about I think Sean was talking about a video game, right? I couldn't imagine being the developer of a video game, and I think I'm going to create Adam and Eve, and I know what they're going to do. I know the future timelines. I know everything that's going to be chosen, every environmental aspect that's going to mold them in any way. And I'm going to put this tree next to them and see if they eat the fruit. And then when they eat the fruit, I'm so shocked and surprised that they ate the fruit. I could have put the tree a mile down the road. They never would have eaten the fruit, and none of this would have happened. Or it just doesn't make any sense how an all-knowing being would do something and then be surprised by the outcome. Why would he create a timeline where the Amalekites were the way they were and then have to be surprised and create this event where they were all slaughtered, right?
Right.
It's even more than that. So I didn't just put the tree there to tempt them. I configured them in such a way that I knew that they would eat the fruit, when I could have configured them in such a way that they still have their free will, but they would not eat the fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I decided to make them, like, I wanted them to eat the fruit, and now I'm mad at them for doing what I programmed them to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave my child an egg, and I'm so mad that he dropped it. I can't believe he would do that.
Right. Yeah. Even though I knew he was going to.
Yeah.
I'm still all twisted up about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the same conversation that my wife and I have all the time, and it always just ends in this like awkward.
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to answer it, and we talked last time about not being able to choose your belief, and the flip side of that of people actively trying to cling to their belief by ignoring logic. And I feel like that's where me and her butt heads the most. Is I'm applying logic, and I say this all the time, is it's just logic. It's not my logic. It's just logic. If I was gone, it would still be the same logic. And I present these ideas and stuff to her, and that's probably the hardest part of our relationship, is trying to navigate those waters of, I don't want to hurt her in any way. So actually, I think Buzz just said this, that it's almost like losing your best friend or finding out that he wasn't real or something like that. I didn't catch the whole call, but Buzz says something about that, and it's like, I know that feeling now, having deconstructed from Christian for 30 years. Like, I've deconstructed from that, so I know that feeling that Buzz described, and I almost don't want my wife to know that feeling.
I know.
But whenever I'm applying logic, like, how do you navigate those waters? It's tough.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard, and you want her to be kind of fully integrated with reality as well, so that it pulls in two different directions. You don't want her to feel that burn, but it's hard work watching someone be delusional, who you love.
It is,
and who you care about.
I'm sure you feel the same way about all your guests too. Like, as much as you butt heads with some of them, I'm sure you feel the same way. Like, we don't want people to not.
We don't. I mean,
it's different, truth, but in the same sense,
it's different because I don't love them. They're not people who are important in my life. But I know what you mean. Yeah, it's aesthetic. Yeah. It's like you just don't like to see it. You don't like to see people wasting their lives on nonsense. Which is what it is. Wasting their lives on nonsense. So yeah. Well, thanks for coming up, man. Appreciate it. Really good to talk to you again. And you always bring it. You always bring intelligent stuff. So it was great to speak to you again. And come back again. Come talk to us again if you need to.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks for having me. Yeah, thank you.
Man. Take it easy. Keep well.
Take care.
You too. Okay. We will proceed immediately to Paul. And then we've got Richie and then Bobby. And then we're going to be done. Then I'm done with you people. We're going to be well over 8 hours. So bringing in Paul right now. Hey, Paul. Are you there? Hey, Paul. Mission control to Paul. Are you there? Be waiting a while, dude. It would be a real shame to have to drop and move on. But we will do it if you are not there. Last chance. Are you there, Paul? Okay. I'm calling butt dial. There we go. Means I get my dinner sooner. I haven't eaten anything at all for since yesterday, in fact. Okay. Time to get in Richie. Our good friend Richie. Mr. Silence. Screaming silence. Richie, how you doing?
Hold on, I got a call. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. How you doing?
How you doing, buddy?
Better, thank you. I'm getting there.
Good.
I'll be really quick. I had kind of a longer thing to discuss, but I know you're short on time. But I just wanted to ask Sean again what you said about you're one like bad revelation away from ISIS or something.
Yep.
I think that. No, go ahead. Can you say what it is? So I want to write it down, actually.
Yeah, I try to be careful with the words. Like one perceived revelation, because I don't believe it doesn't matter if it's actually a revelation. They only need to perceive that they received a revelation to do atrocities. If what they say is true and God told them to do, it doesn't matter what atrocity you insert in there, no matter how heinous. If they say, yes, if God told me to do it, I would do it. All that's required for them to act and do those things is for them to truly believe God is telling them to do that. So a perceived revelation, they are now ISIS. That's the only thing separating them from ISIS. ISIS believes they received that message, either directly or indirectly, but they believe it's from God. And so they do what they do, and these guys are no different.
Yeah, and I always like to just reiterate that I'm never wanting to say these things to call out specific individuals, but I always relate it back to the teachings and the doctrines. So I think the fundamental belief of God said it, that settles it. I mean, I mean, when I was a kid, that was even on, t-shirts. So basically, like, it doesn't matter what it is.
Right.
And starting with that, like, that's the one that's dangerous. Now, Christians can say whether or not other doctrines are true or false, but if you hold to the foundational belief of, if God said it, I have to do it, that can promote a lot of dangerous things. And you may be wrong about those things, but if you fundamentally have those, and what I was hoping to get in earlier, because I was hoping the gentleman who you were talking about this with earlier, the Catholic one, was listening, because I just wanted to share a little bit about some of my childhood where, my parents were those Christians, and that was their fundamental belief of, like, okay, God, I can't question it. So ultimately, I mean, I was literally tortured by my parents because they thought that they needed to break the wickedness inside of me. And how, almost 30 years later, I have not, and I'm not sure if I'll ever fully recover from that. But it's something that I wanted to discuss a little bit, because I think when these Christians think like, oh, what's so dangerous about some of this stuff, or what's so bad about this, it's really not that bad. Maybe not for you, but for a lot of people, and a lot of people do not share these stories. So these stories aren't heard, but they're very real. And ultimately, I think a lot of these people, they're not seeing it for what it is because they haven't heard these stories. So, I did want to come back on Thursday and kind of discuss that a little more, because fundamentally, when you break it down, I mean, I do see most religions as terrorist organizations.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly see them as abusive, and anything to do with children. I'm increasingly becoming of the view that indoctrinating children into religion is abuse, because you're even at the minimum end, you're teaching them that to accept claims on insufficient evidence is a virtue, and I think that's not a skill for life. It's priming them for a lifetime of gullibility, buying into conspiracies, buying into being duped, falling for stuff, not being equipped to deal with the world with the proper skills to weigh up things, and religion just primes you for that, because it lifts up gullibility.
Well, when you look at what terrorism actually is, it's violence, or the threat of violence, to gain some sort of political or religious agenda. And it sounds dramatic, but the core tenet of Christianity is you're going to be hurt if you don't believe this. And to me, that kind of fundamentally is a form of terrorism. And I know for me, myself, as a child, I was terrorized. And it came from the doctrines of the Bible. You know, this whole spare not the rod thing that's taught in many, many, many churches across the country and around the world it's really, really hard for me to believe that it still goes on in this day and age whenever I hear it. Because I feel like with the knowledge we have now, we should be past this. And, anyway, so I don't want to keep going on. I want to talk about it a little bit more on Thursday, but I appreciate you bringing me in to discuss a little bit.
All right, buddy. Well, pleased to hear you're feeling better, and we'll pick it up more on Thursday night.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Richie. Take care, friend.
All right, bye.
Take care, man. Okay, we are nearly there. Our final call looks like it's going to be the rather wonderful Bobby. I think this will be our final call of the night, and then I'll do the duties after that, and then we'll shut up shop. We need to get the Discord link in the TikTok chat if that's possible. I'll see if I can find it. If there are any Discordy people in the YouTube, Isa, would you mind posting the Discord link in the YouTube chat, and I can copy it over and paste it into the TikTok? That would be amazing if you could. That'd be incredible. Thank you, lovely person. Okay. And Pastor Ferry says, child indoctrination has to be one of your prompts. Yeah, Pastor Ferry's been nudging me to do a specific episode about children and children's indoctrination. And I think we are going to do that. I'll come up with a prompt about religion and children. I wonder the thing that's made me hesitate was whether there's enough on there to have an entire live with that being the topic. But I certainly think it's something we need to speak about more. I feel more and more strongly about it. Don't worry, Christy, I'll be able to paste in the link without the HTTPS. It will allow me to do it. And I have it over here. Thanks, Isa. Kif's posted it. Thanks, Kif. Kif did it. Amazing. Sorry, Bobby. I'll be with you in a second. In fact, fire away. You can start chatting away. Don't mind me. I'm just being admin. How are you doing?
No, I don't even get your business done. Go ahead.
All good. Welcome. How are you doing?
All right. I guess I'm closing.
You're closing. You're the closing act.
Yeah. Well, funny thing is, when Haley called in and having a special version of the Bible, it reminded me of the childhood Bible I had, which was a kind of weird version. And I especially liked the story of Job in it. I mean, for starters, there was no bet between God and Satan. It just went straight in to Job coming home from working in the fields and finding a note on the door from his daughter saying she'd run away with an Amalekite. Right. It's really rough on Job because he was expecting the dowry to save his farm.
Oh.
So Job gets down on his knees and he looks to the sky and says, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, and I shall bear the cause." So, the next day Job goes into town to try and get a loan, and all his farm hands and shepherds walk off. He can't get a loan from anybody. He comes home and finds a note on the door from his wife saying she's run off with the falafel guy 2 towns over. And so Job gets down on his knees, looks up in the sky, and says, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, and I shall bear the cause." So the next day, Job is working the fields by himself, and a freak thunderstorm comes along, destroys his crops. His sheep all escape. He spends all night trying to track the herd down, only to find they've been eaten by wolves. He gets home, finally, as the sun is about to come up, the thunderstorm's still going on, lightning strikes his house, his whole home goes up in flames, destroying everything he owns. And with that, Job gets on his knees, looks up to the sky and says, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, and I shall bear the cause." And Job then pauses and says, "Lord, what have I done to deserve all of this?" And just as he says that, the rain stops and the clouds part, and a beam of light shoots from the skies and hits Job right in the face, and a booming voice comes from the heavens and says, "Job, I don't know, something about you just pisses me off."
Bobby, thank you, man.
You're welcome.
After all the
God I
heaviness,
would like you to believe in, the one you should not pray to because you don't want to call attention to yourself.
that's the one, man. After all the heaviness
So
today,
I tied it all together.
That was a good one. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you, man.
You're welcome.
Take it easy, man. Keep well.
Yep. Good night.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, that was Bobby. Bobby's always good value. Okay, we do have, I was about to shut up shop, but we do have Mock, so this will be our last one. I'm going to take Mock and see, this will be our last call. So, bringing Mock in right now. Crazy people. 8 hours, 7 minutes. Welcome, Mock.
Wait, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
How are you?
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm assuming y'all are atheists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about like the contingency type like reasons for God's existence?
I mean, we spend we have spent time talking about these arguments before, and basically they just mean like everything has to be contingent on something else, so you get a very, very long chain of contingent things. And then there's two possibilities, right? One is that the chain of contingent things goes on forever, and there isn't really any problem with that. People don't like it, but there isn't conceptually a problem with it. And the other is that the contingent thing at some point is terminated in some brute fact which isn't contingent. Those are the only options, right? And if it goes on forever, there's no need for a God. And if it doesn't go on forever, then there's no way to reason that non-contingent thing has any properties that we would associate with a God. It doesn't necessarily even have to have a mind. It could be some principle in nature which just exists necessarily in the same way that a person with God belief would insist that God just exists necessarily.
Yeah, maybe I'll just lay out the argument because that wasn't okay. Yeah, like the simple, I guess, form of the argument was just me saying that there's a set of contingent things. There needs to be an explanation, obviously, for the set of contingent things. The explanation in itself cannot be of the same. Oh. My bad, I just received a call, but yeah, saying like, the explanation for the set of contingent things cannot be of the same modal profile, so it means it cannot be contingent, must be necessary. That's just like one form of the argument that goes to say that there is this necessary thing. There is another argument that goes to say it's has a mind, etc. of these properties.
The thing I would say to that, because I think I've heard this before, that like if all things are contingent, then the set of all contingent things would itself have to be contingent on something, but then that thing that's contingent on it would have to be included in the set, and that causes a paradox. But the problem is the set of all contingent things isn't a thing unto itself. It's just each individual contingent thing within the set is contingent on the set of all things is just conceptually all the things like as a concept, but it's not a thing in and of itself that requires an explanation.
I mean, then you just be like anomalous and say like these sets don't exist. But like if I was to ask you a question like this,
no, that's not the point I'm making. It's kind of like like I don't know the ultimate nature of the entire universe, but it seems to be like but it might not be, but it seems to be that the universe itself isn't a thing. The universe is just a set of all things that exist. So if you have the set of all contingent things, that's not a thing unto itself that requires an explanation.
That's right.
Like you're
and
like,
it's a fallacy of It's a fallacy of composition to make the claim that the set of all things must be treated the same way as components of the set.
Well, no. Well, okay. Well, that's kind of confused because we're just saying like, again, like that's what the nominalists would say, like these sets don't exist. Like the non-nominalists or like the realists here will say sets do exist, and I can give you an example for that. But another point there is that it's not a composition fallacy. I'm not saying anything true, or I'm not saying just because we have like the element of the set, what's true of the element is true of the set itself. No, we have independent reason to believe that the set in itself cannot be contingent. But like for the analogy, like you say, let's say like water, for example, right? We have like a set of water. We're going to say there's actually a distinction between this set of water and another one. And it's going to be obviously a row distinction. And it's just going to be some fact of the set in itself, which we're going to say, well, if there's a row distinction of the fact of itself that makes it different from other row things, it assumes in itself that it's row.
You know what, Mock, forgive me for interrupting you. on this channel, we talk about the effect of ideas on human lives. And these kinds of arguments are great for the philosophy channel and for stuff like that. Respectfully, really, really respectfully. And I know that the prompt here is, why should we believe your God? So I grant that you do have a good reason for coming to give an argument like this. But I'm just going to say that really what this channel is about is pushing back on damaging religious ideas. And so these kinds of arguments, which get very, very technical, I promise you will have lost most of the audience by the second or third line, probably me included, because I'm not a technical philosopher. I don't claim any expertise in this area. And I just think that ultimately, maybe it's because we are currently 8 hours and 12 minutes into the stream. I don't have a massive appetite for this right now. But it just feels like I'm not sure that this is going to be a productive conversation right now, because I don't think these kind of arguments ever get you to Jesus of Nazareth created the universe. They just never do. They might get you to there is some necessary aspect of nature, some necessary thing which has to terminate all chains of contingency or something. But then all the work is ahead of you to demonstrate that it's a mind, demonstrate that it's conscious, demonstrate that it is anything we could know anything about, demonstrate that it's still operating today now, demonstrate that it has anything to do with any recognized religion. And so it's so far away from the kind of discussions we're having, where we're talking to people whose lives have been completely devastated by religious doctrine, as to almost be irrelevant. And which is why I say, why should we believe in your God? Not why should we believe in some amorphous terminus concept of contingent chains? Like, the gap between those two things is massive. It looks like he's just dropped out. So I was arguing for the pointlessness of the conversation, and I think his departure demonstrated that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. I've heard that. I've heard that argument before, and I was unimpressed by it. It's basically like contingent things require an explanation. Then they lump all the set of all contingent things as a thing unto itself. So breaking it down to a smaller, more understandable component. My pen has an explanation for it. My wallet does, and my car does.
Yeah.
But if you just say my pen, my wallet, and my car, and put them together as a set, there is no singular explanation. It's not a thing unto itself that requires explaining. You just lumped them together and then said, well, explain it like it's a thing. It's not. It's a collection of individual things, each of which has an explanation.
Nini Baba says they don't care to prove it. It's about winning an argument for internet points. I think that's really what it's about.
Yeah.
And I don't think any genuinely religious people or people living a life of faith are doing so because they reason through contingency arguments. I really don't think that. I didn't have the patience to get into it right now, and I don't think anyone.
Especially as the last call.
Yeah, as the last call, after 8 hours of streaming, we have to start talking about contingency arguments. There was a part of me that was like, should you reach for this? Is it a mistake? And as soon as it started, I thought, this is not what anyone needs right now. So with that, a couple of things to do. So 3 super chats to just read out, and then members wall, and then a very, very quick announcement. Well, it's not an announcement, a bit of information. So we have Jeremy, who is Buzz as well. Thanks for listening, everyone. Tuning out till later. Buzz, we love you. You're an incredible part of this community, and we all are feeling the pain with you, but the joy of having you around. And Tim said, take your time, Luke. We love you. That was aimed at you, Luke. If you're still listening, you smashed it, dude. And we'd love to see you over on the Discord. If you want to come and get involved, we'd love to have you there. But thanks for calling in, Luke. That was awesome. And then final super chat is from Babs. Had a buddy with cerebral palsy, spoke the same way. That might be what's going on there. But whatever it is, you did really well, Luke. So thank you so much for the call in. We appreciate it. Okay, so the members wall looks a little bit like this right now. We have Pseudo V Science, Rivernash, Shadow, Tef, Tim, Tom, Upshot, Edvard, Rich, Roger, Stefan, The Leakest Wink, Torag, Tracy, Wacky Slush. Oh, I was supposed to change Torag is actually Bacon and Bush. I forgot to change it on the database, but Torag is Bacon and Bush. Tracy and Waki Slush, Amon-Ra, Andrew, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Flippity Giblets, How to Push Back, Indentured Cervix, Anastair, Annabella, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl, Isa, Jeremy, K.R. Young, Kirby, Lacadian, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, Orjan, Pamela, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Christy, Make It So, Nectu, Oceanus, PVG, and Pasta Fairy. That's everyone on the members wall. Thank you very, very much for the support. It means everything. And if you don't support, thank you for being here and not supporting. That's totally fine too. Don't expect it. Don't demand it. I'm just grateful for your presence, everyone. So the announcement is not really an announcement. It's more a raid. I gather from Nectu that Ian is going to be starting up soon. That's allegedly Ian on YouTube. If you don't follow him, you should be. And I think he's going to be starting up soon. So if you guys would like to make your way in an orderly fashion once we're done to go and watch Ian roast some fools like only Ian can do, then please send him my love and tell him how much I respect his work, because he's a one-off. If anyone hasn't seen Ian v Jordan Peterson, it's worth a watch. It was when Jordan Peterson was on Jubilee and Ian was up, and Peterson went a really interesting shade of red during the exchange, is all I can say about that. So really, really good. Yeah, Ian's incredible. There we are. I think all that remains is to say thank you to Sean for joining us.
Sean.
From 7 a.m. That's amazing, dude. Thank you for that. And to everyone for joining. So we will be back on Thursday. I think it will probably be the Thursdays. I sometimes start at the 10:30/5:30. Sometimes I'm able to do 10 or 5. I'll let you know a bit closer to the time, but it'll be one of those two on Thursday night for the evening session, or the through the night for me, as I call it. But yeah, thanks so much for being with us today. It was a good stream. We had a lot of interesting stuff today, and some horrendous stuff, and a couple of calls that I probably let go on too long. But thank you for bearing with me, even as I figure out how to do this better. And the very, very last thing is, of course, today's leaderboard. So our best call of the day was Jason Gleason, who's a good friend of ours, followed quickly by Hasty, Jane, and Beardy Man, the actual Beardy Man, called in today, folks. We had royalty in the house. And the worst conversation of the day was Happy Horse, who I believe was our troll right at the beginning. If you missed it, it wasn't worth missing. In fact, it wasn't worth coming back to look at. It was just a nothing, just a silly 10-second troll. And then Grez, I don't think deserved that. Grez is coming from a good place. He's all right. He's all right, Grez. I think that's undeserved. And Isho with a fairly unrespectable 18. Yep, that's probably well deserved. So thank you, everyone.
Can I say something real quick on not related to theology or the topic here, but Beardy Man, I'm a fan. Go to YouTube, look up Beardy Man music. In particular, my favorite, Beardy Man and Harry Mack, two of the legends in their respective genres collabing together. It's amazing. Both of them, actually.
I have actually heard about that. My brother was telling me about that. Yeah. Good call, Sean. So yeah, hopefully Beardy Man comes back. I gave him my email address, asked him to reach out. I'd like to speak to him more. He's obviously very clued up on this stuff. So
he's a sharp cookie too. I've never heard him speak about intellectual topics like that. And
you can tell he's on it, right? He's on it. So it was lovely to have him in and hearing him speak so knowledgeable about it all, knowledgeably about it all, I should say. Excellent stuff. Well, I think that's about it. So thank you, everyone. See you on Thursday night. See you in the comments. I'll be busy next couple of days until Thursday, doing the usual clipping and posting and all of that. And thank you, everyone, for for being here. And thanks to the mods, of course. The mods cannot go unthanked. On both sides, you guys are incredible. You know who you are, and you know how much I love you all. So thanks for that. And Sean, you too. And see you on Thursday, guys.
Thanks.